Chapter 829. In the dark night, Xiao Yan's body was fixed in the air like a statue. A pair of eyes that flickered with fiery light stared fixedly at the broken jade tablet in his hand. Just a moment ago, when Xiao Yan's spiritual strength withdrew from the jade tablet in his hand instantly shattered. Xiao Yan frantically tried to inject his spiritual strength into the broken jade tablet, but unfortunately, the jade tablet had already been destroyed and had lost all its abilities. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was mercilessly bounced back as if it had collided with a useless rock. In an instant, Xiao Yan felt as if he had lost the most important thing in his life. His eyes stared blankly at the broken jade tablet in his hand. The beautiful smile that Sun Er had shown him a moment ago kept appearing in his mind. The flames that burned in his heart became even more explosive. The flame on the surface of Xiao Yan's body rose. The dense white heavenly flame wrapped around Xiao Yan's entire body, causing him to appear like a sun in the dark night, once again lighting up the desert below. I forgot to tell you. Once your spiritual strength enters this jade tablet and withdraws again, this jade tablet will completely lose its abilities and turn into a pile of rubble. In the air, a strange mocking laughter came from the black shadow. It seemed that it was rather satisfied with the expression on Xiao Yan's face. The moment he heard this, Xiao Yan's body that was frozen in the air like a statue could not help but tremble violently. The raging flames rose high into the air, turning into a pillar of fire that spiraled into the bleak night sky. An invisible pressure spread out from Xiao Yan's body. In an instant, the entire world became abnormally silent. The wind and sand froze, and the world was enveloped by an abnormally cold aura. Xiao Yan slowly raised his pair of eyes that were filled with flames and had become incomparably dense and cold. He looked at the black shadow in front of him with killing intent. The empty space trembled. Under this high temperature, the invisible space became distorted. The moment Xiao Yan raised his head, the empty space within a couple of feet around him suddenly collapsed, transforming into a dark black, deep, endless empty space. This time Xiao Yan was really angry. Before this, even the four great sects had not made Xiao Yan so angry. Shua! White flames rapidly spread out from under Xiao Yan's feet. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a radius of several hundred meters around Xiao Yan. As far as the eye could see, the entire world seemed to have returned to daytime in an instant. The yellow sand below quickly melted. The quicksand wriggled as if it was alive. First it was golden yellow, then it turned scarlet red. In the end it turned into a lava hell. This environment was even more terrifying than during the day. Where is she? Xiao Yan's expression was extremely dark and solemn. Every word of his utterance revealed an extremely icy killing intent. His extremely cold eyes appeared as though he wanted to forcefully swallow the other party. TSK, are you angry? Sure enough, Sun Er is your weakness. It's a pity that you will never find her. You're courting death. The moment the strange laughter came out from the black fog, Xiao Yan's body suddenly disappeared. Almost at the same time, the face of the figure in the black fog suddenly changed. The black fog rolled and the figure frantically retreated. A storm was set off in his heart. A ferocious ruler glow violently swung in front of the person within the black fog the instant he withdrew. The churning black fog was completely useless in front of the dense white flame. However, in the blink of an eye, the large expanse of black fog was completely incinerated by the heavenly flame, revealing a strange masked fellow hidden under a large black robe. The scorching high temperature caused the face under the mask to involuntarily distort. He did not expect that the strength Xiao Yan possessed was actually much stronger than he had imagined. Damn it! I was careless. The black figure viciously cursed in his heart. However, just as the black figure was about to make a move, the space in front of him once again distorted. Holding the heavy Xian ruler, Xiao Yan, whose body was covered in thick white flames, once again appeared. The huge ruler mercilessly slashed at the person in front of him. The majestic strength seemed to want to forcefully tear the person in front of him apart. Again. The face under the mask twitched violently. However, in his heart, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Both of his arms were lifted together. Immediately, numerous pitch-black chains rushed towards the sky from behind the black figure. The nimble chains were just like a poisonous snake as they rushed towards Xiao Yan. The tricky attacks aimed at the various vital points on Xiao Yan's body to achieve the effect of restraining each other. However, the black figure had underestimated the furious Xiao Yan at this moment. Faced with the attacks of these chains, the expression in Xiao Yan's pair of deep white eyes did not change. Instead, the strength on the huge ruler became even stronger. From the looks of it, he seemed to have the posture of someone who was willing to risk his life, exchanging a life for a life. In the heart of the black figure, he really could not bear to part with his life. With no other choice, the black shadow could only choose to retreat in order to advance. His mind controlled the 8 black chains around his body and swiftly blocked in front of him. Leaving 2 of them, he ferociously welcomed the heavy Shen Buster sword that was coming straight at him. Gotcha. Relying on the might of the Force Elephant's skill and the strength of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan's attack actually forcefully blasted apart the 2 chains that were shooting towards him. Immediately, the remaining strength carried a powerful aura as it heavily smashed onto the remaining 4 chains. Clang 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 clang. This time the 4 chains did indeed block the heavy Shen ruler. However, this was only a short period of time. Without waiting for the black figure to catch his breath, the strength on the heavy Shen ruler suddenly increased explosively. In the next moment, the pair of sinister eyes under the mask clearly saw the 4 black chains that were as thick as a human arm break one by one under the powerful strength of the heavy Shen ruler. In the end, the instant the heavy Shen ruler completely destroyed the 4 chains, the pupils of the black figure's sinister eyes abruptly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. The heavenly flame enveloped the heavy Shen ruler rapidly enlarged in the black figure's eyes. In the end, as the black figure dodged to the side, a corner of the heavy Shen ruler heavily smashed into his chest. His figure explosively retreated, the black figure involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood in his body churned and the shock in his heart was even greater than before. He had indeed underestimated Xiao Yan's strength. He was likely even more powerful than what Yi Luotian had said. Of course, this might also be because of Sun Air, which caused Xiao Yan's heart to be stimulated. That was why he was able to erupt with strength that far exceeded his usual strength in such a short period of time. However, in the next moment, when the black figure lifted his head, Xiao Yan's figure once again chased after him. The heavy Shen ruler was raised high above his head. A thick white flame soared into the sky and was about to land heavily on the black figure's head. Seeing this scene, the black figure knew in his heart that Xiao Yan in front of him had really gone crazy today. If he did not think of a way to end this battle, it was likely that even if he was a 7-star Dodi, he would still be in a lot of trouble today. Clang. The black figure extended both of his hands and a pitch-black Do Chi crazily surged out from his palms. Relying on his own strength, he forcefully blocked Xiao Yan's attack and violently grabbed the heavy Shen ruler. Even so, the black figure's arms were rapidly becoming numb at this moment. The powerful strength was still surging into the depths of his body, causing him to have no choice but to disperse even more strength in order to forcefully suppress the chaotic strength in his body. Brr. Xiao Yan let out a low roar from his nose. At the same time, his right hand heavily slapped the tip of the ruler above him. The originally heavy Shen ruler, under Xiao Yan's palm, released an even more powerful strength, forcefully suppressing the black figure's body that was suspended in the air. The huge ruler broke free from the black figure's grasp and was about to move forward again. However, at this moment, the black figure hurriedly shouted out, "Stop! I can let you see Gu Sun Air." Chi, the huge ruler that was about to descend seemed to have instantly solidified. It was forcefully fixed in mid-air. No matter how powerful the huge ruler was a moment ago, at this moment, it instantly dissipated. The whistling wind pressure continued to blow down after the huge ruler stopped, fiercely hitting the black figure's mask. Under the mask, his face that was covered in cold sweat felt a chill. However, compared to before, it was much better. Chapter 830. What did you say? Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the heavy Shen ruler, involuntarily trembled. His pair of dense white eyes stared intently at the masked black shadow person in front of him. His voice appeared deep and hoarse. "I have a way to allow you to see Gu Sun Air." The black shadow person opened his mouth once again. If he allowed Xiao Yan to continue, he would not be able to endure it even if Xiao Yan did not do anything. "Speak." Xiao Yan's gaze stared intently at the black shadow person in front of him. The huge ruler shook slightly and a fierce flame immediately burned intensely. It was prepared to attack the person in front of him at any moment. The latter's gaze paused on the heavy Shen ruler. This was especially the case when he looked at the heavenly flame. His gaze involuntarily revealed a grave expression. Faced with Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, his black fog was seriously suppressed. It was like snowflakes that had drifted into a bonfire and was instantly dissolved. If it was not because his own Do Chi far exceeded Xiao Yan's, it was likely that he would not be able to be as agile as he was now. After all, just by looking at Xiao Yan's appearance earlier, it was likely that an ordinary 6-star Do Di would have been blasted until he was no longer human. Qi. The huge ruler charged forward. The boiling hot air that was being burned by the flame was like a wave of wind as it pounded against the black shadow person's mask, causing the latter to hurriedly recover. He raised his head and discovered that Xiao Yan was looking down from above. Xiao Yan's eyes were indifferent as he stared at him. Xiao Yan's appearance was filled with killing intent. The powerful aura caused the surrounding empty space to ripple intensely, much like the surface of a lake where a huge rock had been thrown. This venerable self. I can allow you to see Gu Sunair. However, I want something from you. The black silhouette took a moment to organize his words. Then he grinned and said in a strange tone. Roar! A flame was emitted from the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. The flame that covered the heavy Shen ruler became even fiercer. This was already Xiao Yan's answer. If I am not wrong, the two Shi ancient gods' jade should be with you, right? Ha! Hearing the words that were spat out from the mouth of the black figure in front of him, even Xiao Yan, who was currently furious in his heart, could not help but feel an intense distortion in his pair of dense white eyes that were filled with a flame. His heart was incomparably shocked. It was unexpected that the reason why the people from the ghost hall had repeatedly come looking for him and even did not hesitate to capture Sunair was actually because of the two Shi ancient gods' jade. This action of theirs was no different from the Hun clan on the Doqi continent. Xiao Yan's eyes were startled as he stared at the empty space in front of him. The heavy Shen ruler in his hand was unknowingly lowered. Soon after, as long as you hand the two Shi ancient emperor's jade to me, I guarantee that you will definitely be able to meet your wife. While, after confirming Xiao Yan, after he. Finally. Of. Two Shi ancient gods' jade? It's the two Shi ancient gods' jade again. The two Shi ancient gods' jade repeatedly repeated in his heart. The fury in Xiao Yan's chest became even greater. He even ignored the black shadow's sudden withdrawal. Back then, all the disputes on the Doqi continent had resulted in the capture of Xiao Yan's father, the imprisonment of his teacher, and the destruction of his clan. All of this was because of this two Shi ancient gods' jade. It was unexpected that the scene from back then would repeat itself in front of Xiao Yan after coming to this Yuanwu continent. Two Shi ancient god, oh two Shi ancient god. I have succeeded because of you and I have also failed because of you. In his fury, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and the two Shi ancient gods' jade immediately landed in his hand. With a flip of his hand, the palm-sized ancient jade rotated a couple of times in Xiao Yan's palm before it was tightly held by Xiao Yan. A frightening force suddenly surged out. The furious threads of hatred in Xiao Yan's heart agglomerated in his palm at this moment. He could not help but pour them out. Creak, creak, creak. The frightening force had yet to completely pour out, but the ancient jade in Xiao Yan's hand had already emitted waves of creaking sounds. It seemed as though it was about to explode. Today I will destroy you. Eliminate all future troubles. The dense white eyes were filled with blood red in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan's face was ferocious. The veins on the back of his hand protruded as he attempted to crush the two Shi ancient gods' jade in his hand. Once the Emperor Jade was crushed into powder by Xiao Yan, it would be impossible for the person in front of him to restore it even if he had great ability. At that time, all of their efforts would turn into a pile of bubbles. If the two Shi ancient gods' jade is destroyed, you can forget about seeing Gu Sunair again. Xiao Yan, you better think carefully. Seeing that Xiao Yan was actually so impolite, the Black Shadow Man was also suddenly shocked. The face under the mask was deathly pale. The two Shi ancient gods' jade was too important to them. Once it was destroyed, even if he died 10 or 100 times, he would not be able to make up for the loss. Regardless of whether it was for the great plan of the faction behind him or for the sake of protecting his own life, the Black Shadow Man did not dare to let Xiao Yan destroy the two Shi ancient gods' jade. Roar! Since you want it, take it. Suddenly Xiao Yan's flushed face suddenly lifted up. At the same time, his large hand suddenly waved forward. Immediately, a ray of flowing light that was wrapped in dense white flames carried an extremely powerful might as it instantly tore apart the space in front of it and fiercely charged towards the Black Shadow Man. Wrapped in the flames, it was the two Shi ancient gods' jade. Seeing this scene, the Black Shadow Man suddenly rejoiced in his heart. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually be so crazy as to throw the Emperor's jade to him. This really did not take any effort to obtain it. Overjoyed in his heart, the Black Shadow Man's body did not stop at all. With a move of his body, he turned into a pitch-black ray of flowing light and charged towards the flames that were shooting towards him. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yan's heart also moved. The Dragon Phoenix bloodline in his body was instantly activated, and an ancient symbol appeared between his eyebrows. In an instant, An incomparably powerful energy swept out from Xiao Yan's body like a storm. In the blink of an eye, it gathered into Xiao Yan's limbs and bones. The powerful energy caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily roar towards the sky. His pair of scarlet eyes were filled with killing intent. Great Tao of the Void, condense. Xiao Yan's face was ferocious. At the same time that the killing aura in his body surged out, the powerful Great Tao of the Void also crazily condensed. Bang 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 bang. Suddenly, 7 pitch-black tents suddenly condensed around the Black Shadow Man. Just as the latter recovered, a figure flashed in front of him. Xiao Yan's figure had filled up the 8th empty spot. What? The Black Shadow Man was greatly shocked and incomparably terrified. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually be so decisive. From the looks of it, could it be that he wanted to kill him here? How was this possible? A 7-star Do D, there were not many opponents in the entire western region who could match him. How could a 5-star Do D like him do it? Wanting to kill him was simply a fool's dream. The Black Shadow Man was both shocked and furious. He thought in this way unwillingly. Unfortunately, the shock in his heart caused him to forget how terrifying Xiao Yan was. 7 nearly solid human figures surfaced behind the 7 tents. They were Xiao Yan's avatars. The 9 avatars had merged into 7. Although their strength was insufficient, there were still 2 3-star Do D among them. The remaining 5 had the current cultivation of an advanced 2-star Do D. Additionally, Xiao Yan's strength was that of a 5-star Do D. With the help of the Clan Tattoo and the Dragon Phoenix bloodline, his strength had been raised to an advanced 6-star Do D. This lineup could be considered a top lineup even in the entire western region. The 8 of them were holding a huge fire ruler in their hands. The flame on the huge ruler soared and shot to the sky. It was like 8 fire pillars that reached the sky. The fire light was tens of thousands of feet long and its aura was like a rainbow. 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. Soon after, the mouths of the 8 Xiao Yans emitted an explosive cry in unison. The loud and clear cry reverberated in the sky above this magma purgatory. The bright red magma appeared to have been swept by a storm as the surface of the sea churned intensely. Soon after, 8 ruler glows with majestic auras gathered from 8 different directions and violently landed on the black human figure. Xiao Yan wanted to kill a D with this attack. Chapter 831. The terrifying murderous aura that Xiao Yan displayed caused the Black Shadow person to be greatly alarmed. Facing attacks from 8 different directions, the Black Shadow person had no chance of dodging. The reason why Xiao Yan had used the Great Way of the Void was to block the Black Shadow person's counterattack and prevent him from escaping. Today, no matter what, Xiao Yan must make this fellow stay. 8 rays of ruler light soared into the sky like a graceful swan, and the sharpness reached into the depths of the dark night sky. The extremely terrifying aura merged into one in the sky, and the flames intertwined and connected with each other through the great path of the void. They turned into a large ring of fire and descended on the head of the Black Shadow. Ka 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 ka. At this moment, the Black Shadow person crazily circulated the Do Chi in his body. Waves of dense, dark black Do Chi swiftly surged out from all over his body. At the same time, 12 dark black chains once again shot out from behind him. They were like numerous poisonous snakes that surrounded the Black Shadow person's body. Soul-locking chains. Soul-locking devouring spirit. The Black Shadow person emitted a sharp ear-piercing roar from his mouth. At the same time, turbulent, dark black Do Chi circled around the dark black chains and swiftly climbed up. The powerful Do Chi was wildly poured into the chains. At this moment, if one were to look again, one would discover that numerous strange dark black symbols were carved on the dark black chains. The Do Chi was completely poured into those mysterious symbols. Buzz 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 buzz. With the pouring in of Do Chi, the 12 chains immediately buzzed. A black glow lingered on them and the chains immediately appeared to have come alive. Following the Black Shadow person's order, they separately faced the 8 ruler lights that were shot from all directions. Of the 12 chains, 5 of them faced the attacks of a 2-star Do D avatar. The other 4 faced the attacks of 2-star Do D avatars. As for the last 3, they directly faced Xiao Yan. The Black Shadow person intended to use this method to block Xiao Yan's attacks from all directions. It had to be said that, relatively speaking, his method was indeed wise. Xiao Yan, who possessed 9 avatars, was like a moving group. He appeared to be alone, but if he summoned all his avatars in addition to the Northern King, there would be an elite Do D on Xiao Yan's side. The separation of the incarnations did indeed exhaust quite a lot of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. However, anyone could differentiate the pros and cons of creating 9 elite Do D in an instant. And it was precisely because these 7 people were all Xiao Yan's clones that once the 8 auras merged together, the power that erupted would definitely multiply. And the Black Shadow Man's attempt to break through them one by one would undoubtedly reduce a lot of pressure for himself. Bang 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 bang. Immediately after, a violent collision sounded in the sky like muffled thunder. The 12 pitch-black chains expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they had expanded by more than 100 times. Looking at it at this moment, the size of these 12 chains was much larger than the giant python that had been swallowed in the magma below. The 12 chains were like 12 enormous beasts as they collided with the 8 ruler lights. Immediately, the sea of magma below began to churn violently. The waves of fire slammed against each other as if they had come alive. They charged into the air together, twisting and turning into various shapes. After which, they carried a long line of fire as they heavily smashed into the sea of magma. The waves of fire churned even more violently. The collision in the sky also became more and more shocking. The instant the two sides collided, the endless space exploded. The pitch-black space began to distort intensely. The enormous chains were inserted into the ruler lights. For a short period of time, both sides were in a stalemate. However, waves of Do Chi continued to pour into the chain with the support of his powerful Do Chi by relying on his strength of an intermediate 7-star Do Di. The enormous chain, which was inserted into the ruler glow, suddenly trembled. With a Chi sound, it was inserted even further. The majestic ruler lights swiftly dimmed. The dense white flame that was fiercely burning on it also gradually weakened. It appeared that it would be completely extinguished in a short moment. I thought that you would have some tricks up your sleeves. It turns out that you are merely putting on an act. You have a pride but you are unable to support it. If you are only like this, then today this venerable self will take both you and the 2 ancient gods' jade. The mouth of the black figure immediately emitted a disdainful cold laugh when he saw that Xiao Yan's strength was not as strong as what he had displayed earlier. From the looks of it, he had thought too highly of Xiao Yan. Even with the help of the heavenly flame, just how big of a wave could a mere ruler glow stir in the face of absolute strength? Roar! Seeing that the ruler lights were about to be broken, Xiao Yan's pair of scarlet eyes finally shone brightly. The moment he raised his head, the other 7 avatars also moved in sync. The enormous fire ruler in their hands was suddenly lifted. When it fell once again, another ruler light was emitted. This one's strength was even greater than the previous one as it violently charged into the previous ruler light. In merely one ruler light, the flames on the 8 ruler lights immediately soared. They shot to the sky and intertwined with each other. Looking from a distance, it appeared as though an enormous fire cluster was standing in the sky. The dazzling glow was even more eye-catching than the sun during the day. Ka 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 ka. In front of the shocked eyes of the black shadow person under the mask, the 12 enormous chains began to swiftly twist at a speed visible to the naked eye. The joints of the chains emitted a ka 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 sound of metal twisting. The thing that caused one to be even more stunned was that numerous dark black metal fragments actually fell from the chains. At this moment, the expression on the face under the mask was actually even more terrifying than the mask. His 10 fingers moved together. Surging Do Chi crazily surged out from the vortex within his body. He really wished that he could spit out all of his Do Chi in one go. From this, one could see just how anxious the black shadow person was in his heart at this moment. However, the instant waves of enormous Do Chi poured into the chains, the 8 Xiao Yan held the enormous ruler in their hands and repeatedly waved it. In one breath, they continuously swung out 7 feet. Ruler lights shot out. Each ruler was stronger than the last. One could see that before the 7th ruler light was swung out, the 12 chains that the black shadow person had released suddenly burst apart and turned into numerous fragments. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, they were incinerated into nothingness. Grug. After the chains were destroyed, the black shadow person, who was the master, could not resist once again spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The distorted face under the mask swiftly became deathly white. However, before he could recover, the 8 ruler lights, which had broken the chains but did not reduce in strength, continued to descend. The instant the black shadow person raised his head, they simultaneously struck his body. Bang! After a long while, the body of the black shadow person appeared to have been struck by lightning. Fresh scarlet blood splashed out from all over his body. Within his pair of shady old eyes, his pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. After which, they swiftly enlarged. His life force swiftly disappeared at this moment. The strange mask on his face rose into the air. Before it fell, it was grabbed by a powerless hand. Chapter 832. At this moment, It should have been late at night in the desolate desert. However, it was as if it was daytime. The yellow sand below seemed to have come alive as it surged and flowed, emitting a bright red-hot glow. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was not yellow sand, but a boiling hot purgatory of magma. This place was like the scene after a volcano had erupted. It was more like a purgatory on Earth. Xiaoyan weakly held the strange mask in his palm. Only then did an exhausted expression appear on his face. The moment his body relaxed, he felt his entire body become limp. His body hung shakily in the air as if it could fall down at any moment. Raising all aspects of his body to their peak condition in a short period of time, or even surpassing it, placed an extremely heavy burden on Xiaoyan. Just the attack earlier had exhausted quite a lot of Xiaoyan's dou qi from the vortex in his body. Even his spiritual strength had been exhausted by more than half. At this moment, Xiaoyan no longer had any extra strength to continue staying in this empty space. He needed to make the best use of his time to leave this place. Xiaoyan forcefully endured the feeling of emptiness in his body as well as the nearly uncontrollable dizziness in his mind. He suddenly waved his large hand and swiftly stored the Northern King into his storage ring. The avatar around him had already disappeared. His body moved. He did not have the time to determine his direction as he randomly charged in a certain direction. Currently, he only wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. As for the body of the Black Shadow, which had already been declared dead, it fell uncontrollably. Finally, it fell into the hot magma below. Splash! A circle of splash-like waves was set off on the surface of the magma. The waves quickly spread out, and after spreading out more than 100 feet, it gradually calmed down. At this time, the position where the figure fell just now seemed as if nothing had happened. Nearly an hour after Xiaoyan left, the calm magma suddenly began to churn intensely. Accompanied by a sharp miserable cry, an extremely illusionary spiritual body, whose image was difficult to capture, suddenly charged out from the churning magma. The magma that wrapped around the human figure gradually fell when he revealed himself. Looking at his appearance, even though his body was already extremely thin, one could roughly recognize that this fellow was surprisingly the person from the Ghost Hall, who had been killed by Xiaoyan's strong points. After receiving a total of 56 feet of Xiaoyan's attack, he was still able to retain a thread of his soul. It must be said that this fellow's life was extremely tenacious. However, given his current condition, the degree of weakness of his spiritual strength made it difficult for him to recover. It would be difficult for him to even protect himself with this thread of soul fragment. However, in order to survive, he could only forcefully support his extremely weak soul fragment and flee in the opposite direction from where Xiaoyan had left. On the other side, Xiaoyan's condition had also plummeted. As the strength of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline was gradually withdrawn, the clan tattoo between his brows, which was flickering like a star, also swiftly dimmed. In the end, after flying for an unknown period of time, Xiaoyan's body uncontrollably fell downwards. In the final instant before Xiaoyan lost consciousness, a ray of light shot into his eyes. At the same time, Xiaoyan's entire body also fell unconscious. After which, he heavily smashed into the desert below like a meteor. Beside him was a strange grass that appeared withered and yellow, but was secretly filled with life. Time was like the gravel in the air as it flew towards the distant sky, gradually moving further and further away. Compared to the boundless desert, the changes in the environment within the desert were not quick and obvious. However, at the same time, the degree of danger was even more terrifying than the desert. In this place, even though the weather was dry and hot all year round, fresh blood would never dry up. This was because, in this place, there were people or magical beasts dying almost every moment. The blood from the massacre was enough to condense into a river of blood within the desert. However, under the erosion of time, this boundless river of blood had long been buried under the thick dust. In the scorching desert, magical beasts ran amok. The nature of magical beasts made them even more sensitive to any living creature. At this moment, the sharp dog noses of a group of desolate wolves smelled a special scent in the air. That scent caused them to feel infatuation and fanaticism. That scent was like a living person but also like a corpse that had just lost its breath. This was practically equivalent to picking up a delicious meal for free, causing the nature of these fellows, who were not small in size, to become even crazier. In a short while, this group of desolate wolves arrived at the source of the scent. However, the result that appeared in front of their eyes made them feel stupefied. At this very moment, what appeared in front of this group of desolate wolves was still a desolate desert that was as empty as ever. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. Other than a few stalks of grass that were rolling in the wind, there was nothing else. In the surroundings, there were a few slopes that could be considered steep, surrounding this area into a natural small basin. At this moment, this group of desolate wolves was right in the middle of this basin. Looking carefully, in the middle of the copper-like soil, there was a circle of strange yellow powder that seemed to be sprinkled by someone. Roar! The leading desolate wolf let out a low roar of uneasiness. The group of wolves behind it also seemed to have felt something. Magical beasts' perception of danger seemed to far surpass humans. However, when they sensed this point, it was often too late. Ha! This group of wild brats really did come in. This is great. As long as we take their dog skins and add on their dog meat and dog bones, that guy Jianghu shouldn't stop us, right? Right at this moment, in the surroundings of the basin, a group of human figures suddenly appeared. They formed an encirclement and surrounded the group of desolate wolves in the basin. Roar! The group of desolate wolves suddenly became chaotic. Wolf howls suddenly rang out. Each and every one of them tucked their tails between their legs, but their ears were raised high. The group of desolate wolves couldn't help but shrink together. Allah, don't be careless anymore. Even though this group of animals doesn't have much attack power, their speed is very fast. This time you must not let them run away. In the crowd, a middle-aged man spoke to the sturdy young man who spoke a moment ago. His words contained a bit of warning. Immediately after, the crowd, under the leadership of the middle-aged man, quickly fought with the group of desolate wolves. When the battle started, miserable cries endlessly rang out. The group of desolate wolves quickly retreated, but as for the imagined deaths and injuries, they did not appear. The miserable cries of the desolate wolves instead sounded as if they were deliberately doing it. It was as if they wanted to disturb the emotions of the humans in front of them. The entire group of desolate wolves looked extremely chaotic, but in reality they were all under the control of the head wolf. The group of desolate wolves was orderly, and they moved like ghosts. The crowd was split into several groups by them. As a result, everyone's power was equally distributed, so the group of desolate wolves would not quickly be defeated under everyone's attacks. The desolate wolves freely shuttled back and forth within the crowd. They were not affected by the crowd in the slightest. This was just like what the middle-aged man said. The degree of agility of the desolate wolves was far above that of ordinary human experts. In a short period of time, the group of desolate wolves and the human race was in a relatively balanced state. Chapter 833. However, human experts were in the majority after all. Over time, it was inevitable that some wild wolves would be knocked down by the crowd's attacks. However, following the wolf pack's counterattack, the crowd also gradually started to have casualties. For a moment, the battle between the two races became even more intense. However, at a certain moment, the sturdy young man in the crowd caught a glimpse of a black-robed, pale-faced, unconscious human in the underbrush. Just at that moment, a wild wolf retreated in the direction of the black-robed human. If its huge wolf claws were to trample on that person's body, it would probably leave a huge hole in his body in an instant. Ali was slightly startled in his heart. After all, they were all humans. Relatively speaking, he who was more warm-hearted could not bear to see this unfamiliar black-robed man die under the feet of the wild wolf. The sturdy young man flashed and already arrived in front of the unconscious man's head. At the same time that the wolf claws descended, he quickly dragged the black-robed man's body back a certain distance. Only then was he able to dodge this dangerous attack. However, in the next moment, just as the sturdy young man was about to gasp for breath, the head wolf of the wild wolf pack suddenly appeared behind him. Its sharp wolf claws extended and fiercely slashed through the air, leaving behind a vacuum. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared above the sturdy young man's head. At the same time, the faces of some of the leaders in the crowd suddenly changed. In such a short distance, they simply did not have enough time to make a rescue. They could only stare blankly as the sturdy young man died under the wolf claws. At that moment, even the sturdy young man himself felt despair at the bottom of his heart. How could he have thought that he, who was only trying to save someone out of kindness, would instead bring himself and the black-robed man into the abyss of death? However, in the instant that the wolf claws were about to descend, a sharp gaze, like an invisible arrow, instantly pierced through the wolf king's head. Even though it did not use any power or even cause spatial fluctuations, the wild wolf king instantly lost all of its life force. The sharp wolf claws that were aimed at the burly young man fell to the ground uncontrollably. The moment its huge body fell to the ground, a thick cloud of dust was kicked up. Immediately after, the surrounding wolf pack was also shocked by this sudden change. Following the death of the wolf king, the wolf pack became even crazier. Without the slightest bit of order, Each of them crazily ran towards the outside of the crowd. Unfortunately, without the slightest bit of order, the wolf pack was quickly surrounded once again. Everyone went up together and dozens of huge wild wolves fell down one by one. In only a short period of time, dozens of wild wolves were completely suppressed by the people present. Half of them had already died. Enough. Leave some leeway for everything. 20 wild wolves. Even if we take out half, the remaining 10 will be enough for our own people. We don't need to kill that many. Just as everyone was preparing to take action and kill the remaining dozens of wild wolves, the middle-aged man in the lead spoke out and stopped them. Hearing this, everyone also obeyed their respective orders. Although they acted recklessly and were usually boorish, they were completely convinced by this person's words. Seeing everyone stop with his own eyes, the middle-aged man turned his gaze towards the burly young man. At this moment, the latter's entire body was covered in cold sweat as he supported the black-robed young man who had already woken up in his embrace. And this black-robed young man was naturally Xiao Yan without a doubt. "Umph. You brat, you almost died under the Wolf King's claws just now. Do you know that?" Before the person arrived, a low reprimanding voice had already sounded out. Following that, the burly young man's face also revealed a hint of shame. "Sorry, Uncle Feng Luan. I'll be careful next time." The burly young man's face was red as he deeply lowered his head and said with an extremely soft voice, "How many times have you said these words to me? Every time you say you'll be careful. Every time you only cause trouble for others. Someone saved you before and this time you were lucky so you survived. Then in the future if you're alone outside, who will save you? But enough. You don't need to say any more. I don't want to hear your excuses." As for him, when he looked at Xiao Yan again, the middle-aged man couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows. In his mind, he recalled the Wolf King's seemingly dead state a moment ago. Originally, that claw would have solidly landed on the bodies of the two young men in front of him. However, at that crucial moment the Wolf King suddenly died. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Within their own group, there was absolutely no one who had strength strong enough to easily kill the Wolf King. Unless it was the black-robed young man with a pale complexion standing in front of him. However, this young man clearly had the appearance of a heavily injured person. Moreover, based on the latter's age, it was probably impossible for him to possess that kind of strength. Was he thinking too much? The middle-aged man inwardly shook his head in his heart. He didn't say anything else and only coldly snorted to express his dissatisfaction. He then returned to the front of the group and instructed everyone to put away the required wild wolf corpses. After that, the group of people quickly dashed towards the direction they came from, leaving behind a group of temporarily trapped wild wolves. Alai carried the frail body of Xiao Yan on his back and followed at the very back of the group. The people in front of him had long since become accustomed to his way of doing things. Alai was a person who was overly zealous. He had saved too many people, but generally speaking, the majority of people would have a skeptical attitude towards his kind help. There were even quite a few people who repaid kindness with enmity. However, Alai wasn't affected in the slightest. Using Alai's words, he saved those people. As long as they didn't kill him, what could they possibly take from him? Even if they were gifted to him, he wouldn't necessarily want a destitute brat. As for Alai's reason for saving people, it was because he hoped that he could become a hero, a powerhouse. A hero was definitely a powerhouse, but a powerhouse wasn't necessarily a hero. That was what Alai had always been telling himself. Unfortunately, his heart made him a powerful expert, but his cultivation level. Up until now he was only a 3-star half-martial emperor. With that kind of strength he couldn't even be considered as a mainstay in their group, let alone a hero. Sigh. Following at the very back of the group, Alai deeply sighed in his heart. His body moved and even more things surged out from his body. Traces of sweat appeared on his forehead as he strenuously followed the group in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was on his back, opened his pitch-black eyes. Although there was a bit of exhaustion on his face, his cultivation and strength were currently slowly recovering. Looking at the group in front of him, then glancing at the sturdy young man who was currently carrying him, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth revealed a grateful smile. Chapter 834. Xiao Yan stayed on Alai's back for nearly half a day. Only when the sky was about to turn dark and the time was close to evening did the group of dozens of people arrive at a station surrounded by earth and rocks. Here there were many carriages and tents. Some traces of bonfires that had already been extinguished on the ground told Xiao Yan that this group of people had already stayed here for a period of time. Even the carriages that were transporting goods were similarly covered with a layer of sand. This further proved Xiao Yan's conjecture in his heart. And from this group's attire and the way they walked, Xiao Yan roughly guessed that this group of people should be a mercenary group. From the looks of it, they were escorting goods. Previously, when he heard their conversation, the reason why this group of people wanted to kill the wild wolf was to enter the nearest city, Wuyu City. Because it was the only large city in this desert, everyone had to pay a certain amount of fees to enter Wuyu City. And on this journey, in order to pass through the desert, they had already used up a lot of resources. Now that they had arrived here, in order to make it easier to enter the city, they had no choice but to choose to kill the wild wolf. They wanted to use the valuable items on the wild wolf as the fee to enter the city. Alright, brothers. We have already stayed here for a period of time. Since we have collected enough fees today, there is no time to lose. Let's set off now. The sky is getting dark. Be careful. At night, that group of beasts will be crazy. Don't let them tear off a piece of you. The middle-aged man in the lead warned the rest of the team. Everyone nodded, and the man did not say anything else. He walked straight to Ali. The rest of the team could make him feel at ease, but Ali was the only one he could not stop worrying about. Uncle Feng Luan, don't worry. I will definitely be careful. Seeing the middle-aged man walking towards him, Ali nodded his head heavily at Feng Luan and said with a smile, I hope so. Tonight you will follow me. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Feng Luan's tone was somewhat resentful that Ali did not live up to his expectations. Just as his words fell, he raised his eyes to look at Xiao Yan and said with an impatient tone, You also come with me. When he said this, Feng Luan deliberately glanced at Xiao Yan again. Even he didn't know why. Hearing Feng Luan's words, Xiao Yan, who was sitting cross-legged beside Ali and slowly recovering his strength with the help of medicinal pills, could not help but be startled. He raised his eyes to look at Feng Luan, the expression in his eyes somewhat strange. An 8-star half-martial emperor, the strongest person in this group, wants me, a 5-star Dodi, to follow behind him? Unfortunately, Feng Luan had already let the two of them pass and was walking towards a tent. He could not see the expression on Xiao Yan's face. Haha, little brother, don't mind it. Although Uncle Feng Luan appears to be a cold and indifferent person, in reality he is most concerned about the life and death of our group. He does not wish for anything to happen to us and has always used his greatest ability to protect everyone in the group. Unfortunately, although I also wish to share this burden with him, I have always disappointed Uncle Feng Luan and have always caused trouble for him. At the end of his words, a sense of self-blame surged into Ali's words. The smile that had just been revealed on his face was also involuntarily withdrawn. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head. After which, he cupped his hands toward Ali and said, Big brother Ali, thank you for saving my life today. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have died under the claws of that wild wolf. Haha, little brother, there is no need to be so polite. The wild wolf is originally our prey. Additionally, we are all humans. It is reasonable for us to help each other. Ali smiled. His smile appeared to be quite comfortable and brilliant. That's right, I have yet to ask for little brother's name. Ali suddenly recovered, appearing to have recalled something. When Xiao Yan heard the former's words, he was also slightly at a loss. After hesitating for a moment in his heart, he said, I am Xiao Yan. Feng Lai. They all call me Ali. You should also call me that. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head. He called out, Ali. Ali's mouth also repeated his name. The two of them faced each other and laughed. Immediately after, just as Xiao Yan raised his head, he saw a beautiful young girl wearing a white long skirt from a nearby luxurious tent. She was currently walking out with light and graceful steps. Slightly startled, Xiao Yan did not investigate too carefully. He never would have thought that there would actually be a woman here. Moreover, looking at her cultivation, she could be considered to be at the top within this group of people. She was a 7-star half-emperor. When Xiao Yan's gaze moved up and swept past the latter's exquisite and delicate body, he saw a face that was as beautiful as a flower roll. Willowy eyebrows and skin were as white as snow. Almond eyes, pretty nose and mouth were like sandalwood. However, although she was naturally gorgeous, the indifferent temperament that was imperceptibly pervaded the air made people feel that she was like a snow lotus on an iceberg. She was proud and independent and kept people 1,000 miles away. Uncle Feng, who is this person? Why did he appear in our group? Soon the young girl discovered the gaze that Xiao Yan shot at her. That gaze was poles apart from that of ordinary people. It was not the kind of gaze that was filled with reverence. Instead, it was filled with pure admiration. Ahaha, Miss Feng, there is no need to mind. This person was saved by us on the way. When we arrive at Wuyu City, we will let him leave. Seeing that the young girl in front of him actually changed the topic to Xiao Yan, a stranger, Feng Luan could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then he respectfully told the truth. The young girl lightly nodded her head. The expression on her face seemed to be saying, "No wonder you dared to look at me like that." Soon the entire group was ready to set off. The goods that had landed on the ground were reloaded onto the carriage. Everyone also stood up. Dozens of people surrounded the two sides of the carriage to protect it. From a certain point of view, the goods on the carriage were more important than their lives. This was the most cohesive performance of a mercenary group. The sky quickly darkened. The pitch-black night sky seemed to have pulled a black curtain over the world. No one knew what kind of story would unfold next. However, in everyone's heart, they all hoped that this night would be calm and windless. Like a piece of white paper, they would rather abandon it than add unnecessary colors to it. "Brother Ali, who is that girl? From what I see, she doesn't seem to be a member of your group." With the carriage, Xiaoyan and Ali lazily sat on it. The people around them did not seem to care. Out of boredom, Xiaoyan curiously asked about the young girl. She is very beautiful. Miss Fong is the daughter of a big family. In addition to transporting goods, our main purpose of crossing the desert this time is to protect Miss Fong's safety. The desert is full of magical beasts. You should have a deep understanding of it. Ali parted his mouth and smiled. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was slightly startled when he heard these words. His mind immediately recalled the scene where he had seen Sun Er in that shattered jade token. The pair of hands under his sleeves also quietly clenched tightly at this moment. "Sun Er, wait for me." Chapter 835. Miss Fong's family was located in Helan City, which was relatively close to Wuyu City. Her family was the second largest faction in Helan City and had been on par with the Wang family for many years. However, the Wang family was growing stronger and stronger. Their strength had already surpassed the Fong family and they were about to swallow them up. Of course, Xiaoyan was not concerned about this matter. As the saying goes, one should not worry about things that did not concern him. Xiaoyan was never a person who liked to meddle in other people's business. The night was long. After chatting with Ali for a while, Xiaoyan sat down. With a thought, the flame mantra chi method began to circulate. Threads of natural energy appeared to be attracted and gathered towards Xiaoyan. As for Ali, he was called over by Feng Luan and helplessly followed behind Feng Luan. As these energies flowed into his body, Do Qi gradually gathered within Xiaoyan's almost exhausted vortex. His cultivation was gradually recovering under this kind of slow training. Fortunately, the group did not meet with any danger after traveling for an entire night in the desolate desert. Xiaoyan was in a state of self-recovery. Few people in the group had a good impression of this stranger. However, no one wanted to provoke him either. This allowed Xiaoyan to be even more peaceful. After a night of training, Xiaoyan's strength had only recovered by 20%. Under normal circumstances, given the wonders of the flame mantra, Xiaoyan would be able to recover to his peak in one night. However, as he was currently in the group and did not want to alarm them, Xiaoyan's training speed was slowed to this extent. During the day, other than 2 short breaks, the group continued to travel towards the west. According to the leader Feng Luan, the group would reach Wuyu City in around 3 days. At that time, Xiaoyan would be separated from them. 3 days ha. Xiaoyan softly muttered in his mouth and once again entered into a state of training. 3 days, including the daytime, was sufficient for Xiaoyan to fully recover. However, on the night of the second day, night fell and a bleak atmosphere once again filled the area. Just as the group finished their third break, between heaven and earth, a fierce gust of wind suddenly rushed towards the entire convoy. On the carriage, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A pair of pitch-black deep eyes looked directly at the front of the group. At that spot, where no one could see, a huge beast was swiftly charging towards the group. "Everyone be careful, there is danger." Feng Luan, who was leading the group, immediately frowned when he sensed this unusual cold wind. After traveling in this desert for many years, he could not be more familiar with the environment. However, he had never encountered such a strange cold wind. Unless what he was facing was not this strange cold wind. A huge beast with frightening strength. At this moment, even young Lady Fong had a solemn expression on her pretty face as she walked out from her personal residence. Strands of milky white Do Qi lingered from her jade-like palm and agglomerated into a solid Do Qi armor on the surface of the young lady's body. In a short span of a couple of breaths, everyone in the group had taken out their weapons. Their eyes looked all around them. Their hearts were filled with anxiety as they prepared for a big battle. 10,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 100 feet. It's here. At the front of the group, Feng Luan and young Lady Fong were already prepared for battle. The two of them each took out a pitch-black long spear and a snow-white long sword. Although the sky was dark, a huge silhouette had already appeared in their line of sight. The one who had come was actually a 9-star half-emperor. Facing them with such strength, it would undoubtedly be a one-sided battle. Even though this was the case, they had no choice but to brace themselves and rush forward in the face of such a battle. Just as the entire group was prepared for battle, Xiao Yan, who was in a carriage at the back, moved his heart. A vast and mighty spiritual strength swiftly surged out from between his brows at this moment. It passed by everyone below and arrived in front of the huge beast in the blink of an eye. Get lost. A soundless cry continued to resound within the huge beast's mind. Immediately, the huge beast's body, which was originally rushing forward, came to a sudden halt. Its entire body trembled as it stood still on the spot. The original thought of looting everything in its heart was also instantly shattered at this moment. Being able to reach the level of a 9-star half-emperor, the intelligence of this huge beast was naturally not inferior to a human. Just from that stern cry from earlier, it was able to clearly understand that the other party was definitely an elite Dodi. How would a mere bandit dare to go against the will of an elite Dodi? Immediately, this huge beast emitted a low, obedient roar. Under the solemn mood of everyone in front, it suddenly turned around and fled in the direction that it had come from. Only after a dozen breaths later, did the group led by Feng Luan gradually recover while their hearts were filled with shock. They sensed that the originally powerful pressure that was about to descend had actually swiftly retreated like a tide at this moment. The hearts of everyone present felt incomparably shocked. The sky was still pitch black. As a precaution, the group once again rested on the spot for a moment. Only after they confirmed that the beast would not return did everyone stand up and continue their journey to the west. During the subsequent journey, the same thing happened 3 times in succession. The thing that caused them to feel the most suspicious was that on the 3rd time, everyone in the convoy had clearly discovered traces of a group of magical beasts. However, the same scene as before appeared once again. Before everyone could see those magical beasts with their own eyes, the magical beasts would quickly scatter and flee in all directions. It was as though they had been frightened by something. This caused everyone in the convoy to feel puzzled. At the same time, Feng Luan's and young Lady Feng's gazes involuntarily landed on the carriage behind them and the black-robed young man who was lazily lying on the goods. All of this seemed to have started after this black-robed young man had joined their convoy. Could it really be him? Feng Luan and young Lady Feng involuntarily had this thought in their hearts. However, when they thought about it carefully, the latter was merely a young man. Moreover, he had an injured body. How could it be possible for him to force back so many magical beasts? It was likely that there was another reason behind this. Without the harassment of the magical beasts, the speed of the convoy's advance was undoubtedly much faster. Everyone did not pause even a little during the 3rd day's journey. It was only noon when the outline of a city appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Tall city walls stood on the ground. The human flow in front of them also gradually increased. At the very front of Xiao Yan's line of sight, he could clearly see 3 large words carved on the tall and mighty city gate in a dragon-like manner. Wuyu City. Chapter 836. Wuyu City was located at the border of the Western Wastelands region. It was located in the Gobi Desert. To the east was a desolate desert while to the west was desolate. The land was barren and not a single green leaf could be seen. This place could be said to be the most barren place in the Yuanwu continent. However, it was after all one of the top cities in the outer regions of the Western Wastelands region. The size and prosperity of Wuyu City could be seen at a glance. As far as the eye could see, the black-colored city walls were towering and one could not even see the edge of the city walls. Large clusters of buildings emerged from the city and each building was taller than the other. It was as if they were competing with each other. Human traffic flowed in and out of the city like a tide and the noise reached the sky. Based on this, one could tell that the prosperity of Wuyu City was not inferior to Yan City. It is indeed worthy of being a large city at the border of the Western Wastelands region. It can be considered grand. Xiao Yan's figure leaped down from the carriage. His footsteps were relaxed as he arrived at the front of the group. After 3 days of training, Xiao Yan's aura had completely recovered to its peak. Since the group had already arrived at this place, it was likely time for them to leave. However, when Xiao Yan's figure arrived at the front of the group, quite a number of people from the crowd behind threw surprised gazes at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's action just now appeared to be relaxed and casual. However, the relaxed manner in which he flashed past everyone, as well as the cool breeze that he carried when his body flashed past, had unknowingly revealed his shocking speed to everyone. When one's strength reached the Do D class, all aspects of one's body would be greatly strengthened. In terms of speed alone, it was already not something that an ordinary bandit could compare with. Although one could not tell anything from Xiao Yan's actions earlier, everyone present was certain that there were not many people in the group who possessed such an agile agility. It seemed that this little fellow was not an ordinary person. The few people in the group looked at each other and saw a shocked expression in each other's eyes. At this moment, Feng Luan and young lady Feng, who were at the front of the group, also sensed the arrival of the people behind them. The two of them turned their heads to look at the latter. However, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared beside the two of them at the same time. Hiss! The hearts of the two of them were startled. They did not expect the speed of this black-robed young man to be faster than they had expected. Immediately, the expressions of the two of them changed a little. Fortunately, this person had been recovering from his injuries along the way. Otherwise, it was likely that they would be in quite a lot of trouble if they were to fight with him. Fortunately, they had already arrived at Wuyu City. They had already arrived at their destination. Xiao Yan, and Xiao Yan's group. In this way. And Xiao Yan's group. Brother. Brother Feng Luan. Brother. Suddenly, the bored Feng Lai by the side discovered Xiao Yan's existence. Immediately, he bared his teeth and took a large stride forward, directly grabbing Xiao Yan's shoulders. The loud laughter in his mouth attracted the attention of quite a number of passers-by around them. Xiao Yan smiled. He had a good impression of Allah in his heart. This was probably due to the latter's cheerful character. He seemed to be able to get along well with anyone and laugh happily. It was indeed not easy for such a character to exist in this mainland. Haha. This is Wuyu City. It's huge, right? Allah smiled. It was as if he was showing off to Xiao Yan. Of course, this kind of showing off was very pure and did not contain any other impurities, nor was it intentional. Yes. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head. He had originally intended to leave. However, because of this fellow, he decided to stay. Let's enter the city first. It won't be too late to leave after we enter the city. Xiao Yan secretly delayed in his heart. This is the second largest city I have visited. In the future, I will visit even bigger cities. I swear that I will travel the entire mainland. Allah continued to laugh heartily as he boasted about his ridiculous dream. Xiao Yan nodded his head in agreement. To travel the entire mainland, first of all, one must have courage. Secondly, one must have cultivation strength. Only with enough courage would he be able to persist in his original intentions and beliefs. Strength was a shortcut to speed up his progress. This dream might seem small, but if it could be realized, then Allah would definitely become a truly respected expert. Those who thought his dream was ridiculous were the real fools. Here, this is for you. Taking advantage of the fact that Feng Luan and Miss Fang were discussing something, Xiao Yan extended his hand in front of Allah and a green scroll appeared in his hand. This was a wood attribute middle-level Qi method. Compared to Allah's own Qi method, it was many times stronger. Through his perception, Xiao Yan could clearly sense Allah's own attributes. Perhaps it was because Allah had saved his life, or perhaps it was because Xiao Yan was overflowing with sympathy that he gave this cultivation technique to him. What is this? Allah frowned as a trace of suspicion appeared on his tanned face. This is something that can help you travel the entire mainland. However, you can only look at it after I leave. Furthermore, you must not let a second person see it. Otherwise it will lose its effect. Xiao Yan smiled. While Allah was still in a daze, he stuffed the scroll into Allah's arms. At the same time, the convoy arrived in front of the city gate. The crowded crowd gradually dispersed. The passers-by in front also made way for them. The convoy of dozens of people swaggered and arrived in front of the city gate without any hindrance. There were over a dozen guards wearing scarlet-yellow armor at the entrance of the city. One of them, who appeared to be the leader, walked forward with an expressionless face when he saw this group of people. The long spear in his hand blocked the entrance of the city, blocking everyone's path. Leader Feng, we are old acquaintances. I don't need to say any more nonsense. Here is the entrance fee. Feng Luan had brought dozens of brothers and mingled in the western wastelands for so many years, so he naturally recognized the guards of Wuyu City. It was just that the relationship between the two guards was not friendly. I Feng Luan have walked this path countless times. I naturally understand the rules. Brothers, take out your fees and let our captain go properly examine it. Feng Luan laughed loudly. Especially when he read the surname of the person in front of him, the people behind him all followed and laughed loudly. Even some passers-by couldn't help but blush, yet they didn't dare to laugh out loud. It was very obvious that in their hearts, they were especially afraid of this Captain Go. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, along with a series of rumbling sounds of heavy objects falling onto the ground, the corpses of wild wolves appeared in front of the city gate. Instantly, countless figures flew into the sky and each of them dodged and scattered. At the same time, a shock couldn't help but surge into their eyes when they looked at Feng Luan and the others. These are 20 wild wolves. TSK. That's a huge fortune. The passers-by were all shocked. They didn't think that Feng Luan's group would actually take out 20 wild wolves as the entrance fee. And after Feng Luan's group took out the 20 wild wolves, they also looked at the shock on Captain Go's face with a smile that was not a smile. They also didn't think that Feng Luan's group would actually be able to kill 20 wild wolves. However, just as Feng Luan looked at Captain Go with a cold smile on his face, the latter suddenly laughed coldly and said with a grin, 20 wild wolves. This can truly be said to be an astonishing achievement. However, Feng Luan frowned slightly. He felt a wave of uneasiness in his heart from the expression that this guy revealed on his face. According to what I know, including you, there are a total of 80 people in your mercenary group. And right now, you seem to have brought 2 more outsiders. I will pay for Miss Fang's fees. You only need to let her pass. What about him? Captain Go's gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yan again. His eyes narrowed as he asked. Brat, for us to be able to send you here is already the greatest kindness. If you don't want to cause trouble for us, you can either use your own money to enter the city right now, or please leave our group. Uncle Feng Luan, you shut up. This matter is his own, so it should be settled by him. Feng Luan spoke to Xiao Yan. The meaning of his words was clearly to have Xiao Yan take the initiative to leave his group. Just as Alei was about to open his mouth, he was stunned by the latter's berating. Feng Luan's gaze, on the other hand, had been on Xiao Yan's body from the beginning to the end, as if he was waiting for his decision. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and shrugged his shoulders. His feet moved a little to the side and retreated into the crowd. Only after seeing this did Feng Luan withdraw his gaze. He once again looked at Captain Go in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Now we can go in, right?" If it was any other time, Feng Luan's group would have already entered long ago. However, today Feng Luan had humiliated Captain Go's surname. This made Captain Go somewhat unwilling. The reason why he had said those words just now was only to give Feng Luan a show of strength. However, he did not expect that it would actually end like this. Seeing that Feng Luan's group was about to enter the city, Captain Go's thoughts quickly spun. Just as Feng Luan was somewhat impatient and wanted to step forward to push away the spear in Captain Go's hand, Captain Go turned his spear and slanted it towards the ground. It's not difficult to enter. However, recently the higher-ups have just issued a new order. I forgot to mention it before. The fee for everyone who enters Wuyu City will be increased by 40%. If it was in the past, your mercenary group would be able to enter with 20 wild wolves. But now, unless you take out another 5 wild wolves, don't even think about entering the city. Captain Go's face was ferocious. No matter what, he had to make Feng Luan bleed a lot today. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to appease the resentment in his heart. Go Changlin, you're making something out of nothing. Feng Luan was furious. The person in front of him was simply intentionally making things difficult for them. Who said that I'm making something out of nothing? And it was also at this moment that the voice of a middle-aged man suddenly came from the other side of the city gate. Chapter 837. Soon after the middle-aged man's voice was transmitted over, a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes swiftly flew over from the other side of the city gate. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared at the city gate. A pair of sharp eyes swept over everyone outside the city. Anyone who met his gaze lowered their heads in fear. Of course, Xiao Yan was an exception. Finally, the middle-aged man's eyes landed on Feng Luan. His eyes carried traces of coldness. Feng Luan, you seem to be a little dissatisfied with my decision? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and stared at Feng Luan. An invisible pressure that belonged to a 4-star Do-D pressed toward the latter. The expression on Feng Luan's face immediately changed drastically when he sensed this powerful pressure. His face swiftly turned red. He clenched his teeth tightly and the Do-Chi within the vortex within his body swiftly circulated in an attempt to resist this pressure. Jianghu? Is Jianghu something that you can call? The middle-aged man's voice was deep. At the same time, the pressure that descended on Feng Luan's body became even more frightening. His body, which was already having difficulty supporting itself, bent his waist at this moment. His legs also involuntarily trembled. It seemed that he would kneel on the ground at any moment because of this. City Chief Jin, Company Chief Feng did not intend to offend you. It is only because he was anxious earlier that he directly called you by your name. He only hopes to clarify the whole story of this matter. Young Miss Fang by the side also frowned slightly when she saw this scene. She took half a step forward. Although her strength was weak, she still relied on the pressure of a 7-star bandit in an attempt to help Feng Luan block some of this shocking strength. What I have said is the whole story. What? Does this young miss also wish to stand up for him? May I know who you are? The middle-aged man coldly laughed when he saw this. His gaze swept up and down young Miss Fang's alluring lovely body. When his gaze saw the latter's exquisite pretty face and voluptuous lovely body, a lustful glint flashed across his eyes. He had already known that the young miss of the Fang clan would pass by after receiving a generous invitation from the Wang clan of Helan City. He was ordered to stop her at all costs and use her as a bargaining chip to threaten the Fang clan. Of course, the Wang clan would naturally not stop him after he captured her. In short, he could do whatever he wanted as long as he did not die. Although he was not completely certain, he had already guessed in his heart that this woman in front of him should be the young miss of the Fang clan. I am called Fang Rian. I am the young miss of the Fang clan of Helan City. I hope that City Chief Jin can overlook the matter today on account of the Fang clan. This can be considered as making a friend. Fang Rian cupped her hands at the middle-aged man in front of her. After all, the other party was a Dodi. She could only use her family's name to intimidate him. She only hoped that he would not go overboard. Nothing. However, the other party's reply caused Fang Rian to be extremely shocked. Although her Fang clan could not be considered a rich and powerful family, it could be considered to be well known in this area of Wuyu City. However, the person in front of her actually said that he did not care. How could Fang Rian's heart remain calm? I will pay for the entrance fee of the mercenary company, including my own. Now, City Chief, please let her go. The expression on her pretty face changed rapidly. After a couple of breaths, Fang Rian finally calmed down and spoke to the person in front of her. Hearing these words, the middle-aged man involuntarily raised his eyebrows. He frowned slightly and appeared to have descended into deep thought. Soon after, a short couple of breaths later, "Ha ha ha, young Miss Fang is really extravagant. Unfortunately, since you have come here today, this city chief does not intend to let you pass." Boss? The middle-aged man suddenly laughed coldly. The aura and pressure that belonged to a 4-star Dodi swept in all directions at this moment. At the same time, Fang Rian's lovely body was firmly locked in place under this powerful aura and pressure. She was unable to move. The middle-aged man's face was filled with a savage smile. He raised his hand and his palm turned into a claw. He aimed his palm at Fang Rian and a suction force surged. The frightening suction force immediately pulled the latter's lovely body toward him. The expression on Fang Rian's pretty face suddenly changed drastically. She did not expect that the person in front of her would actually attack her. Even if he was a 4-star Dodi, would he be afraid of her Fang clan? However, no matter how much Fang Rian thought in her heart, she was unable to change the current reality. Her body was uncontrollably moving toward this lunatic. Just as her neck was about to be locked by Jianghu, it was also at this moment. A human figure swiftly flashed in front of Jianghu and rescued Fang Rian. Looking carefully, this person was Feng Luan, who had just been freed from the control of the pressure. Feng Luan, you are really bold. Seeing that the person was Feng Luan, Jianghu was immediately furious. It was unexpected that the other party would dare to openly oppose him. Was he not afraid of the wrath of a Dodi? The motto of the mercenary company is to be responsible to the end. Today, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will definitely not let Miss Fang get hurt. Feng Luan coldly smiled when he heard Jianghu's furious cry. His attitude was unusually determined. It seemed that it was just as he had said. He would definitely be responsible to the end. Bang. Seeing Feng Luan act in this way, the members of the mercenary company behind him also released the aura within their bodies. They separated from Jianghu's aura and fought against each other in front of the city gate. Of course, even if it was 80 people against one person, the result would still be a crushing defeat due to the absolute difference in strength. However, the cooperation of these 80 people was amazing. May I ask if there was a second faction in the entire continent that had such a cohesive force? It was clearly impossible. Unfortunately, they had met an opponent that they could not defeat today. Good. What a good be responsible to the end. Since you are all courting death, this city chief will fulfill your wish today. Jianghu's face was cold. As his voice sounded, he threw a punch at Feng Luan. His majestic Do Chi immediately condensed into a solid fist and heavily collided with Feng Luan's solemn face. Even though Feng Luan resisted with all his strength, He was still instantly defeated by a punch from a 4-star Do D. Even though he did not die, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Uncle Feng Luan. Seeing that Feng Luan was seriously injured, Feng Lai immediately turned pale with fright. He hurriedly flew toward Feng Luan with a pale face. Seeing that Feng Luan's body was weak, Feng Lai was both frightened and furious. He suddenly turned around and the 3-star half-emperor aura crazily surged out of his body. His Do Chi crazily surged as he recklessly charged toward Jianghu. Jianghu. Feng Lai's eyes were scarlet. He roared furiously in his heart as his body crazily charged forward. Seeing this, Jianghu coldly laughed in disdain and said, "Humph humph, you are truly courting death. A mere 3-star half-emperor actually dares to step forward. You are truly reckless." As he spoke, he once again threw a punch forward. That punch from earlier was able to nearly kill Feng Luan, who was an 8-star half-emperor. If this punch were to land on Feng Lai's body, it would likely be difficult for him to survive. In the next instant, that solid fist suddenly exploded. The cold smile on the corner of Jianghu's mouth gradually widened. After which, it gradually disappeared and became gloomy. Soon after, everyone present raised their eyes and looked over. A black-robed young man was standing in front of Feng Lai. He blocked Feng Lai with one hand while his back faced Jianghu. His other hand was extended behind him and appeared to casually block Jianghu's punch. "Brat, even if you want to be a hero, you should act within your capabilities." The black-robed young man shook his head and laughed. He slowly raised his head and raised his young face. Under the sunlight, he slowly turned around and looked at Jianghu. Chapter 838. A faint laughter spread in front of the city gate. Xiao Yin had casually resolved Jianghu's attack with one hand. At the same time, he slowly turned around and smiled as he looked at the other party. Only at this moment did everyone in front of the city gate recover. They followed the voice and looked over. A countless number of gazes landed on Xiao Yan's body like spotlights. Soon after, the expressions of everyone present instantly changed. A deep shock involuntarily surfaced on everyone's faces. This was especially so for the people from the mercenary company. The expressions on their faces were especially interesting. This included young Lady Fong. Everyone's face revealed an expression of disbelief. They really had difficulty imagining that Jianghu, a 4-star Do D, could not block an attack from him that even the strongest person in their mercenary company, Feng Luan, could not block. However, this black-robed young man in front of them had so easily resolved it. This was a little too shocking. Feng Rian, who had just helped Feng Luan consume a medicinal pill in front of the crowd, was currently staring intently at Xiao Yan with her pretty eyes. To be able to so easily block an attack from a 4-star Do D, the cultivation of the person in front of her was at least a Do D. Do D, such a young elite Do D. Feng Rian involuntarily muttered in her heart. The shock in her eyes became denser. At the same time, a thought flew in her heart. At the same time, the passers-by outside of the city gate were also shocked by the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed. Countless number of gazes swept over Xiao Yan. Discussions swiftly spread in front of the city gate. Even the human flow within the city gate was attracted by the activity at this side. When those people saw Xiao Yan, who was currently facing off against Jianghu, their faces immediately revealed gloating smiles. However, when they learned of Xiao Yan's frightening strength from the words of the passers-by around them, the surrounding people, who were wearing shocked expressions, swiftly spread outwards. Even more human flow also gathered in this direction. Jianghu's expression was gloomy as he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. From the latter's easy action earlier, it was not difficult to tell that this black-robed young man in front of him was actually an elite Do D. "Who are you?" Jianghu said in a low voice. If not for the sudden attack of the person in front of him, Lai would have already turned into a bloody mist. "Do you need to know?" Xiao Yan calmly looked at him, ignoring the gloomy expression on Jianghu's face. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he could even kill the person from the Ghost Hall, who was an intermediate 7-star Do D. The person in front of him was merely a 4-star Do D. He could kill the latter by relying on his avatar, much less personally attack. The corner of Jianghu's eyes twitched involuntarily when he heard Xiao Yan's scornful words. Beside him, squad leader Go's heart moved when he saw this. He smiled coldly and stepped forward, wanting to perform well in front of Jianghu. "Humph, how audacious. Don't you know that this is Wuyu City? In this place, anyone who sees my city lord must greet him respectfully. You actually dare to speak so rudely, truly, bang." However, before Captain Go's words sounded, Lai's body suddenly exploded into a cluster of bloody mist. If nothing went wrong, this should have been Lai's ending. However, the positions of both parties had been swapped. The sudden appearance of this scene caused the bodies of quite a number of people to tremble. This was especially the case for the few guards wearing crimson-yellow armor. Their feet involuntarily shifted back. It was as though they were afraid of being implicated. Killing his subordinate in front of him. This action of the person in front of him was undoubtedly slapping his face in front of everyone. How could such a provocation not cause Jianghu to be furious? However, when he recalled that the other party was also an elite Do-D, the fury in his heart was forcefully suppressed. He was also a Do-D. He knew just what kind of great strength a person of this level possessed. Going to start a conflict with an elite Do-D for a Band-D-class lackey was definitely an unwise choice. Moreover, Captain Go was already dead. Even if he intervened, it would be too late. He would not be able to make up for any losses. What do you mean by this? Even if you want to kill a dog, you should first look at its owner, right? Jianghu's face was gloomy as he spoke. The aura within his body slowly spread outwards, pressuring Xiao Yan in front of him. Under the premise that he did not know the other party's exact cultivation, this method could be said to be extremely safe. He would not really start a conflict, nor would his aura be weaker than the other parties. Even if he wanted to attack, it would not be too late to do so after he figured out the other party's cultivation. He speaks too much nonsense and is very noisy. As for calling him a dog, isn't this a little insulting to dogs? Xiao Yan coldly laughed. As his words sounded, a thought passed through his mind. The powerful aura within his body charged toward Jianghu without holding back. Immediately, Jianghu's expression changed drastically. His mouth involuntarily let out an exclamation. Comparing the two, Xiao Yan's aura was like a raging wave that pounced toward him like a tsunami. On the other hand, Jianghu's aura was like a river that was about to be destroyed by this tsunami. The other party could be said to have an unstoppable force that easily suppressed the aura within Jianghu's body. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of everyone who had gathered in this place changed drastically. Numerous gazes were filled with shock as they looked at Xiao Yan. It was unexpected that this black-robed young man, who appeared young, actually possessed such a frightening strength. He was even able to suppress Jianghu, who was a 4-star Do-D. Did this not mean that his cultivation had at least reached that of a 5-star Do-D? How is it? Do you still want them to pay the entrance fee now? Xiao Yan's expression was cold. He originally had no intention of getting involved in this matter. However, Ali had actually rushed forward at the critical moment. Xiao Yan also did not wish to see Ali die. This was why he had intervened. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was completely confident that he could suppress a 4-star Do-D. Even though both parties were Do-D, the gap between each star was extremely large at this level. Even though Jianghu was a 4-star Do-D, he did not have any chance of victory against a 5-star Do-D like Xiao Yan. This also explained why Jianghu's expression had undergone a 180-degree change after learning of Xiao Yan's cultivation. No need. Everyone please enter this city. Having witnessed Xiao Yan's frightening strength, Jianghu no longer dared to stop him. He hurriedly turned around and ordered the guards hiding behind him to withdraw. After which he made a please gesture to Xiao Yan. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Don't worry. Mister, please go first." Seeing this, Xiao Yan did not stand on ceremony. He gently patted Ali who was behind him and the latter followed in a daze. After which, the group of mercenaries behind them carefully followed, feeling that it was unrealistic in their hearts. As for Fang Rian, the latter's pretty eyes had been firmly locked onto Xiao Yan from the beginning. Only when Xiao Yan's figure was blocked by the group behind did the young lady's eyes flash. She recovered and turned her head to take a look. Feng Luan had already been carried away by the people in the group. Only then did she hurriedly move her feet and swiftly follow. After this group of people disappeared from the city gate, Jianghu, who was standing at the side of the city gate, finally slowly raised his head. His expression was extremely gloomy. At the same time, his forehead was already covered with perspiration. Chapter 839. Within Wuyu City, the mercenary company had already entered the city. Everyone followed Xiao Yan and continued to walk into the city for a long time. They only stopped when they reached an area where there were fewer people. The people behind them also paused. Numerous gazes looked at Xiao Yan in unison. In front of everyone, Xiao Yan slowly turned around and looked at Ali. At this moment, the expression on Ali's face was still a little absent-minded. He had never expected that he would be lucky enough to save the life of an elite Do-D. Moreover, this elite Do-D was actually this strong. Everything that had happened earlier had caused Ali's mind to be in an extremely absent-minded state. It was as though everything was a dream. Alai. Xiao Yan smiled and softly asked in a probing tone. Ah. Alai was like a person who had suddenly been woken up from a dream when he heard this. After which, he hurriedly recovered. His heart immediately became clear-headed when he saw the person in front of him. He hurriedly bowed to Xiao Yan and spoke in a respectful tone. Sir, this little one did not know your identity earlier and has offended you. I hope that you can forgive me. Brother Alai, there is no need to be so courteous. It is fine if we address each other as we did earlier. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head when he saw Alai reveal this manner. A soft laugh sounded from his mouth. However, the latter still did not dare to be careless. After Xiao Yan's repeated persuasion, the latter gradually relaxed his heart. It is unexpected that Brother Xiao Yan is actually a 5-star Do-D. Honestly speaking, the strongest person I have seen is only a 4-star Do-D Jianghu. It is unexpected that I am actually lucky enough to save a 5-star Do-D. I want to see who else dares to say that I am meddling in other people's business in the future. Although Alai was surprised and shocked by Xiao Yan's strength in his heart, he quickly chatted and laughed with Xiao Yan given his open character. Just as the two of them were laughing, two of the brothers behind them hurriedly walked over. The two of them were carrying the injured and unconscious Feng Luan. When Alai saw this, the smile that had just appeared on his face quickly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a deep worry. Alai rushed forward and grabbed Feng Luan's hand. First, he sent his fighting aura into Feng Luan's body to check his injuries. At this moment, Feng Luan's expression was extremely pale. Although he had already swallowed 2 Tier 2 medicinal pills earlier, the result was not ideal. After all, he had received a serious injury from a 4-star Do-D. This was not something that could be easily recovered by relying on Tier 2 medicinal pills. If he was not careful, Feng Luan might lose his life at any moment. Uncle Feng Luan. As he probed deeper, the expression on Alai's face became more and more anxious. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together as if water was about to drip out. The anxiety in his heart caused Alai's breathing to become hurried. It's useless. Company leader Feng's injuries are really too serious. My medicinal pills are unable to have any effect. He might. Feng Rian's pretty face carried an apologetic expression as she walked over from the side. Although she wanted to open her mouth and say some comforting words, she was unable to say anything in the end. The injuries that Feng Luan had received were really too serious. With his half-D body, he had received a heavy blow from a 4-star Do-D. In this kind of condition, the chances of him surviving was almost negligible. Even with the help of a Tier 2 medicinal pill, he was ultimately unable to save the situation. When the group of mercenaries behind her heard Feng Rian's words, the atmosphere that had just become relaxed once again became gloomy. Everyone's faces revealed a deep hatred. Jianghu. A fury immediately rose in Alai's heart when he thought that Feng Luan was about to leave him forever. The aura in his body, which had just calmed down, once again rose. His standing body involuntarily trembled. Let me take a look. He is not dead yet. Why is there a need to be so sad? Xiao Yan, who had sensed this, softly opened his mouth and spoke. At the same time, a hand was placed on Alai's shoulder. An enormous amount of spiritual strength poured into the latter's body and swiftly suppressed the violent Do-Qi. Once these words were spoken, regardless of whether it was Alai, Feng Rian by his side, or the group of people from the mercenary company behind them, all of their gazes instantly landed on Xiao Yan. If one were to ask who the only person present who had the ability to save Feng Luan was, there was no need to say anything. It was naturally Xiao Yan without a doubt. At this moment, Alai had also turned his hopeful gaze to Xiao Yan. Regardless of whether Xiao Yan was able to save Feng Luan, this was the only way now. It was also the most hopeful possibility. Feeling everyone's gazes, Xiao Yan smiled confidently. He walked in front of the seriously injured and unconscious Feng Luan. With a flip of his hand, a longan-sized emerald green medicinal pill appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. This was a rank 3 healing medicinal pill. It had a unique effect on people who were seriously injured. With it, injuries like the one in Feng Luan's body would not be a problem. Earlier, when Alai was still carefully examining Feng Luan, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had already withdrawn from Feng Luan's body. He also had a comprehensive understanding of the latter's injuries. Honestly speaking, Xiao Yan did not really care about this kind of injury. With the rank 3 medicinal pills on him, Xiao Yan could take any one of them to heal his injuries. After taking out the medicinal pill, Xiao Yan did not hesitate to let Feng Luan consume it. In a short period of time, under the effect of the rank 3 medicinal pill, the medicinal effects that were filled with vitality rapidly spread throughout Feng Luan's body. The latter's injuries also recovered at an extremely shocking speed. Unknowingly, even his deathly pale complexion gradually returned to normal. Even though his injuries had not been completely healed, just this point alone was enough to make everyone present feel astonished. Seeing this situation, Lai's face, which was filled with surprise, immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. Beside him, Feng Rian's pair of pretty eyes had been looking at Xiao Yan since the beginning. Ever since Xiao Yan took out that medicinal pill, Feng Rian's heart was certain that Feng Luan would definitely be able to escape this calamity this time around. Rank 3 medicinal pills. Even within their clan they would not be able to take out many of them. Yet, this Xiao Yan in front of them was able to calmly take out one without changing his expression just to save an outsider. One could not imagine just how rich his foundation was. However, the thing that moved Feng Rian the most at this moment was not Xiao Yan's medicinal pill. Instead, it was his 5-star Do-Di cultivation. Currently, their Feng clan's position in Helan City was about to be lost. Her motive for returning to the clan this time around was to be able to contribute some of her meager strength to the clan to help the clan survive this crisis. Even though she also knew that her mere 7-star Bandi cultivation would not be able to change anything, as the eldest young lady of the clan, Feng Rian needed to return to the clan regardless of what happened. Originally, Feng Rian's heart had been extremely heavy along the way. However, when she saw the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier, a thread of hope finally rose within her despairing heart. Mr. Xiao Yan, may I know if I can? There's no need. I am not interested in the matters between your two clans. Young lady, please do as you wish. However, before Feng Rian's words sounded, Xiao Yan softly rejected her without even turning his head. The certainty within his words caused Feng Rian's pretty face to swiftly turn pale. She had never expected that the other party would actually open his mouth to reject her before she had even uttered her invitation. Mr. Xiao Yan, I sincerely hope that I can invite you to help our clan survive this crisis. As long as you are able to help our Feng clan survive this crisis, I will agree to whatever you want. If you are willing, I can even... Feng Rian's pale pretty face involuntarily revealed a bright red color when she reached the end of her words. Her pretty eyes were filled with hesitation. However, in the end, she violently clenched her teeth and swiftly opened her mouth. If you are willing, I can even marry you. Once those words were said, Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly stunned. Even Lai, who was standing nearby, was shocked by Feng Rian's words when his expression had just relaxed. However, immediately after, the expression on Xiao Yan's face rapidly returned to normal. With a resolute attitude, he shook his head and slowly said, My apologies. I'm used to traveling all over the world by myself. I'm not used to traveling with another person. Young lady Feng, please find someone else. After he finished saying those words, Xiao Yan turned around and walked toward an empty alley. Feng Rian's pretty eyes were firmly fixed on Xiao Yan's departing figure. Her teeth lightly bit her red lips as her beautiful eyes rapidly reddened. Chapter 840. Xiao Yan left after helping Feng Luan's mercenary company enter Wuyu City. He did not stay any longer. From his point of view, this place was merely his first stop in the western wasteland region. The place he wanted to go was an even more bustling area. Only at that place would Xiao Yan be able to meet true experts. After Xiao Yan left, the mercenary group also followed closely behind. Feng Rian's pretty face was filled with disappointment as she followed the group. Her heart was filled with uncertainty. From the looks of Jianghu's actions, it was clear that he intended to control her. It was likely that he wanted to use her to threaten the Feng clan. If Xiao Yan had not intervened today, the consequences would have been extremely frightening. Unfortunately, now that Xiao Yan had left, there was no one else who could help her. At the same time, on the other side, Feng Luan was still unconscious in a carriage. However, his complexion had clearly improved. It seemed that he was not too far away from waking up. Beside Feng Luan, Lai was finally relieved about Feng Luan's injuries. However, he was constantly thinking about Xiao Yan. He was not a fool. From Xiao Yan's attack earlier, Lai could roughly guess that the person who forced back those magical beasts in the desert a few days ago was likely Xiao Yan. He could not be wrong. Thinking of this, the corner of Lai's mouth could not help but laugh at himself. He had originally thought that their convoy was so lucky this time to be able to repeatedly avoid the attacks of the magical beasts. However, he did not expect that their luck time and time again was actually thanks to Xiao Yan. If not for the latter's existence, even if their mercenary group was able to make it here, there would not be more than a handful of people left alive. Suddenly, Lai seemed to have thought of something. He remembered that before Xiao Yan left, he had stuffed a scroll into his hands. He had never opened it. Now that there was no one around and Feng Luan had not woken up, he could take a look at it. However, when Alai discovered that Xiao Yan had actually given him a middle spiritual level would attribute cultivation method, the shock and excitement in his heart instantly erupted like a volcano. A spirit-level cultivation method was enough to change the course of his life, and Xiao Yan was the one who changed him. Alai hugged the emerald green scroll in his hands tightly. Xiao Yan's figure appeared in his mind, and he firmly engraved it in his heart. Shilin region on a mountain peak not too far away from Shahipu, a kind-looking old man in a hemp robe was sitting cross-legged. The old man formed a cultivation seal with his hands. As his aura fluctuated, the energy of the world seemed to have received an order and gathered towards the old man. With this slow cultivation, the old man's aura also rose at an extremely slow speed. Until a certain moment, the body of the old man, whose eyes were tightly shut, trembled slightly, and he stopped cultivating. His eyelids trembled slightly, and his tightly shut eyes opened, revealing a pair of sinister eyes. This person was the sect leader of the Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luotian. Sensing that something was wrong, Yi Luotian frowned and looked towards the west. He could vaguely sense that a person, or rather, a soul, was rushing towards him. Who is it? Doubt arose in Yi Luotian's heart. From the other party's actions, it was extremely likely that he was coming for him. However, what could a mere soul fragment do? Looking for him to save his life? This strange thought appeared in Yi Luotian's heart. In the entire western region, if a person with a soul fragment were to take the initiative to find him, it was likely that the person would only be begging him to save his life. After all, Yi Luotian's reputation was extremely kind. However, as that person gradually approached, Yi Luotian's gently knit eyebrows involuntarily. He could sense a trace of familiar aura from that soul fragment. Could it be that he knew him? Yi Luotian frowned and gently shook his head. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. Most of the people he knew were powerful individuals, and they were all elite Do-Di. How could they end up in such a miserable state? However, this was the truth. As that soul fragment approached, Yi Luotian suddenly realized that this soul fragment was actually that person from the ghost hall. What had happened to this fellow's body? Why had he become like this? Yi Luotian's heart was greatly shocked when he sensed this. He still had some understanding of this fellow's strength in his heart. A middle-level 7-star Do-Di. With such strength, there were hardly anyone in the western region who could be a match for him. Yet, he had actually ended up in such a state. This was really difficult to imagine. A short while later, that person appeared in front of Yi Luotian's eyes. The shock in Yi Luotian's heart grew even denser when he saw that there was only a soul fragment left in front of him. His body was nearly transparent and it was difficult to capture his figure. Didn't this fellow go to capture Xiao Yan? How did he end up in such a state? Could it be Xiao Yan? Yi Luotian thought in shock in his heart. At the same time, he pretended to be concerned and asked the person in front of him. How did you end up in such a state? Xiao Yan. That lunatic, his strength is far above mine. I have underestimated him, Buzz. Yi Luotian's heart was like a large rock had been thrown into a calm lake when he heard the words of the person in front of him. Immediately, a storm rose. He said that all of this was done by Xiao Yan. How was this possible? How could a 5-star Do-Di beat a 7-star Do-Di into such a state? However, Yi Luotian's agitated heart gradually calmed down when he recalled everything that had happened in the Shilin mountain range that day. That's right. Even the 5-star Do-Di from the 4 great clans were no match for Xiao Yan. His strength had already far surpassed any opponent of the same level. If anyone dared to treat him as the same as a 5-star Do-Di, that person would be seeking death. Quick! Give me the spiritual essence in your storage ring. My physical body has been destroyed and my spiritual essence has been seriously injured. Now, I need the spiritual essence in your hands to repair it. Quick! The figure could not be bothered with anything else as he hurriedly ordered Yi Luotian. Yi Luotian was expressionless when he heard this. His gaze swept up and down the nearly transparent fellow in front of him. A trace of ridicule surged into his shady old eyes. As the saying goes, beat a drowning dog. Yi Luotian was not the least bit courteous. Yi Luotian recalled how imposing this fellow had been in front of him in the past. That arrogant and domineering demeanor of his was still fresh in Yi Luotian's mind. However, since the other party had ended up in such a state, Yi Luotian naturally did not want to save him. Bastard, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give me the spiritual essence. Otherwise, once I report this to the higher-ups, your Withered Leaf sect can forget about dominating the western region. That figure roared in rage. Yi Luotian's expression changed slightly when he heard this. With a flip of his hand, A milky white ball of light about the size of a basketball appeared in his hand. He extended his hand forward and sent the ball of light to that figure. This was a ball of spiritual origin. Humph, that's more like it. The figure chuckled coldly. He extended his illusory hand and was about to receive the milky white light cluster. However, in the next instant, the spiritual essence in Yi Luotian's hand was suddenly sucked into his storage ring. At the same time, a terrifying suction force erupted from Yi Luotian's palm. In an instant, the figure's illusory body was sucked into his palm. You're about to die and you still dare to order me around. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I'll borrow your strength to break through in one go. Yi Luotian coldly shouted. His hand suddenly clenched tightly as the illusory soul in his palm was sucked into his body and frantically refined. Chapter 841. One day later. After leaving Wuyu City, Xiao Yan continued to head west. He slowly flew forward aimlessly. Since he had already made an agreement with the people from the 4 large sects to meet outside of the Tianzhu ancient tomb 1 year later, Xiao Yan was no longer in a hurry. Just like what Dong Chuan and the others had said, Xiao Yan was unable to open the Tianzhu ancient tomb with just the Tianzhu steps. Instead of wasting his energy, Xiao Yan felt that it was better to explore the vast Western Wastelands region. Although the Western Wastelands region was located in a desolate area, its prosperity was not inferior to the Shilin region. Due to the environment, the people here seemed to be even stronger than the people in the Shilin region. This point could be seen just by looking at Wuyu City, which was located on the outskirts of the Western Wastelands region. Wuyu City was merely an outer city, yet there was a 4-star Dodi in the city. The Western Wastelands region was vast and boundless. It was difficult to imagine just how strong the strong people in the central region of the Western Wastelands region would be. According to Han Dong, the Alchemist Alliance existed within the Western Wastelands region. For such a large faction to choose a stronghold within the Western Wastelands region, one could imagine just how important the Western Wastelands region was to them. After traveling for an entire day, the vast desert in front of him caused Xiao Yan to feel somewhat helpless. At a glance, all he could see was a desolate land. There was not a single person within a 100-mile radius. Even the few tall mountains that he could see were barren. Sand and rocks rolled down, emitting clear colliding sounds that reverberated across the horizon. This region could be described as a place where birds could not fly in 1,000 mountains and no traces of humans could be found. The barrenness of the Western Wastelands region was likely much more serious than Xiao Yan had imagined. Although this was the case, Xiao Yan's heart was calm. Having spent most of his time outside, he had already gotten used to this kind of environment. Xiao Yan continued to head west until noon when a city appeared in the distance of his sight. However, Xiao Yan had no intention of stopping. He wanted to go to the place where the true powerhouses gathered. Only there would Xiao Yan be able to find a way to increase his strength. Xiao Yan did not stop. His body continued to fly high in the sky. His gaze looked down at the city below. Both of his eyes revealed an admiring expression. Although this city could not be compared with Wuyu City, it was still bustling in a manner that left one speechless. Moreover, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength probed and found that almost everyone in this city was a Bandi. There were even 4 elite Dodi. Just as Xiao Yan was about to withdraw his spiritual power, he detected a strange aura. Xiao Yan frowned. His body, which was originally swiftly leaping forward, came to a halt. His body paused in the sky as his eyes looked down. There were 3 elite Dodi confronting each other at a certain spot within an enormous mansion in the city below. 2 groups of people stood opposite each other in the courtyard. Both parties were in a hostile position. They emitted quite a strong aura and pressure from each other as they stood in the sky above the courtyard. Their gazes were filled with ill intent as they looked at each other. Wang Xiang, it is best that you do not go overboard. Even if you have stepped into the 5-star Dodi class, we will still have to see if you have such a big appetite if you want to swallow the Fang clan. A middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe stood in front of a group of people with their backs facing the house in the courtyard. At this moment, his eyes were cold as he stared at a golden-robed old man who was the leader of the group. His tone was extremely low as he spoke. Cuckoo nephew Fang Qing, both our clans have existed together in this Helan city for many years. We can be considered family friends. Therefore, on account of this, the old me does not wish to attack you. The golden-robed old man smiled faintly when he heard Fang Qing's words. After which, he changed his tone and continued speaking. However, you should also know that a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. After all, 2 clans cannot exist in Helan City at the same time. Currently, my Wang clan has already shown signs of rising. Sooner or later, your Fang clan will no longer have a position in Healan City. On account of your father's face, the old me will give you 3 days. After 3 days, either your Fang clan moves or submit to my Wang clan and become a branch of my Wang clan. At that time, all of you can also remain in Healan City. Otherwise, do not blame my Wang clan for not considering our old relationship. The expression on the face of the brocade-robed old man gradually became denser. At the same time, following the change in his expression, a powerful aura spread out from his body and pressed toward the people from the Fang clan. Even with Fang Cheng's character, his expression could not help but change when he sensed the powerful aura and pressure of this brocade-robed old man. With the strength of a 3-star Dodi, there was really no comparison when faced with the aura and pressure of a 5-star Dodi. Just as the expressions of the people from the Fang clan changed, a green-clothed old man beside Fang Cheng suddenly let out a cold snort. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind and a powerful aura and pressure that belonged to a 4-star Dodi surged out from his body. It headed toward Wang Xiang's aura and pressure. Only by combining the aura and pressure of the people from the Fang clan behind him did he manage to block it. Where it is possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Wang Xiang, your Wang clan is currently the largest clan in Healan City. The Fang clan is far from being comparable to the Wang clan. Since this is the case, why do you need to be so overbearing? The green-clothed old man slowly took 2 steps forward. Due to the pressure of the other party's aura above his head, each step he took appeared extremely heavy. 2 shallow footprints were left on the flat ground under his feet. One could imagine just what kind of frightening aura and pressure this green-clothed old man was currently resisting. Even though this was the case, the expression on the face of the green-clothed old man appeared quite determined. No matter what, he would definitely not allow anything to happen to the people from the Fang clan, much less allow the Fang clan to be removed from Healan City. Yuan Qing, on account that you are a 4-star Dodi, I have already given you face a couple of times. You better not be ungrateful. This matter is between my Wang clan and the Fang clan. As an outsider, it is best that you do not meddle in other people's business. Otherwise the old me will not care what faction you belong to. If you do not wish to invite trouble for yourself, it is best that you leave Healan City. The powerful aura and pressure once again soared after the words from the golden-robed old man's mouth sounded. In an instant, it forced the group of people on the other side to take a couple of steps back. Even Yuan Qing's old face involuntarily revealed a paleness at this moment. This Yuan Qing was the deacon of the Cloud Immortal sect, Yuan Qing, who had helped Xiao Yan when he had just arrived in the Yuanwu continent and had given the 9 transformation body art to Xiao Yan. Chapter 842. Brother Fang Cheng and I hit it off the moment we met. It is impossible for me to betray him for myself. Wang Xiang, if your Wang clan really wants to swallow the Fang clan, just come at me. With the 2 of us around, even if you can swallow us, we will definitely make you pay a bloody price. Yuan Qing let out a cold cry. His body, which had just been forced back, suddenly took a step forward. The dou qi in his body churned and swiftly surged out of his body. Relying on his own strength and the people behind him, he forcefully forced back Wang Xiang's aura. Wang Xiang involuntarily frowned when he heard Yuan Qing's words. The Fang clan had existed in Healan City for many years and had a deep foundation. How could his Wang clan not know about it? However, the relationship between the 2 clans had become increasingly bad during these years. Now, it had reached the stage where they could not tolerate each other. One of the Fang and Wang clans in Healan City was bound to decline. If it was not because of the person in front of him, it was likely that the Fang clan would have become a part of his Wang clan a couple of years ago. Although Yuan Qing had once again stepped forward to stop him, Wang Xiang was confident that he would be able to win since he had personally come to the Fang clan. 3 days. The old me will give you 3 more days. If you are still unwilling to leave Healan City after 3 days, don't blame the old me for not showing mercy. Wang Xiang let out a cold cry. After which, he turned around and led everyone from his clan as they swaggered toward the path they had come from. After the person in front of him left, Yuan Qing, who was in the courtyard, took a couple of steps back with a pale face. Only with the support of Fang Cheng did he stand up straight. Brother Yuan Qing, are you all right? Fang Cheng's face carried worry as he looked at Yuan Qing in front of him. His face revealed a deep apology. If it was not because of his Fang clan, Yuan Qing would not have ended up in such a state. I am fine. I was just intimidated by that fellow's aura. I will be fine after some rest. Yuan Qing bitterly smiled and shook his head when he heard this. His heart was incomparably anxious. His chances of victory against a 5-star Do-D were still too low. Although Fang Qing by his side was also a 3-star Do-D, the current head of the Wang clan, Wang Zhenyu, was also a 3-star Do-D. If the two clans were to be compared, the Wang clan was clearly stronger than the Fang clan. Once the two sides fought, the entire battle would tilt in favor of the Wang clan. As for the Fang clan, they would probably die in battle in Healan City. Sigh, 3 days, 3 days. Is the Wang clan so intolerant of our Fang clan? In the courtyard, the scorching sun was above Fang Cheng's head. The ardent sunlight sprinkled upon his face, yet it didn't allow him to feel the slightest bit of scorching heat. On the contrary, there was a stretch of gloomy coldness in his heart. Will brother Fang Qing leave Healan City? Yuan Qing panted slightly as he stared at Fang Cheng. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Fang Qing slowly shook his head. His tone was firm as he said in a deep voice. In a firm voice he said, Healan City is the foundation of the Fang clan. My ancestors worked hard here for hundreds of years. No matter what, the Fang clan's roots won't be broken here. Hearing this, Yuan Qing firmly nodded his head. His tone carried a hint of decisiveness as he said, That's right. Since that's the case, then let me accompany brother Fang Cheng to guard this place. Even if we die, we must make the Wang clan regret their actions that day. At this point, Fang Qing nodded his head heavily. His eyes stared at Yuan Qing in front of him, and just as he was about to speak, the expressions on their faces suddenly changed. Immediately after, the two of them suddenly raised their heads, and their gazes simultaneously looked towards the sky above. There, a figure was rapidly approaching them at an extremely fast speed. Enemy attack. In an instant, the two thought of this word at the same time. Immediately after, the two people's gazes rapidly met for an instant. Then their figures suddenly flashed and swept into the sky. They circled and attacked the figure in a pincer attack. Palm of distraction. Wudong seal. The two of them, one palm and one seal, violently attacked the black-robed human figure whose face could not be clearly seen. The current situation of the Fang clan cannot withstand any blow. Today, regardless of who the other party is, they must not be allowed to behave atrociously in the Fang clan. Faced with the sudden attack of these two people, the face of the human figure under the black robe involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Immediately, without any explanation, he rotated his wrists. Surging do-chi spluttered out from his palms. With a palm on his left and right, he forcefully received the attacks of the two people in front of him. Bang! Following a low and deep thump sound, the do-chi that Yuan Qing and Fang Cheng had displayed appeared to have struck soft cotton. It deeply sunk in, but did not bring about the slightest unusual ripple. What? Sensing that their do-chi had been so easily resolved by the person in front of them, a storm was lifted in their hearts. To be able to so easily resolve the do-chi of two elite do-di, the strength of this person was likely at least that of a 5-star do-di. This person was actually another elite 5-star do-di. Fang Cheng's heart suddenly sunk when he thought of this. Could it be that the heavens wanted their Fang clan to be destroyed? The one who had the same feeling as Fang Cheng was naturally Yuan Qing. He did not expect that the person who had come would actually be a 5-star do-di. Once this person joined hands with the Wang clan, they would not even have the opportunity to resist. However, just as the hearts of the two of them were feeling shocked, a young face under the black robe revealed a helpless bitter smile. Xiao Yan also did not expect that he would actually meet Yuan Qing in this place. The thing that had just caused him to be shocked was that the latter's strength had actually reached the level of a 4-star do-di. It was even similar to him, who had relied on the heavenly flame to raise his current cultivation. It should be known that Yuan Qing back then was merely a 3-star bandi. Of course, now was not the time to reminisce about the past. He needed to first resolve these two people who had misunderstood him. Soon after, Xiao Yan's hand relaxed when the two people around him recovered. After which, he suddenly grabbed the wrists of the two people. Immediately, a frightening force poured out. Both of his hands were waved in unison, sending the two of them back to the courtyard below. Taking advantage of the shock in the hearts of the two of them, Xiao Yan instantly used the sky extinction steps and arrived in front of Yuan Qing. At the same time, a somewhat mocking laughter was emitted. Cuckoo, old brother Yuan Qing, it has been many years since we last met. You can't possibly go so far as to welcome me the moment we meet, right? The two people in front of him swiftly recovered after Xiao Yan's faint laughter sounded. Fang Cheng's heart was greatly shocked. The do-chi within his body wildly surged out. His gaze was grave as he stared at Xiao Yan. On the other hand, Yuan Qing by the side was startled the moment Xiao Yan's words sounded. He raised his gaze and a pair of wise eyes instantly paused on Xiao Yan's body. When he saw the handsome and familiar face of the latter, his entire person instantly became like a statue and stood still on the spot. The expression on his old face also stiffened. It was a long while later when Fang Qing by the side was preparing to join forces with the members of the clan to launch an attack on Xiao Yan. Only then did the expression on Yuan Qing's old face transform into an excited one. His body involuntarily trembled and his face revealed a wild joy. He took a large step forward in front of the stunned gazes of everyone behind him. He cupped his hands together and bowed to Xiao Yan. "Mr. Xiao Yan, it has been a long time since we last met." Chapter 843. After forcing back the 5-star Do Di with one palm, Xiao Yan was expressionless. His eyes were cold and indifferent as he once again looked at Su Songming. The Do Qi within his body was swiftly circulated. Sensing this, the muscles on the old face of the 5-star Do Di, who was called Yuan Shi, involuntarily twitched intensely. His body moved and he hurriedly blocked in front of Su Songming. At the same time that his face revealed a grave expression, he hurriedly asked Su Songming, "Grandmaster Su, who exactly is this brat? Why are you so afraid of him?" He is a demon. This fellow is a demon." Hearing Yuan Shi's words, the fear in Su Songming's heart grew even greater. His hands held his distorted face as his body trembled and he let out a low roar. His feet involuntarily stepped back. Hearing this, Yuan Shi involuntarily frowned. Although the cultivation of the person in front of him was a little stronger than his, it was not to the extent of scaring Su Songming to this extent. With his own strength he might not be a match for him. However, if Wang Xiang were to join forces, Xiao Yan might not be a match for the two 5-star Do Di. Relying on his own strength to contend against two opponents of the same level. This kind of battle result was something that they had never seen before since they had started out. "Grandmaster Su, there is no need to be nervous. With the old me around, I will definitely not let you get hurt. As for this brat, you can rest assured that I will deal with him." Yuan Shi comforted. After which, he turned his gaze to Wang Xiang. At this moment, the latter was also looking at him. In their hearts, they both understood the strength of this black-robed young man in front of them. They also clearly understood that the best way to deal with Xiao Yan was for the two of them to join forces and attack together to suppress the latter. As for the Fang clan, even if Wang Xiang did not personally intervene, it would be extremely easy to deal with them. Currently, the only trouble in front of them was Xiao Yan. "Wang Xiang, the two of us will join forces and break his spirit." "I have the same intention." Wang Xiang nodded heavily. His body flashed and he arrived beside Yuan Shi. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Xiao Yan opposite him. "Although I do not know who you are, since you insist on interfering in this matter, don't blame the two of us for being merciless today." Wang Xiang let out a cold cry. With the addition of a 5-star Do Di beside him, the pressure in his heart was greatly reduced. Even if the fighting strength of the person in front of him was extraordinary, he was only a 5-star Do Di. It was impossible for him to fight against two 5-star Do Di of the same level. "You two idiots. You know nothing about his strength." Su Songming's face was filled with fear. Unable to contain himself, he anxiously cursed in his heart. He naturally knew that Yuan Shi was only doing this because he wanted to show off before him. His goal was merely to obtain the medicinal pellets in his hands. Likely, if not for this, it would be impossible for Yuan Shi to willingly protect him, an 8-star half-martial emperor. From the moment he saw Xiao Yan for the first time, Su Songming clearly knew that the Wang clan's dream of swallowing up the Fang clan had come to an end. Xiao Yan was just like a nightmare. He mercilessly shattered the dreams of those who stood opposite him, which appeared to be easily realized. After meeting Xiao Yan twice, Su Songming's heart could be said to be trying to avoid the latter. Originally, he thought that Xiao Yan had already been surrounded by the two large clans. Who could have imagined that the result would not only be contrary to his expectations, but it would also shock him. At this moment, the only thought in Su Songming's heart was, escape. Escape from this place. Escape from everything that had anything to do with Xiao Yan. As long as the latter existed, this so-called rank 3 alchemist was destined to be unable to lift his head. At this moment, the actions of these two people had created quite a good opportunity for Su Songming. He could take advantage of the time when these two people were entangled with Xiao Yan to leave this place. Su Songming was not concerned about the life and death of these two people. Every man for himself, and the heavens take the hindmost. On the other side, Xiao Yan was expressionless in the face of Wang Xiang's shout. If this Fang clan had nothing to do with him, Xiao Yan naturally would not have bothered to involve himself in this matter. However, as luck would have it, with Yuan Qing's appearance, Xiao Yan was destined to act on behalf of the Fang clan. Even though Xiao Yan and Yuan Qing could not be considered to be close, the 9 transformation body mantra that Yuan Qing had given him had helped Xiao Yan more than once. Many times Xiao Yan could not help but think of its original owner and feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. Now Yuan Qing was willing to give up everything he had for the Fang clan. He was even willing to put his life on the line. This kind of heroic spirit moved Xiao Yan. Of course, other than this, Yuan Qing was also a deacon of the Cloud Immortal sect. This relationship was also one of the reasons why Xiao Yan acted. No matter what, it was impossible for everyone present to return alive today. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the 2 people in front of him. Soon after, his gaze landed on the few elite Do Di in the Wang clan's group behind him. Jianghu, Wang Zhenyu, the Su brothers. Adding the 2 people in front of him, the Wang clan side had a total of 6 elite Do Di. This lineup was actually 2 more than what Fang Cheng had expected. If Xiao Yan was not present today, it was likely that these people from the Fang clan would have been killed by the Wang clan in an instant. All of you, attack together. I don't have so much time to waste with all of you. A pair of dark black eyes once again returned to the 2 people in front of him. Xiao Yan's tone was especially calm as he spoke. Since you don't know what's good for you, let's attack together. Wang Xiang's expression turned cold. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually say such shameless words. Immediately, he exchanged glances with Yuan Shi beside him. The 2 of them nodded heavily. Their bodies leaned forward as they prepared to attack. Wait. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan frowned. His face revealed an impatient expression as he cried out in a deep voice to stop the actions of the 2 people in front of him. Hearing this, Wang Xiang and Yuan Shi involuntarily frowned. What was Xiao Yan planning this time? You may have misunderstood. When I say attack together, I mean that the both of you, including the few Do Di behind you, will attack together. Let's end this quickly. I don't have the time to fight one by one. What? When these words of Xiao Yan were spoken, everyone from the Wang clan was immediately startled. Their expressions changed one after another, especially the few elite Do Di in front. Their hearts were incomparably shocked. They nearly thought that they had heard wrongly. Xiao Yan actually wanted to deal with 6 elite Do Di from the Wang clan alone? How was that possible? However, just as everyone from the Wang clan was feeling shocked, the expression of Xiao Yan, who was standing in the empty air, suddenly changed. Almost at the same time, the footwork of his feet suddenly changed. He instantly used the sky extinction steps. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body had already appeared in front of Wang Xiang. Xiao Yan clenched his hand into a fist. A powerful force swiftly agglomerated in his palm. Wherever the wind from the fist passed, it emitted a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind as it heavily smashed toward Wang Xiang's chest. Damn it! What a frightening speed! Wang Xiang's heart was greatly alarmed. At the same time that his expression changed, he also hurriedly attacked. His fist violently collided with Xiao Yan's incoming fist. Just as Xiao Yan and Wang Xiang were about to collide, everyone's gazes were focused on the 2 of them. At this moment, Su Songming was trying his best to hide his aura as he withdrew to the back of the group. Chapter 844. In the hall, Fang Cheng and Yuan Qing looked at Xiao Yan with astonished expressions. Their gazes swept back and forth between Xiao Yan and Fang Rian. The 2 immediately understood in their hearts that the expert Fang Rian spoke of was the Xiao Yan in front of them. It had to be said that the word fate was truly hard to understand. A day ago, Xiao Yan had inadvertently saved Fang Rian. Who would have thought that he would meet Yuan Qing the next day? Most importantly, there was actually a subtle connection between the 2 of them. Why are you in my house? Fang Rian's pretty face also revealed an astonished expression. She also did not expect that Xiao Yan, who had directly rejected her invitation the day before, would actually take the initiative to appear in her house the next day. This was simply too comical. Cough cough, that's a long story. Coughing dryly, Xiao Yan helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said. On the side, Fang Cheng and Yuan Qing looked at each other. The 2 of them could not help but burst into laughter. Soon after, Fang Cheng hurriedly bowed to Xiao Yan and said with a sincere tone, I'm Fang Cheng. Thank you, Mr. Xiao Yan, for saving my daughter Rian. Even Yuan Qing, who was on the side, also cupped his hands to Xiao Yan once again. He and Fang Cheng were bosom buddies. He also treated Fang Rian as his own. The matters of the Fang family had long been regarded as his own matters. Since Xiao Yan had saved Fang Rian, it was equivalent to giving him a great favor once again. You 2 are too polite. My actions yesterday were only in passing. Moreover, brother Yuan Qing and I are old acquaintances and friends. You two keep doing this to me, which makes me feel somewhat distant. Haha, since Mr. Xiaoyan has said so, then we won't be polite. Ah. Haha. Fang Qing laughed out loud. Xiaoyan also laughed out loud with the other two. Immediately, the three of them gradually withdrew their smiles. The expressions on their faces once again recovered a solemn expression. Fang Cheng's gaze looked toward Xiaoyan and said, Brother Xiaoyan, 3 days later, our Fang family and the Wang family will completely break off relations. At that time there will definitely be a bloody battle. The previous head of the Wang family, Wang Xiang, has already stepped into the realm of a 5-star Dodi. His strength is no small matter. Therefore, I hope that we can invite you to help our Fang family get through this difficult time. When these words were spoken, Yuan Qing by the side also nodded his head. He faced Xiao and said, Brother Xiaoyan, we know that you are also a 5-star Dodi. However, the battle 3 days later will not be ordinary. I also hope that we can invite you to help us. Of course, we don't necessarily need you to kill Wang Xiang. As long as you can help us delay him, we will come and help you once we have finished off the other members of the Wang family. That's right. Although that Jin Ji's strength is not weak, he is extremely cowardly. He is a classic example of someone who eats the soft but fears the strong. As long as Mr. Xiaoyan helps us at that time and pushes him back, the Wang family will be easy for us to capture. The two of them echoed each other as they spoke. The way they addressed Xiaoyan immediately pulled the distance between them and him closer. After these words fell, Xiaoyan did not have any reason to reject them. However, they did not seem to have much confidence in Xiaoyan's strength. They only wanted Xiaoyan to do his best to delay Wang Xiang. However, they did not think that Xiaoyan had the ability to defeat Wang Xiang. Of course, if two strong people of the same level were placed together, there might not be any difference between them if they were of the same age. However, if there was a difference in age, there would be a difference in their fighting strength. Perhaps it was because Wang Xiang was older. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Therefore, the two people in front of him believed that in a real battle, Wang Xiang might be stronger than Xiaoyan. This was why they wanted the latter to do his best to delay him and not defeat him. However, this person had clearly underestimated Xiaoyan's strength. Even a 7-star Dodi had nearly died in his hands. How big of a wave could a 5-star Dodi cause? Xiaoyan smiled in a non-committal manner in response to this. When Fang Rian saw the smile on the latter's face, a feeling of doubt suddenly surged into the young lady's heart. For some reason, she felt that Xiaoyan's chances of victory might be higher when faced with Wang Xiang. The young lady's heart was also stunned by the thought that suddenly rose from the bottom of her heart. As she thought about it, a bright red color involuntarily surfaced on her pretty face. Taking advantage of the fact that the three people in front of her were still happily chatting, she hurriedly left the hall. Night. The stars in the sky were bright. The bright silver moon was like a silver plate that emitted a bright light in the night sky. The moonlight was like snowflakes that spread over the land, illuminating the city below as if it was daytime. Helan City within the Wang clan. The clan head, Wang Zhenyu, and his father, who was the previous clan head, Wang Xiang, were standing in the meeting hall. A cold smile appeared on the gloomy old face of the golden-robed elder. He was looking forward to the final battle with the Fang clan in 3 days. Based on his understanding of the Fang clan would rather die than leave Helan City. Therefore, he had already prepared for the final battle with them in 3 days' time. This battle would determine who would be the overlord of Helan City in the future. Who would rule this city. And his Wang clan would definitely become the overlord of this city. The Fang clan would also definitely become history. Father, according to the time, that lord should arrive on the morning of the 3rd day. Behind Wang Xiang, Wang Zhenyu's tone was respectful as he spoke. Although Wang Zhenyu was now the clan head of the clan, the actual power was in the hands of his father in front of him. Every action of the clan was decided by him. All right. That lord's time is limited. It's best to settle this matter as soon as possible. Just in case, call Jianghu over as well. Wang Xiang appeared to have a card up his sleeve. It was as though he had already seen the end of the Fang clan. Hearing this, Wang Zhenyu involuntarily frowned. After hesitating for a moment, he said with some hesitation, Father, didn't that lord say that he would bring a 5-star Dodi? If he were to act, why would we need Jianghu to come over? He would only come to pick up money. What do you know? Wang Xiang reprimanded and coldly snorted. Although Jianghu is greedy for money, he is not a fool. As long as he sees that we can invite that lord and a 5-star Dodi, he will know the foundation of our Wang clan. With this matter as a deterrent, let's see if he dares to play any tricks with us in the future. Hearing these words, Wang Zhenyu panicked. Only then did he repeatedly flatter and agree. Immediately, Wang Xiang gave a few more instructions. Only after he confirmed that everything was correct did he leave the hall with a smile on his face. After that, Wang Zhenyu's face became gloomy. He cursed in his heart and quickly left the hall. Chapter 845. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the third day of the Wang clan's expectations finally arrived amidst the tense atmosphere in Helan City. Early in the morning, the gauze-like morning light spread over the land. However, Helan City was already extremely lively. Within a short 3 days, quite a number of experts had gathered here. Other than the original population of the city, there were even quite a number of elite Dodi who had gathered. This group of people came for the decisive battle between the Fang clan and the Wang clan today. As for this news, it was naturally spread by the Wang clan themselves. Their goal was to let more people see how powerful the Wang clan was. This way they could intimidate everyone and stabilize the clan. From a certain perspective, it could also bring certain benefits to the Wang clan. The Wang clan's plan was not only aimed at the Fang clan. It also included Wuyu City and many of the surrounding cities. On the surface, it appeared to be a declaration of war against the Fang clan. However, it was actually a warning to these factions. Old Master Wang Xiang and clan head Wang Zhenyu stood in front of the main door of the Wang clan mansion. Behind them was a group of strong people from the Wang clan. Just the number of high-class half-emperors numbered over 10. There were even 2 one-star Dodi. Looking at their clothes, they did not appear to be members of the Wang clan. It seemed that they were invited by the Wang clan. Other than clan head Wang Zhenyu and old master Wang Xiang, there was also a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe. This person was Jianghu, whom Xiao Yan had met in Wuyu City a few days ago. 5 elite Dodi and over 10 high-class half-emperors. This kind of lineup was sufficient to suppress the Fang clan a few days ago. Of course, this was only a few days ago. Haha. It is unexpected that old Master Wang has actually invited the Su brothers. Looks like old Master Wang is determined to win the battle with the Fang clan today. Jianghu narrowed his eyes. His gaze glanced at the 2 one-star Dodi standing behind him. His face was all smiles as he looked at Wang Xiang in front of him and spoke with a fake smile. Haha, 3 days ago the old me told them to get lost from Helan City. However, that was merely the old me trying to stall for time. The old me knows that the Fang clan will definitely not leave Helan City even if they die. Therefore, during these 3 days, the old me has also invited a great person other than the Su brothers. A smile was lifted on Wang Xiang's face. His gaze focused on the western sky. If he was right, that person should have arrived. Oh. Hearing Wang Xiang's words, Jianghu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. For Wang Xiang to call this person Lord, this person's background was probably not ordinary. Just as Jianghu was feeling puzzled, 2 auras came faintly from the sky to the west of Helan City. This is... Sensing the 2 auras, Jianghu immediately frowned, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The owner of one of the 2 auras was merely an 8-star bandit. The other person's aura was so strong that it was not inferior to even Wang Xiang by his side. It was not difficult to guess that the second person was surprisingly another 5-star Dodi. Hiss. Jianghu involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he sensed this. Another 5-star Dodi. In this way, just the Wang clan's side alone had 2 5-star Dodi. This kind of lineup was quite strong even when placed in the western region. It was difficult to imagine that Wang Xiang had actually set up such a lineup for the Fang clan. Of course, in comparison, Wang Xiang was naturally aware in his heart that although that 5-star Dodi would follow them, the chances of him intervening were almost negligible. The other party's aim was only to protect that 8-star bandit. It could be said that it had nothing to do with their Wang clan. Old man, this is the first time this junior has seen something like this. Jianghu involuntarily exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. This caused the smile on Wang Xiang's old face to become even denser. This was the result he wanted. He wanted to let everyone in the city understand that their Wang clan was able to invite a 5-star Dodi. This was enough to awe everyone. As expected, the large city swiftly became noisy the moment the 2 auras appeared within the territory of Helan City. Numerous discussions that were filled with surprise reverberated in the sky above the city. Everyone's hearts were filled with surprise. Finally, the 2 human figures rushed over the sky above Helan City in front of a countless number of gazes. After which, they landed at the location of the Wang clan. At the same time, within the meeting hall of the Fang clan's mansion, the faces of the current clan head, Fang Qing Yuan Qin, and the elders of the clan revealed an extremely shocked expression. At the same time, a deep horror wildly surged out from the bottom of their hearts. What happened? 2 more people have come. Moreover, one of them is actually a 5-star Do D. Doesn't this mean that the Wang clan now has 2 5-star Do D? In that case, won't today's big battle? Everyone in the hall widened their eyes. Their hearts were filled with shock and fear. No matter what, they did not expect that the Wang clan would be able to invite such a person. A 5-star Do D had already caused them to feel great pressure. Now that another one had come, it was enough for the Wang clan to completely crush them. Clan head, what should we do now? There is no way out. All we need to do is wait for the people from the Wang clan to come and kill us. Then our Fang clan will be finished. If there is really no other choice, let's move the entire clan. Healan City is indeed our foundation, but we cannot destroy our entire clan because of this. Clan head, if there is really no other choice, we should let the younger generation of the clan think of a way to leave Healan City. It is fine if us old fellows die, but they are after all the hope of our Fang clan. We must not let anything happen to them. The addition of another 5-star Do D to the Wang clan could be said to be a destructive blow to the Fang clan. In an instant, the thread of hope that had just risen in the Fang clan because of Xiao Yan's appearance was shattered just like that. They did not think that just relying on Xiao Yan, a 5-star Do D, would be able to help their Fang clan escape this calamity. Therefore, no matter what happened to them, the most important thing now was to think of a way to allow the younger generation of the clan to continue living. Hearing the heavy words of the few clan elders, Fang Qing, who was the clan head, also had a gloomy expression. His heart was close to despair. Could it be that they could only flee Healan City like a stray dog? But what could they do? If they continued to delay like this, it was likely that they would not even have their last chance. Fang Qing sighed deeply. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, the clan was the most important thing. He could not just hand over the entire clan because of some emotions. Don't tell me that the Fang clan will be destroyed by my hands just like this. Fang Qing involuntarily felt sorrow from within his heart when he thought of this. However, just as he was about to stand up and announce something, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, slowly stepped into the hall with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Clan head Fang, you can be rest assured. I will personally take care of those few elite Do D from the Wang clan. You all only need to finish off those elite Do D. The calm voice did not contain the slightest ripple. However, when these words entered the ears of everyone present, it immediately stirred up a storm in their hearts. Numerous gazes landed on Xiao Yan's body in unison. Their eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Chapter 846. Mr. Xiao Yan, we also know that you are a 5-star Do D. However, this matter concerns the life and death of our Fang clan. We cannot allow Mr. Xiao Yan to joke about it. Hearing Xiao Yan's extremely arrogant words, the few clan elders in the hall involuntarily frowned. They exchanged glances with each other and immediately looked at Xiao Yan with somewhat gloomy expressions as they spoke in a deep voice. Although the person in front of them was indeed a 5-star Do D, he was still young. How strong could he be? It was likely that he would find it extremely strenuous to face Wang Xiang alone. Now he actually dared to say such arrogant words. Wasn't he overestimating himself? First Elder, Mr. Xiao Yan is the current sinecure of our Fang clan. As the first elder, don't tell me that you can't even distinguish his status? Although Fang Qing did not dare to easily believe Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Yan had already agreed to become the sinecure of their Fang clan a day ago. Moreover, he had promised that he would fight for the Fang clan. Whether it was due to emotion or reason, the words of their first elder were a little overboard. Fang Qing's words caused the first elder's expression to immediately change. Only then did he hurriedly stand up and cup his hands together in apology to Xiao Yan, who had already walked to the middle of the hall. Seeing this, the latter waved his hand in an unconcerned manner. This could not be blamed on them. After all, the rules of the Yuanwu continent were like this. Normally speaking, a 5-star Do D would definitely not be able to fight 2 5-star Do D at the same time without being defeated. These elders of the Fang clan were merely using common sense to make inferences. However, how could Xiao Yan's strength be deduced using common sense? May I know what Mr. Xiao Yan said earlier? After hesitating for a moment, Fang Qing probed and asked. Fang clan head, you can be rest assured. When the time comes, you can leave those few Do D experts of the Wang clan to me. You only need to worry about dealing with the other people of the Fang clan. Xiao Yan smiled. A confident smile was lifted on his face. This scene was seen by Fang Qing and Yuan Qin, causing the two of them to involuntarily raise their eyebrows. They felt even more suspicious in their hearts. Could it be that Xiao Yan really had that kind of strength? May I know how confident Mr. Xiao Yan is? 100%. This time around, the last word had just been spat out from Fang Qing's mouth when Xiao Yan calmly replied with a smile. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces also revealed an expression of disbelief. From what they currently knew of the Wang clan, the other party had 4 elite Dodi. 2 of them were 5-star Dodi, 1 was a 4-star Dodi, and 1 was a 3-star Dodi. This kind of lineup already possessed an advantage just in terms of the number of elite Dodi. Logically speaking, the Fang clan had no chance of victory. In that case, Fang Qing will completely depend on Mr. Xiao Yan. After musing for a moment, Fang Qing finally clenched his teeth and solemnly opened his mouth. Currently, the Fang clan's situation was on the brink of crisis. It was already too late for them to make more plans in many aspects. Right now they could only stake everything on a single throw. Perhaps they still had a sliver of hope. This could be said to be a huge gamble, and the wager was their entire clan. Success or failure concerned the fate of their Fang clan. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded when he heard this. His gaze swept over everyone present. Immediately he turned around and walked out of the hall. The corner of his mouth was lifted, revealing a playful smile. He lifted his gaze and looked in the direction of the Wang clan. He did not expect that he would actually meet that fellow once again in Helan City. He had let him off the last 2 times. This time around, however, Xiao Yan would no longer have such a magnanimous heart. Seeing Xiao Yan leave, the few elders of the Fang clan in the hall finally turned their gazes toward Fang Qing, who was seated in the leader's seat. Clan leader, are you really going to place all your hopes on him? Mr. Xiao Yan is indeed a 5-star Dodi. However, this matter concerns the survival of our Fang clan. We cannot easily believe the words of an outsider, right? Fang Shang, who are you calling an outsider? Yuan Qing beside Fang Qing frowned and cried out in a deep voice when the first elder's words were uttered. Sir Yuan Qing, please don't misunderstand. It is not that we don't believe you. However, this Xiao Yan, enough. Before the first elder could finish speaking, Fang Qing's face was filled with anger as he heavily slapped the armrest. His body stood up and he cried out in a low voice, Fang Shang, you better remember that Mr. Xiao Yan is currently a consecrator of our Fang clan. His strength is sufficient for us to believe every word he says. If you really think that Mr. Xiao Yan is unable to defeat 2 5-star Dodi, why don't you go? Fang Shang was greatly shocked. How could he be a match for a 5-star Dodi with his cultivation of a 9-star half-emperor? You don't even have that ability, yet you are vainly trying to doubt others. Fang Shang, you need to understand that it is not Mr. Xiao Yan who is begging to help us. Instead, we are the ones begging him. If he is unwilling, he can turn around and leave. If you still dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Xiao Yan, don't blame me for removing your position as the first elder. Fang Shang knows his mistake. Fang Shang was after all the head of a clan. His words were awe-inspiring, causing everyone in the hall to tremble in fear. After Fang Shang heard Fang Shang's words, he immediately understood and hurriedly apologized to Fang Qing. The one you should apologize to is not me but Mr. Xiao Yan. With this admonishment, Fang Shang's standing body was unable to sit down again. Dozens of powerful auras immediately appeared in the sky above the Fang clan's mansion. The powerful auras and pressure were like meteorites descending from Mount Tai, pressuring everyone in the Fang clan. The entire Fang clan was on full alert at this moment. Everyone tensed their bodies. The Do Qi in their bodies crazily surged out of their bodies. They used the strength of the entire clan to resist the aura and pressure in the sky. Fang Qing, the 3-day deadline is up. Since your Fang clan is still unwilling to leave Helan City, do you plan to merge with my Wang clan and become a branch of my Wang clan? Wang Xiang's loud laughter that was filled with ridicule spread across the sky like thunder. The upper echelon of the Fang clan hurriedly walked out of the meeting hall. They raised their heads and looked at the group of people in the sky. This was especially the case when Fang Shang's gaze once again saw the few people around Wang Xiang. The expression on his face immediately became incomparably solemn. It seemed that the situation was much more troublesome than he had imagined. Other than these 4 elite Dodi, there were 2 other 1-star Dodi behind Wang Xiang. The thing that caused Fang Shang and Yuan Qing to feel the most astonished was that the person standing beside Wang Xiang was not the 5-star Dodi. Instead, it was the 8-star Dodi who had come with him. As for that person, he was standing beside Wang Xiang. The 2 of them stood on the left and right. Clearly they treated this 8-star Dodi as the center. The identity of this 8-star Dodi was likely not ordinary. He is merely a small 4-star Dodi. Wang Xiang, you actually invited me over. Don't tell me that you are afraid of them with your strength? At this moment, the 8-star Dodi beside Wang Xiang had also probed the cultivation of everyone in the courtyard below. After discovering that the strongest person was merely a 4-star Do Di Yuan Qin, his shady old face involuntarily revealed a mocking smile. Cuckoo, Sir Su, I am only doing this as a precaution. The Fang clan has been in Helan City for so many years and has always been a thorn in our Wang clan's heart. Now that we can finally resolve it, how would I dare to be careless? The reason why I have troubled you is because I hope that I can borrow your reputation to intimidate them and get them to take the initiative to give up resisting and join our Wang clan. This is naturally the best. You have invited me just to intimidate the Fang clan? I'm afraid that it is far from just this. Hearing this, the embroidered-robed old man, who was addressed as Sir Su, laughed mockingly. His gaze swept over Jianghu behind him. After which, it swept over those elite Do Di in the empty space within the city. His heart had roughly guessed Wang Xiang's plan. Ugh, Cuckoo, we have a tacit understanding. Good, what a good tacit understanding. However, seeing that you have taken out something, I will help you this once. Sir Su coldly laughed. Wang Xiang curled his lips repeatedly in his heart. If the person in front of him was not seeking benefits, why would he help them? This kind of person relied on his little ability to gather wealth from all over the place. Blinded by greed, he would sooner or later die from his greed. While these few people in the sky were conversing with each other, the black-robed Xiao Yan in the Fang clan's mansion below was coldly smiling as he looked at the 2 5-star Do Di in the sky and Sir Su, who were hugging each other. This Sir Su, that Wang Xiang had mentioned, was actually the new rank 3 alchemist from the Alchemist Alliance who had been defeated by Xiao Yan twice, Su Songming. Chapter 847. High in the sky above Helan City, the two groups of people stood opposite each other. The atmosphere between the sky and the ground appeared especially heavy, especially for the members of the Fang clan. They saw that the other side was approaching in a ferocious manner. The number of experts they had was over 10 times more than their Fang clan. Their number of elite Do Di could be said to be overwhelming. From the looks of it, the Fang clan would undoubtedly be defeated in today's battle. Ugh, how unfortunate. The Fang clan has stood in Helan City for so many years. It is unexpected that they are unable to escape the fate of being swallowed up by the Wang clan. Isn't that so? Ever since the ancestor of the Wang clan broke through to the 5-star Do Di class, the Wang clan has been recruiting experts from all over the place. Their goal is for today. This time around, the Fang clan can only lower their heads. Seeing this scene in the sky, the people in the city below could not help but sigh. Their words were filled with desolation. After all, the Wang clan had come in a ferocious manner and was not something that the Fang clan could compare with. No matter how one looked at it, the Fang clan today would have difficulty escaping this calamity. High in the sky, Fang Cheng's face was solemn as he faced Wang Xiang's group. Perspiration repeatedly dripped from his forehead. Even his hand under his sleeves could not help but tremble slightly. This indicated the seriousness in his heart at this moment. However, at this moment, the thing that caused Fang Cheng to feel even more worried in his heart was that the Fang clan's final support, Xiao Yan, had yet to show himself even until now. Could it be that he had fled before the battle? The few elders who were on holiday could not help but think of this in their hearts. At the same time, the fear in their hearts grew. If this was the case, would it not mean that Xiao Yan had openly sold them out? In this way, not only would the Fang clan not be rescued, it was likely that not a single person would be able to survive. The Xiao Yan. Immediately, everyone from the Fang clan involuntarily cursed in their hearts. Only Fang Cheng and Yuan Qin, who were at the front of the group, were anxiously waiting for Xiao Yan to appear. They believed that Xiao Yan was definitely not the kind of person who would flee in the face of a battle. Since he dared to say those words, he would definitely be responsible for their Fang clan until the end. As expected, just as the members of the Fang clan were furiously cursing Xiao Yan in their hearts, the space in front of Fang Cheng suddenly distorted. Immediately after, the black-robed Xiao Yan slowly appeared. Facing the members of the Fang clan, the corners of his mouth curled into a soft smile. His gaze slowly swept over everyone in front of him. Those who made contact with his gaze could not help but shrink their necks as an embarrassed expression appeared on their faces. At this moment, the faces of everyone from the Wang clan behind Xiao Yan involuntarily revealed a doubtful expression when they saw this black-robed person who had suddenly appeared. This was especially the case for the few elite Do Di in front and Su Songming, who was a rank 3 alchemist. When they looked at this black-robed person in front of them, their eyes involuntarily revealed a grave expression. By being able to use such a strange agility to appear in front of them, this already proved that this black-robed person in front of them was clearly also an elite Do Di. Moreover, from the looks of it, this person was clearly not here to help them. Since this was the case, this black-robed person should be a member of the Fang clan. May I know who you are? The matter today is a matter between the Wang clan and the Fang clan of our Healan city. I hope that you will not intervene. Wang Xiang revealed a solemn expression as he looked at the black-robed person in front of him. He politely cupped his hands together and spoke in a deep voice. Although he was a 5-star Dodi, the body of the person in front of him seemed to be covered by a layer of something. His perception was unable to approach this black-robed person even a little, much less probe his strength. Faced with such a person, even Wang Xiang was unwilling to easily offend him. It would undoubtedly be best if he could persuade him to withdraw. However, this black-robed person acted as though he did not hear Wang Xiang's words. He did not even turn his body, which had his back facing them, even a little. This involuntarily caused Wang Xiang's heart to be quietly furious. He was a 5-star Dodi. When had he ever been ignored in this manner? Beside him, Su Songming knit his brows tightly. A pair of dark old eyes stared intently at the back of the black-robed person in front of him. This person's back gave him a feeling of déjà vu. At the same time, there was a faint uneasiness rising from the bottom of his heart. Just who was this person? Su Songming's heart was filled with doubt. As the doubts in his heart churned, his emotions also became anxious. Even the breathing from his nose had become a little hurried. Finally, just as Su Songming's eyes were staring intently at Xiao Yan, the latter appeared to have sensed something. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. Immediately, he slowly turned around in front of the solemn gazes of the members of the Wang clan behind him, revealing a handsome face under the black robe. Under the sunlight, Xiao Yan pulled down the black robe that covered his head and welcomed the baptism of the sunlight. At the same time, a pair of deep black eyes, which were like a serene pool, looked at Su Songming. The smile on his face gradually became mocking. Grandmaster Su, we have not seen each other for many years since we parted at Shen City. I trust that you have been well since we last met. Boss. The instant Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, Su Songming's body suddenly shook. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. The shock and fear in his heart erupted like a volcano from the bottom of his heart. His face was dumbfounded. His pair of eyeballs were about to burst out of his eye sockets. This perfectly displayed the disbelief in his heart. No matter what, he did not expect that the person in front of him was still alive. How could he still be alive when he was surrounded by two great clans? Why are you still alive? Is that so? Xiao Yan laughed coldly. His eyes were filled with mockery. Grandmaster Su, who is he? Seeing Su Songming's expression, the two people at the side could not help but frown. With the latter's status, it was too comical for him to show such an expression to a young man. Go. Quickly leave this place. Su Songming, on the other hand, could not be bothered about anything else. Having witnessed Xiao Yan's terror twice, he had long since left behind an impression of fear that could not be erased in his heart. Originally, he had thought that Xiao Yan had already been bound by the encirclement of the two large clans. However, from the looks of it, not only was Xiao Yan safe and sound, it appeared that even his cultivation had risen to another level. Cuckoo, Grandmaster Su, why are you so nervous? We have 6 elite Dodi here. Even if this brat's strength is extraordinary, how can he be a match for a Dodi? At the very most, I can ask the Su brothers to finish him off. This can be considered to have removed a great worry for Grandmaster. Wang Xiang was unconcerned about the fear in Su Songming's heart. He smiled righteously and ordered the Su brothers behind him to step forward. However, Su Songming's face was distorted as he coldly snorted. He turned his head to face Wang Xiang and cried out in a deep voice, "Shut up, Wang Xiang! You idiot! With him around, why didn't you say so earlier? Today. No. In the future, the matters between your Wang clan and the Fang clan should be settled by yourselves. Just treat it as though I have never been here today." Su Songming cried out in a deep voice. His gaze dodged and swiftly swept over Xiao Yan's body. After which, he turned around and left with the 5-star Dodi beside him. At the same time, the faces of the people from the Wang clan involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. They had never expected that this so-called Grandmaster would actually be such a cowardly person. He was merely a young man. What was there to be afraid of? Swoosh. Just as Su Songming had just turned around, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Cuckoo, since you have already come, don't leave. Xiao Yan's heart moved as he smiled. Immediately, the powerful aura that belonged to a 5-star Dodi swept out with a bang. It was like an invisible storm that violently pressured the two people in front of him. Chapter 848. Xiao Yan's figure stood proudly in the sky above Helan City. A frightening aura and pressure surged out without any restraint. It was just like a flash flood as it violently pressed toward the two people in front of him. The five-star Dodi's aura and pressure that was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's body caused all the elite Dodi present to be greatly shocked. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking black-robed young man in front of them was actually an elite Dodi? Moreover, the most shocking thing was that he was actually a five-star Dodi. He is actually a five-star Dodi. At this moment, even Wang Xiang's old eyes could not help but be filled with shock and despair. He had spent his entire life and was already half a foot into the ground. Only then was he lucky enough to break through to a five-star Dodi. However, looking at this black-robed young man's young appearance, who would think that he was an elite Dodi under the precondition that he did not reveal any aura? Who would have thought that he was actually a five-star Dodi? This was really unbelievable. However, with the great change in the current situation, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. The most important thing now was to finish off Xiao Yan. As for the members of the Fang clan, even if he did not intervene, there was Wang Zhenyu, Jianghu, and the Su brothers. With these people, he believed that it was sufficient to finish off the members of the Fang clan. Bang! A powerful aura carried an incomparable force as it violently pressed toward the two of them. The five-star Dodi beside Su Songming also suddenly stepped forward while his expression changed. Immediately, a powerful aura that belonged to an initial five-star Dodi suddenly swept out. In an instant, it actually blocked Xiao Yan's aura and pressure. Unfortunately, within a short instant, Xiao Yan's aura and pressure easily forced back the five-star Dodi in a destructive manner. Soon after, it forced back Wang Xiang and the group of people from the Wang clan, who had charged forward, as well as the people from the Wang clan behind him. Hua! The appearance of this scene immediately stirred a great commotion in the city below. Countless number of experts revealed shocked expressions as they looked at the black-robed human figure in the sky. Discussions quickly spread across the sky. The expressions of the members of the Wang clan in the sky suddenly changed drastically. They had never imagined that this mysterious black-robed man would actually be able to rely on his own strength to force back the entire clan. Even Wang Xiang, a five-star Dodi, had been forced back by him. Just who was this person? Only at this moment did the members of the Fang clan believe what Xiao Yan had said earlier. They were reassured to hand the few elite Dodi to him. All they needed to do was to deal with the group of Bandi from the Wang clan. When they heard Xiao Yan say these words back then, the hearts of the elders of the Fang clan were still filled with doubt. No one dared to believe it. Only at this moment did the elders of the Fang clan understand that Xiao Yan's strength had far exceeded their imagination. From the aura and pressure that Xiao Yan had displayed, it was really difficult for them to imagine that he was only a five-star Dodi. Xiao Yan, I will take the initiative to withdraw from today's matter. I will leave. I will leave immediately. Can you just treat it as though you have never seen me? Actually, nothing has happened between us. What happened earlier was all a misunderstanding. Those fellows have already been punished. You are a magnanimous person. Just write it all off, write it all off. I beg you. Just treat me as a fart and let me go, alright? Facing Xiao Yan, Su Songming was unable to summon any courage. The person in front of him was like the bright moon in the night sky, emitting an incomparable brilliance. On the other hand, he was merely the farthest star. How could the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the bright moon? This was Su Songming's current evaluation of himself. Compared to the person in front of him, he was nothing. Many years ago, Xiao Yan was merely a six-star Bandi. At that time, he was already able to kill a three-star Dodi. Now, his cultivation was even greater than before. Who in the same class could be a match for him? Although there was a five-star Dodi beside him, Su Songming did not believe that this fellow would be able to block Xiao Yan with his strength. It was likely that only by adding him and Wang Xiang together would they be able to block Xiao Yan for a moment. Swoosh. In an instant, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared in front of Su Songming. Even though he was a rank 3 alchemist, Su Songming did not detect the latter's agility at all. At that moment, Su Songming felt a great fear in his heart. His entire body uncontrollably froze on the spot as it trembled intensely. His eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan in front of him. His eyes were scarlet red and a terrified expression surfaced on his face. The person in front of him had long become a nightmare in his heart. The misunderstanding that you spoke of is only because you don't have the ability to kill me. If the situation was reversed, do you think that you would let me off? Xiao Yan coldly laughed. With a flip of his palm ruthlessly landed on Su Songming's head. At the critical moment of life and death, the desire to live in the depths of Su Songming's heart far surpassed the fear in his heart. While he hurriedly responded, his mouth also let out a terrified cry. "Teacher Yuan, save me." With a loud cry, the 5-star Dodi who had been forced back by Xiao Yan's imposing aura also fiercely clenched his teeth. His body moved and his expression was serious as he charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. In a few flashes, this 5-star Dodi had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. One of his hands faced Xiao Yan's palm head-on while the other hand grabbed Su Songming, intending to pull him away. However, in the face of this 5-star Dodi's attack, Xiao Yan let out an indifferent cold snort. With a thought, the strength in his palm immediately became a little more tyrannical. Soon after, it heavily collided with the palm of the 5-star Dodi. With a jerk of his arm, a powerful force immediately gushed out from Xiao Yan's palm. A huge force poured out. The powerful force had an unstoppable momentum and instantly broke the Do skill that the 5-star Dodi had used. After that, the remaining force was still incomparably powerful. His palm was pushed forward heavily. Together with the back of the 5-star Dodi's palm, it heavily landed on half of Su Songming's face. Bang! With just one palm, Xiao Yan once again forced the 5-star Dodi in front of him back. Even Su Songming's body flew back uncontrollably. Although the injury was not fatal, half of his face rapidly swelled up. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The fear in his heart grew even stronger. At this moment, Wang Xiang's heart was also filled with shock and anger. How could he have expected that Su Songming, who usually acted high and mighty, would actually be so afraid when he saw this black-robed man? It was really shameless. Moreover, this black-robed man's strength was actually far above his. If it was a one-on-one fight, Wang Xiang admitted that he would definitely not be a match for this black-robed man. This point could be seen just by looking at Yuan Shi. He had originally thought that it would be a show of torture. Who would have thought that it would actually turn out like this? All of this was caused by the sudden appearance of Xiao Yan in front of him. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 849. After forcing back the 5-star Dodi with one palm, Xiao Yan was expressionless. His eyes were cold and indifferent as he once again looked at Su Songming. The Do Qi within his body was swiftly circulated. Sensing this, the old face of the 5-star Dodi, who was called Yuan Shi, involuntarily twitched intensely. His body moved and he hurriedly blocked in front of Su Songming. At the same time that his face revealed a grave expression, he hurriedly asked Su Songming, "Grandmaster Su, who exactly is this brat? Why are you so afraid of him?" He is a demon. This fellow is a demon." Hearing Yuan Shi's words, the fear in Su Songming's heart became even greater. His hands held his distorted face as his body trembled and he let out a low roar. His feet involuntarily stepped back. Hearing this, Yuan Shi involuntarily frowned. Although the cultivation of the person in front of him was a little stronger than his, it was not to the extent of scaring Su Songming to such an extent. With his own strength he might not be a match for him. However, if Wang Xiang were to join forces, Xiao Yan might not be a match for the two 5-star Dodi. Using his own strength to contend against two opponents of the same level. This kind of battle result was something that they had never seen before since they had started out. "Grandmaster Su, there is no need to be nervous. With the old me around, I will definitely not let you get hurt. As for this brat, you can rest assured that I will deal with him." Yuan Shi comforted. After which, he turned his gaze to Wang Xiang. At this moment, the latter was also looking at him. In their hearts, they both understood the strength of this black-robed young man in front of them. They also clearly understood that the best way to deal with Xiao Yan was for the two of them to join forces and attack together to suppress the latter. As for the Fang clan, even if Wang Xiang did not personally intervene, it would be extremely easy to deal with them. Currently, the only trouble in front of them was Xiao Yan. "Wang Xiang, the two of us will join forces and break his spirit." "I have the same intention." Wang Xiang nodded his head heavily. His body flashed and he arrived beside Yuan Shi. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Xiao Yan. "Although I do not know who you are, since you insist on interfering in this matter, don't blame the two of us for being merciless today." Wang Xiang let out a cold cry. With the addition of a 5-star Dodi beside him, the pressure in his heart was greatly reduced. Even if the fighting strength of the person in front of him was extraordinary, he was only a 5-star Dodi. It was impossible for him to fight against two 5-star Dodi of the same level. "You two idiots. You know nothing about his strength." Su Songming's face was filled with fear. Unable to contain himself, he anxiously cursed in his heart. He naturally knew that Yuan Shi's actions were merely for the sake of showing off before him. His purpose was merely for the sake of obtaining the medicinal pellets in his possession. Likely, if not for this, it would be impossible for Yuan Shi to willingly protect him, an 8-star half-martial emperor. From the moment he saw Xiao Yan for the first time, Su Songming clearly knew that the Wang clan's dream of swallowing up the Fang clan had come to an end. Xiao Yan was just like a nightmare. He mercilessly shattered the seemingly easy-to-realize beautiful dreams of those who stood opposite him. After meeting Xiao Yan twice, Su Songming's heart could be said to be avoiding the latter. Originally, he thought that Xiao Yan had already been surrounded by the two large clans. Who would have expected that the result would not only be contrary to his expectations, but it would also be shocking. At this moment, the only thought in Su Songming's heart was, flee. Flee this place. Flee from everything that had anything to do with Xiao Yan. As long as the latter existed, this so-called rank 3 alchemist was destined to be unable to lift his head. At this moment, the actions of these two people had created quite a good opportunity for Su Songming. He could take advantage of the time when these two people were entangled with Xiao Yan to take the opportunity to leave this place. Su Songming was not concerned about the life and death of these two people. Every man for himself, and the heavens take the hindmost. On the other side, Xiao Yan was expressionless in the face of Wang Xiang's shout. If this Fang clan had nothing to do with him, Xiao Yan naturally would not have bothered to involve himself in this matter. However, as luck would have it, the appearance of Yuan Qing meant that Xiao Yan was destined to act on behalf of the Fang clan. Even though Xiao Yan and Yuan Qing were not close, the 9 transformation body mantra that Yuan Qing had given him had helped Xiao Yan more than once. Many times, Xiao Yan could not help but think of its original owner and feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. Today, Yuan Qing was willing to give up everything he had for the Fang clan. He was even willing to put his life on the line. This kind of heroic spirit moved Xiao Yan. Of course, other than this, Yuan Qing was also a deacon of the Cloud Immortal sect. This relationship was also one of the reasons why Xiao Yan acted. Regardless of what the case was, it was impossible for everyone present to return alive today. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the two people in front of him. Soon after, his gaze landed on the few elite Do Di in the Wang clan's group behind him. Jianghu, Wang Zhenyu, the Su brothers. Adding the two people in front of him, the Wang clan side had a total of 6 elite Do Di. This lineup was actually 2 more than what Fang Cheng had expected. If Xiao Yan was not present today, it was likely that these people from the Fang clan would have been killed by the Wang clan in an instant. All of you, attack together. I don't have so much time to waste with all of you. A pair of dark black eyes once again returned to the two people in front of him. Xiao Yan's tone was especially calm as he spoke. Since you don't know what's good for you, let's attack together. Wang Xiang's expression turned cold. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually say such shameless words. Immediately, he exchanged glances with Yuan Shi beside him. The two of them nodded heavily. Their bodies leaned forward as they prepared to attack. Wait. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan frowned. His face revealed an impatient expression as he cried out in a deep voice to stop the actions of the two people in front of him. Hearing this, Wang Xiang and Yuan Shi involuntarily frowned. What was Xiao Yan planning this time? You may have misunderstood. When I say attack together, I mean that the both of you, including the few Do Di behind you, will attack together and end the battle quickly. I don't have the time to fight one by one. What? Everyone from the Wang clan was immediately startled when these words of Xiao Yan were spoken. Their expressions changed one after another, especially the few elite Do Di in front. Their hearts were incomparably shocked. They nearly thought that they had heard wrongly. Xiao Yan actually wanted to deal with 6 elite Do Di from the Wang clan alone? How was that possible? However, just as everyone from the Wang clan was feeling shocked, the expression of Xiao Yan, who was standing in the empty air, suddenly changed. Almost at the same time, the footwork of his feet suddenly changed. He instantly used the sky extinction steps. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body had already appeared in front of Wang Xiang. Xiao Yan clenched his hand into a fist. A powerful force swiftly agglomerated in his palm. Wherever the wind from the fist passed, it emitted a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind as it heavily smashed toward Wang Xiang's chest. Damn it! What a frightening speed! Wang Xiang's heart was greatly shocked. At the same time that his expression changed, he also hurriedly attacked. His fist violently collided with Xiao Yan's fist that was heading toward him. Just as Xiao Yan and Wang Xiang were about to collide, everyone's gazes were focused on the two of them. At this moment, Su Songming was trying his best to hide his aura as he withdrew to the back of the group. Chapter 850. Bang! After the short collision, Xiao Yan and Wang Xiang each took a few steps back. Soon after, Xiao Yan's footsteps had just paused when Yuan Shi's figure quickly moved forward. His palm landed heavily on Xiao Yan's chest. Faced with this person's attack, Xiao Yan's expression was calm. His body seemed to turn slightly to one side without leaving a trace. Immediately Yuan Shi's palm, which was filled with an imposing aura, came close to Xiao Yan's black robe and narrowly missed him. Yuan Shi's heart was slightly startled. Just as he was about to withdraw and fly back, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his fist. With a loud cry in his heart, he instantly used the Force Elephant skill. A punch that was filled with strength landed heavily on Yuan Shi's chest. Puff. Yuan Shi's face instantly turned red. Soon after, a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. At the same time, his body uncontrollably fell downwards. Just this attack alone was enough to cause the latter to lose all of his fighting strength for a short period of time. One could imagine just how terrifying Xiao Yan's attack was. After the short training in the desert, Xiao Yan's physical strength had once again increased. Currently, with just the strength of his physical body, an ordinary elite Do Di was nothing in Xiao Yan's eyes. Adding his Do Chi, Xiao Yan was an invincible existence among those of the same level. Swoosh. On the other side, Wang Xiang's shriveled hands were bent into claws. The moment Yuan Shi was struck down, the attack in his hands had already arrived behind Xiao Yan's back. Pure Do Chi rapidly agglomerated at the tip of his finger. They were like sharp needles that were extended and contracted. Wherever they passed, even space itself was cut into 5 dark black cracks. This was enough to show how frightening Wang Xiang's attack was. Eroding bone claw. As a low cry was emitted from Wang Xiang's mouth, the claw had already pressed on Xiao Yan's neck. Die. Seeing that Xiao Yan was unable to react in time, Wang Xiang rejoiced in his heart. As long as he finished off Xiao Yan in front of him, the Fang clan would be easily conquered. Chi. Nonetheless, when Wang Xiang's claw landed, what appeared under his claw was not fresh blood, but pieces of afterimages. Afterimage? Suddenly Wang Xiang was shocked. Just as he was about to retreat, an extremely cold and sinister feeling suddenly rose from behind him. In an instant, Wang Xiang's heart was in his throat. Such a strange speed. Was he really just a 5-star Do Di? Wang Xiang couldn't help but think in horror. However, the current situation didn't allow him to hesitate any longer. Die. Just as the chilling feeling rose from behind him, Wang Xiang suddenly turned around and slashed out with his claw. The formless void instantly exploded. It was like a thin piece of paper being torn apart by Wang Xiang's claw. What? Nothing. However, in the next instant, the body of one of the Su brothers in the Wang clan group suddenly tensed up. His face was flushed red and his eyes were filled with blood. His pupils rapidly dilated as his life force rapidly dissipated. Big brother. The mouth of the other 1-star Do Di by the side involuntarily emitted a sharp roar. They watched the person beside them fall, but they were unable to discover when Xiao Yan had attacked from the beginning until the end. Such agility could be called ghostly. All the members of the Wang clan present involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Immediately, a deep fear uncontrollably surged out from their hearts. A portion of the Wang clan members were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They were afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of their predecessors. Only then did Jianghu and the others understand that the words that Xiao Yan had said earlier were not empty words. With his strength alone, he did indeed have the ability to deal with 6 elite Do Di. From the looks of the strength that the latter had displayed, it was likely that even if the 6 of them were to join forces, they might not be a match for him. Is he a human or a ghost? Is he a human or a ghost? One of the surviving Su brothers involuntarily let out a terrified roar. He even regretted participating in the matter of the Wang clan. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Swoosh. Soon after, a black-robed Xiao Yan suddenly appeared in front of Su Songming, who was fleeing out of Helan City, at a certain spot in the empty space above him. The expression on Su Songming's old face immediately changed drastically. He hurriedly turned around and hurriedly fled with a heart filled with fear. However, regardless of how long he turned around on the spot, Xiao Yan's figure continued to stand in front of him, causing him to be unable to escape. Take it as me begging you. Please let me off. What happened between us is merely a misunderstanding. At the very most, I will apologize to you. You won't go so far as to kill me, right? Su Songming's old face was as pale as paper. The fear in his heart caused his body to tremble involuntarily. However, he still let out an unwilling roar. However, in the face of Su Songming's unwilling roar, Xiao Yan remained expressionless. he raised his hand and his palm faced the ladder. At the same time, behind Xiao Yan, an enormous illusionary figure also extended its hand and covered Su Songming's entire body. The invisible pressure caused a flush to appear on Su Songming's pale face. That powerful force seemed to have grasped his entire life in its palm. At this moment, Su Songming did not doubt that Xiao Yan could instantly kill him if he wanted to. Xiao Yan, you can't kill me. I am a member of the Alchemist Alliance. If you kill me, the Alchemist Alliance will definitely not let you off. You can't kill me. Noisy. Under this powerful pressure, Su Songming's heart became even more fearful. Just as he let out a crazy roar, Xiao Yan suddenly clenched his outstretched hand. In an instant, the latter's body exploded in front of Xiao Yan and turned into a scarlet blood mist. At the same time, a solid spiritual body appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. This was Su Songming's spiritual body. However, under Xiao Yan's powerful pressure, the latter's spiritual body had already fainted. With a thought, a dense white flame immediately rose from his palm. In an instant, it completely wiped out Su Songming's spiritual consciousness. As a result, the only thing that appeared in Xiao Yan's hand was a ball of spiritual source. After doing this, Xiao Yan's gaze turned back and looked at the remaining 5 people. In his eyes, a dense white flame gradually climbed up. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. 3 pitch-black tents appeared one after another. Xiao Yan's figure quickly moved between the tents. When he appeared, he was already in front of Wang Xiang. Under the latter's terrified gaze, Xiao Yan's gaze met his. At the same time, the palm covered in dense white flames landed on Wang Xiang's neck. Then Wang Xiang's old eyes gradually widened. Chapter 851. When the life force in Wang Xiang's eyes completely disappeared, the bone-chilling flame that covered Xiao Yan's hand also spread out and swiftly covered the latter's entire body. After which, a bang sounded and Wang Xiang's physical body was incinerated into nothingness by the heavenly flame. The thing that was currently being held in Xiao Yan's hand was the latter's essence. After storing it into his storage ring, Xiao Yan's gaze turned and looked at the other few people. Seeing Xiao Yan's gaze shoot over, the hearts of Jianghu and the others immediately tightened. A deep fear swiftly rose uncontrollably from the bottom of their hearts. The terror of the person in front of them was something that they had never seen before. With the cultivation of a 5-star Dodi, he was actually able to easily kill an expert of the same level. Who in the entire continent could do such a thing? Only at this moment did they understand why Su Songming had revealed such a terrified expression when he saw Xiao Yan earlier. This was because he clearly knew that none of the elite Dodi present was a match for him. Even if they were to gather together, they would not be able to cause any harm to Xiao Yan. He was really too frightening. What should we do now? Jinji's heart was filled with fear as he thought about it. However, after thinking about it, there was nothing else that they could do other than flee. At this moment, Xiao Yan's gaze landed on the city below and on Yuan Shi, who had temporarily lost the ability to fight. At this moment, Yuan Shi intended to secretly flee from the city after witnessing how frightening Xiao Yan was. With the help of the surrounding crowd, he might have a chance to leave this place. However, Xiao Yan did not intend to let him leave. Swoosh. After using the sky extinction steps, Xiao Yan had already appeared in front of Yuan Shi, who was frantically fleeing at this moment. Xiao Yan, who had suddenly appeared, immediately blocked Yuan Shi's path. A pair of dark black eyes contained an icy coldness. His indifferent face did not contain any emotion. Yuan Shi was greatly alarmed. His originally pale face turned even paler at this moment. Sir, we don't seem to have crossed paths before. Today's matter is just a misunderstanding. Why don't we take this opportunity to make friends? While he was panicking, Yuan Shi hurriedly squeezed out an ugly smile on his face and said with a fawning smile. However, no one knew exactly how terrified he was in his heart at this moment. Make friends? Not interested. Xiao Yan's calm words were enough to express his current feelings. At the same time, he raised his hand and aimed his palm at Yuan Shi's throat, as though he wanted to grasp the other party in his palm. At the same time, Yuan Shi also felt an extremely terrifying pressure from the space around him. It was the Force Elephant skill that gave him this pressure. Damn it! Do you really want to kill me? Yuan Shi howled in terror. However, Xiao Yan paid him no heed. He clenched his fist tightly, and a formless hand appeared in the next instant, controlling Yuan Shi's body. Bastard! If you want to kill me, you will also be buried with me. Since he was going to die either way, Yuan Shi decided to give up on the thought in his heart. With a thought, the Do Qi in the vortex in his body began to move wildly and swiftly poured into every corner of Yuan Shi's body. This caused the latter's body, which was under Xiao Yan's control, to begin to emit a bang sound. From the looks of it, this fellow was intending to self-destruct. Oh, self-destruct, ha! With regards to this, Xiao Yan's expression did not change as he muttered. Immediately, his tightly clenched fist suddenly exerted force. Before the Dou Qi in Yuan Shi's body could completely spread, Xiao Yan had already used the Force Elephant skill to forcefully crush the latter with a bang. Similar to before, Xiao Yan naturally did not let go of the latter's spiritual origin. Although he had killed another person who was completely unrelated to him, Xiao Yan did not feel any burden in his heart. This was the Western Wastelands region. Killings were being played out at all times. In this place there was no need to pity anyone. As long as one was certain that one wanted to kill the other party, there was no need for a reason. This place was a land of killing. Being merciful would only harm Xiao Yan himself. This point was something that Xiao Yan had already understood. Which one of these people that he had killed did not have a blood debt on their backs? In this Western Wastelands region, which one of them was not known as a ruthless person who did not leave any leeway when they did things? Today Xiao Yan was merely giving them a taste of their own medicine. When Xiao Yan turned his head around and looked at Jianghu and Wang Zhenyu once again, these two had already fled in different directions. Why would they care about the clan? They were not living for themselves. Unfortunately. Flee? Is there any use? Xiao Yan coldly laughed. Soon after, a thought passed through his mind and another 4 tents were instantly formed. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yan's figure actually appeared behind Wang Zhenyu and Jianghu. Only at this moment did the two of them react. Their gazes hurriedly swept over the two Xiao Yan's bodies. Their hearts were extremely terrified. Just which one of them was the real one? Just as the hearts of the two of them were extremely terrified, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of the other one-star Dou Di. In an instant he used the bone-chilling flame to easily kill the latter. An afterimage. Seeing Xiao Yan appear in front of the one-star Dou Di, the hearts of the two of them immediately calmed down. The person in front of them was definitely an afterimage. Immediately they recklessly charged into the distance. However, grug. Just as the two of them were about to flee, a merciless palm ruthlessly penetrated their chests. A terrifying destructive strength instantly incinerated the bodies of the two of them. Even when the life in their eyes disappeared, they still did not know how these two so-called afterimages could possibly possess the strength to attack. After withdrawing the two avatars back into his body, Xiao Yan collected their spiritual sources with one hand. Of course, at the same time he also collected their storage rings. At this moment, the 6 elite Dou Di present had all been killed by Xiao Yan in less than 15 minutes. Even at this moment, some of the people from both clans had yet to recover from their shock. This kind of one-sided battle was really hard to imagine. Everything in front of them was like an illusion. It appeared so unreal. Just as everyone was in a daze, Xiao Yan's figure flashed and arrived beside Yuan Qing. He gently patted Yuan Qing's shoulder and smiled. Then I will leave the rest to you. Xiao Yan seemed to smile casually. His body moved and landed in the Fang clan's mansion below. Gulp! Everyone in the sky and on the ground could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Soon after, the sounds of fighting that were filled with wild joy and fear faintly resounded in the sky above Helan City. At this moment, Xiao Yan could not help but want to take a look at the many spoils of war that he had obtained. This was especially so for those spiritual sources. If Ancestor Xiao Xian devoured them, he wondered if he would be able to awaken them. Carrying the anticipation in his heart, Xiao Yan charged into the Fang clan's mansion below. Chapter 852. The Fang clan mansion. Xiao Yan's figure was seated cross-legged on the bed within the room. 7 clusters of cream-white light of different sizes were suspended in the empty space in front of him. These 7 clusters of light were the 6 elite Dou Dis and Su Songming's spiritual essence. Xiao Yan unceremoniously accepted all of their spiritual essences. Only Su Songming's spiritual strength was the largest among the 7 clusters of spiritual essences. As a rank 3 alchemist, even an elite Dou Di had difficulty comparing with him in terms of spiritual strength. Of course, the spiritual strength contained within the other 6 clusters of cream-white light was naturally not inferior. If Ancestor Xiao Xian swallows these spiritual essences, he should be able to awaken. Xiao Yan was filled with anticipation as he looked at the 7 clusters of light in front of him. His heart was filled with surprise. Along the way, Xiao Yan had refined quite a number of Bandi's spiritual essences and had allowed Xiao Xian to swallow all of them. However, the final result was very little. Xiao Xian's condition was already extremely bad. Hence, the requirement for the spiritual essences that he absorbed was even higher. In the eyes of an ordinary person, what was considered an extremely pure spiritual essence was something that Xiao Yan needed to refine until the final spiritual essence that he obtained could be easily absorbed by others. The gentleness and purity of the spiritual essence was something that even a newborn baby could easily endure. It was also because of this that Xiao Yan could only obtain a small portion of each cluster of spiritual essences that Xiao Xian had obtained. However, the heavens did not disappoint those who were willing. After a long period of refinement, Xiao Xian's soul fragment had turned from the size of a thumb to a palm-sized cream-white cluster of light. Moreover, due to the extreme agglomeration of the spiritual essence, Xiao Xian's spiritual essence was unusually thick. The only unfortunate thing was that even so, there was still a long way to go before Xiao Xian could truly awaken. Now that he had the spiritual essences of these 7 elite dodis, Xiao Yan had a greater confidence in his heart. Perhaps Xiao Xian would be able to awaken after swallowing these spiritual essences. The moment he thought of this in his heart, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed an excited smile. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Xiao Yan glanced at the 7 light clusters in the empty space in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and a puff sound was heard. A dense white flame immediately rose in the empty space in front of him. Following the control of Xiao Yan's mind, the flame swiftly wrapped around the 7 light clusters. Borrowing the high temperature of the flame, Xiao Yan began to refine these 7 clusters of spiritual essence. Following the death of the elite Dodi from the Wang clan in the outside world, everyone from the Fang clan felt as though the sky had collapsed. The experts from the Wang clan were powerless to resist the attacks of the people from the Fang clan. Within a short moment, the dozens of Bandi experts from the Wang clan had all been killed. The Wang clan's mansion had also been emptied in an instant. Other than a small portion, most of the experts from the Wang clan had been captured and killed by the Fang clan. In short, from today onwards, there would no longer be a Wang clan in this Helan city. The Fang clan would become the only clan in this Helan city. All of these changes were because of Xiao Yan, who was currently sitting cross-legged in the Fang clan's mansion. After today's matter, Xiao Yan's name would ring out for the first time in this western wasteland region. In just one morning, the Fang clan had already occupied the original mansion of the Wang clan, including the countless treasures that the Wang clan had accumulated over the years. Within an underground secret room of the Wang clan, Fang Cheng and Yuan Qing were basically stunned as they watched everything in front of them. Everything that entered their eyes was bright and dazzling. Countless spirit coins were piled up like a mountain. There were even several hundred low-grade spirit stones. The various qi methods and do techniques were innumerable and were all arranged separately. Under the rough investigation of the two of them, there were nearly 100 scrolls of qi methods and do techniques among the qi methods and do techniques here. There were even over 30 Ling-class qi methods and do techniques. Adding the countless number of medicinal ingredients and other materials, the wealth that was currently placed in front of the two of them was something that even the entire foundation of the Fang clan could not compare with. TSK. During these years, the Wang clan has secretly done quite a number of shady things that harm others. The strength of the clan has also soared. Unfortunately, it is ultimately all for naught. The way the Wang clan does things is extreme. They are greedy and cunning. Such an outcome can be considered retribution. This is not retribution. Instead, it is their own doing. They cannot live. Fang Cheng's tone was cold as he scolded. Both of his eyes emitted a glow as they once again swept over this secret room. There was naturally no need to say more about the palpitation in his heart. However, in the end he did not touch a single thing within this secret room. Let's go. Don't touch the things here first. We should wait for Sir Xiao Yan to take a look before we speak. Fang Cheng's heart was extremely clear that the reason the Fang clan was able to eliminate the Wang clan in one fell swoop in today's battle was not because of the strength of his Fang clan. Instead, it was because they had taken advantage of Xiao Yan. If the latter did not act, the current Wang clan would have ended up with their original ending. It was because of this that Fang Cheng stopped the group of elders from the Fang clan who had continuously entered the secret room. At the same time, even the way he addressed Xiao Yan had unknowingly changed once again. The strength that Xiao Yan had displayed today was sufficient to cause him to raise his eyebrows. There was no need to mention those elders of the Fang clan whose strength was not even a Do Di. None of the elders behind Fang Cheng dared to object to his words. After which, this group of people obediently withdrew from the secret room. On the other side, Xiao Yan was also crazily refining the 7 clusters of spiritual origins in front of him. An enormous spiritual strength continued to surge out from between his eyebrows. Do Qi surged wildly and the heavenly flame rose. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the heavenly flame, the impurities within the 7 clusters of spiritual origins were gradually refined. Even a portion of the spiritual strength that was not pure enough was stripped away by Xiaoyan without any hesitation under this kind of refinement. It was also because of this that the refining process of these 7 clusters of spiritual origins became extremely slow. According to a normal situation, the refining of this cluster of spiritual origins would at most take 4 to 6 hours. However, it was likely that even Xiaoyan himself did not expect that just refining these 7 clusters of spiritual origins would actually take half a month's time. During this half a month, the members of the Fang clan could only wait patiently. At the beginning, they had originally thought that something had happened to Xiaoyan. However, after they sensed the nearly frightening spiritual pressure that spread out from Xiaoyan's room, the doubt in everyone's hearts was instantly dispelled. The secret room of the Wang clan had also been sealed for a long time following Xiaoyan's retreat. It seemed that as long as Xiaoyan did not leave, the secret room would definitely not be opened. Buzz buzz buzz. At a certain moment half a month later, the 7 clusters of spiritual origins that were suspended in front of Xiaoyan in his room suddenly trembled. Immediately, under Xiaoyan's control, they did not cause the slightest ripple and perfectly merged together. The appearance of this scene also proved that at this moment, these 7 clusters of spiritual origins had finally been completely refined by Xiaoyan. Chapter 853. In the room, Xiaoyan's eyes, which had been tightly shut for half a month, finally slowly opened at this moment. Although he had not rested for half a month, Xiaoyan did not feel the slightest bit tired after being bathed in this enormous spiritual power. Instead, his condition was always at its peak, and even his spiritual power had increased a little. With a thought, Xiaoyan withdrew the spiritual pressure that had spread out. Xiaoyan lifted his gaze and looked at the milky white ball of light that was only the size of a soccer ball in front of him. This ball of light was the result of the final refinement and condensation of the 7 balls of soul origins. Although it seemed that most of the spiritual power of the 7 balls of soul origins had been consumed in vain, what was obtained in the end could be considered the essence of the essence. Once Xiaoxian's soul remnant devoured these soul origins, it might be the moment that Xiaoxian awakened. However, this process could not be rushed. With his previous experience, Xiaoyan clearly knew that it would take at least another month for Xiaoxian to completely devour this ball of soul origins. Although Xiaoyan could not control the excitement in his heart, this was something that could not be changed. Unless Xiaoyan did not mind if something unexpected happened to Xiaoxian's soul remnant. With a flip of his hand, a light flashed in Xiaoyan's palm, and a palm-sized milky white ball of energy appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. With the growth of this cluster of spiritual essence, Xiaoyan was finally able to vaguely sense a trace of an unusual aura hidden deep within it. That aura belonged to Xiaoxian. Although that aura was still very weak, Xiaoyan believed that one day Xiaoxian would completely awaken. Ancestor, I've been waiting for this day for far too long. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's eyes could not help but turn slightly red. Carefully holding the soul remnant in his hands, Xiaoyan slowly brought it into contact with the extremely pure ball of soul origin in front of him. The moment the two came into contact, a gentle light was emitted from the 2 balls of soul origin. Very quickly, the two merged together like a large ball covering a small ball. After doing all this and confirming that there were no mistakes, Xiaoyan let out a long sigh of relief. His body moved, got off the bed and walked out of the door. At this moment, the 2 people outside his door seemed to be somewhat impatient. When Xiaoyan opened the door, 2 people were standing in front of it. It was Fang Cheng and Yuan Qing. Lord Xiaoyan has finally come out. If you didn't come out, we would have thought that something had happened to you. Seeing Xiaoyan, Fang Cheng's tightly knitted brows instantly disappeared. He hurriedly changed into a respectful smile. Yuan Qing also helplessly smiled and did not say much. However, when he looked at Xiaoyan, there was some astonishment in his gaze. I'm very well. Thank you for your concern, Patriarch Fang. However, is there something that you've been waiting for me here? With a faint smile, Xiaoyan turned to look at Fang Cheng with a questioning tone. A few days ago, the soul strength that he had released had already discovered that these 2 people were frequently standing in front of his door. They seemed to be waiting for him. This made Xiaoyan feel rather puzzled. Haha, it's not a big matter. It's just that half a month ago, we've already exterminated the Wang clan and found the treasury of the Wang clan. We don't dare to act rashly and hope that Lord Xiaoyan can head over to take a look. Of course, the things inside will naturally be decided by Lord Xiaoyan. Hearing these words, Xiaoyan's eyes flashed slightly. He immediately understood in his heart. So this fellow had such an idea. They were afraid of angering him, so they did not dare to act rashly with the things in the treasury of the Wang clan. However, from his final words, if Xiaoyan did not leave something for their Fang clan, it would be Xiaoyan's fault. Alright, I'll go take a look. If there's anything that I can use, I'll take a few. Xiaoyan smiled. Soon after, under Fang Cheng's lead, he arrived at the treasury of the Wang clan. Upon arriving, Xiaoyan saw the dazzling array of precious treasures at first glance. He could not help but feel astonished in his heart. The Wang clan was after all a large clan. Their foundation was truly not bad. Compared to trash like the Lin clan of Shen City, they were more than a few times stronger. However, they were naturally inferior to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's gaze swiftly searched around this treasure trove. This was especially the case when he noticed those medicinal ingredients that were perfectly preserved. Even with his mental strength, his eyes involuntarily revealed a fiery hot expression. Just based on the medicinal ingredients within the treasury, it was sufficient for Xiaoyan to refine close to 100 Tier 3 medicinal pills. Furthermore, under Xiaoyan's careful inspection, there were even a few high-grade medicinal ingredients that were used to refine Tier 4 medicinal pills. Xiaoyan was not the slightest bit courteous towards these medicinal ingredients. In front of the two of them, he kept all of them into his storage ring. When the two of them saw this, they could not help but raise their eyebrows. After exchanging glances, they looked towards Xiaoyan in astonishment. Sir Xiaoyan, could it be that you're also an alchemist? Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Xiaoyan seemed to have suddenly discovered something. He looked towards the latter and smiled. He nodded his head in a non-committal manner. After which, he once again turned his head and took away a small portion of all the items that he felt were pleasing to his eyes. The remaining items were naturally left to the Fang clan. Among those items, what Xiaoyan took away were the few medicinal ingredients used to refine Tier 4 medicinal pills as well as a few high-level spirit chi methods and dose skills. Although these items were undoubtedly the most precious among all the items present, the wealth that Xiaoyan left for the Fang clan was much more precious when added together. As for spirit stones and medicinal pills, Xiaoyan was purely not interested in them. Xiaoyan still had quite a number of spirit stones on him. His foundation was more than a few times more than what was in front of him. As for medicinal pills, without mentioning that Xiaoyan himself was a Tier 3 alchemist, even the stock in his storage ring was not something that these medicinal pills in front of him could compare with. Within a short couple of minutes, Xiaoyan had already put away the things and left the treasure house under the surprised gazes of the two people behind him. He only took this little? Seeing Xiaoyan's lightning-quick manner, Fang Cheng could not help but feel shocked in his heart. It should be known that everything in this treasure house was personally arranged by that old fellow Wang Xiang. The things that could be kept by him were definitely all priceless treasures. They could even be called priceless treasures. However, in Xiaoyan's eyes, could it be that there were only these few things that were valuable? Or could it be that the latter had the intention of leaving these things to their Fang clan? After thinking for a moment in his heart, Fang Cheng chose the latter. After all, there were so many treasures in this treasure house. Even if he was a 5-star Dodi, it was impossible for him not to be moved. The reason why Xiaoyan did not take them was likely because he had deliberately left them for his Fang clan. Once he thought of this point in his heart, Fang Cheng's favorable impression and respect toward Xiaoyan in his heart suddenly rose at this moment. However, how would he know that the treasures within this treasure house, which were all clan-guarding treasures in his eyes, were merely mediocre in Xiaoyan's eyes? After collecting those few things that could be considered acceptable, Xiaoyan quickly returned to the Fang clan. Within the room, Xiaoyan flipped his hand and 8 storage rings appeared in his palm. These 8 storage rings were the spoils of war that he had plundered from Wang Xiang and the others. Among them, other than Su Songming who held 2 rings, the rest each had 1 ring. After seeing the treasures within the treasure house, it was now time to see just how valuable the things that these 7 fellows carried with them were. Chapter 854. Xiaoyan's body was seated cross-legged on the bed within the room. There were 8 storage rings of different shapes in his palm. Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was inspecting these 8 storage rings one by one. First was the storage rings of the Su brothers. The 2 of them were merely 1-star Dodi. Naturally, there were very few items within their storage rings that could catch Xiaoyan's eye. Other than a small amount of spirit stones, there were only a couple of Tier 3 medicinal pills that were worth looking at. Xiaoyan randomly made a comparison and guessed that those few medicinal pills were likely the reward for helping the Wang clan this time around. Unfortunately, the 2 of them did not have the time to do anything before they had lost their lives in vain. After randomly skipping over them, Xiaoyan once again looked at Jinji's storage ring. The latter was a 4-star Dodi. In comparison, the value of the items within his storage ring was naturally much higher. Tier 3 medicinal pills and man-class chi methods and do techniques were also worth looking at. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to be most interested was that there were actually 3 spirit class chi methods within this fellow's storage ring. The one with the highest grade had actually reached the spirit class middle level. Such a chi method was able to appear in the hands of a 4-star Do D, who was not considered a large faction. After all, not everyone had the support of an ancient and large faction like the 4 great clans under the Sky Sword sect. The channels to obtain chi methods and do techniques were even rarer. Indeed, this Jianghu was not an ordinary person to be able to make a name for himself at the border of the Western Wasteland region. Unfortunately, he had met Xiao Yan, after which the 4th storage ring belonged to Wang Xiang. Being the previous clan head of the Wang clan and the true person in charge of the Wang clan, the various treasures within his storage ring would cause one to be stunned. Even Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily emitted a golden glow when he saw them. There was no need to mention the number of pills he had. In addition to a large number of Tier 3 pills, there were also 2 Tier 4 pills in his storage ring. These were pills that could bring a person back to life at a critical moment. Even Xiao Yan did not have a single Tier 4 pill in his possession. Who would have thought that Wang Xiang would have Tier 4 pills in his possession? Other than this, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to feel even more unrestrained joy in his heart was that other than the 2 Tier 4 medicinal pills, there were actually 3 scrolls of Tier 4 medicinal pill formulas stored within the storage ring. This caused Xiao Yan to feel as though he had obtained a treasure. If the 2 Tier 4 medicinal pills were able to cause Xiao Yan to laugh wildly in excitement, then these 3 Tier 4 medicinal pill formulas were sufficient to cause him to go crazy. Compared to medicinal pills, pill formulas were the true lifeblood of alchemists. Although medicinal pills were precious, there would come a day when they would be used up. However, pill formulas were different. As long as one had a pill formula, it meant that there was a chance to refine even more medicinal pills. This meant that there would be an endless supply of medicinal pills. Most people would know how to weigh the pros and cons of this. At least, under the premise that they were not in a desperate situation. If an alchemist had to choose between a Tier 4 pill formula and a Tier 4 pill formula, they would definitely choose the latter without hesitation. In addition to medicinal pills and pill formulas, the storage of spirit stones in this storage ring was also quite astonishing. Even Xiao Yan himself could not help but click his tongue in amazement. TSK, this old man. Don't tell me that he carried the entire family's wealth on himself. Just based on these things, I'm afraid that even if there were 2 or 3 more treasures in his Wang family's treasury, they would still not be able to compare. Compared to the Wang family's treasury, the amount of spirit stones in this storage ring was more than a few times more. It was even more than the amount of spirit stones in Xiao Yan's storage ring. As for chi methods and do skills, other than the 2 spirit middle-level chi methods, there was nothing else that caught Xiao Yan's eye. As for the rest, they were all some rare medicinal ingredients or metal materials. Xiao Yan also put them all into his storage ring. Subsequently, Xiao Yan picked up Wang Zhenyu's storage ring and the smile on his face gradually faded. Although Wang Zhenyu was the current head of the Wang family, the true sovereignty of the Wang family was still in the hands of Wang Xiang. In the end, Wang Zhenyu was just an empty shell. However, it was because of this that when Xiao Yan opened his storage ring, the scene inside caused Xiao Yan to be stunned. In comparison, although the pills and chi methods and do skills in this storage ring could not compare to the former, the amount of spirit stones in this storage ring had reached an extremely shocking amount. A countless number of spirit stones were piled into a mountain and piled in front of Xiao Yan without any control. They were just like numerous small mountains. The gentle white light reflected on each other, causing the entire space to become extremely dazzling. The number of spirit stones in this storage ring was something that even if Xiao Yan and the few people in front of him were added together, they would not be able to compare with. Gulp. As his throat moved, Xiao Yan could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It was only a moment later that he gradually regained his senses. The gentle white light shone on Xiao Yan's handsome face. A pair of pitch-black eyes reflected a milky white fiery glow. His tongue fiercely licked his lips. The excitement in his heart had reached its peak at this moment. Such a large amount of spirit stones was a huge fortune to Xiao Yan. With these spirit stones, the problem of the cultivation of the 9 incarnations would be completely solved in the future. Overall, the appearance of these spirit stones would be a great help to Xiao Yan's combat strength. Finally, it was naturally Su Songming's storage ring's turn. Among these 8 storage rings, the one that interested Xiao Yan the most was naturally Su Songming's storage ring. The latter was a rank 3 alchemist and was also a member of the Alchemist Alliance. He would definitely have many pill formulas in his hands. If he could obtain some high-tier pill formulas from the streets, it would undoubtedly be the biggest surprise for Xiaoyan. Sure enough, in Su Songming's storage ring, there were more than 10 pill formulas for rank 3 pills. Although this seems small, even Xiaoyan himself only had 9 pill formulas for rank 3 pills in his storage ring. Including the pill formulas in the previous few, there were only 26 pill formulas for rank 3 pills in Xiaoyan's storage ring. Looking at the leopard through a tube, one could see the whole picture. Therefore, the existence of more than 10 pill formulas for rank 3 pills was a huge surprise for Xiaoyan. Apart from these, there were also a dozen or so tier 3 medicinal pills. From this point, Su Songming, this tier 3 alchemist, was also quite shabby. A dignified tier 3 alchemist actually only had a dozen or so tier 3 medicinal pills in his possession. This could also be considered a loss of face. However, Xiaoyan felt relieved when he thought about it. Other than a portion of the pills in his possession being refined by himself, half of the pills in his possession came from other places. However, the pills in Su Songming's possession were different. No matter how many he needed, he could only refine them himself. After all, his strength did not support his ability to obtain pills from other places. In addition to more than 10 pill formulas for rank 3 pills, Xiaoyan also obtained 3 more rank 4 pill formulas, 3 spirit rank middle-level cultivation methods, and a large amount of precious medicinal ingredients. At this point, the 7 storage rings were completely swept clean by Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's wallet also swelled in an instant. Xiaoyan did not doubt that with the wealth he currently possessed, even the 4 great sects might not be able to compare with him. Finally, it was the turn of the 8th storage ring. Compared to the previous 7 storage rings, this storage ring was somewhat different. On the snow-white storage ring, some mysterious talismans were crookedly engraved. There was even a faint golden glow faintly emitting from it. After careful inspection, Xiaoyan was even more surprised to discover that on the surface of this ring, there was actually a layer of golden light that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, protecting this ring. From those mysterious talismans, Xiaoyan was able to recognize that they were talismans that were unique to formations. However, what made him suspicious was why the talismans used by formations would appear on a ring. As he thought of this, Xiaoyan immediately could not help but lightly raise his eyebrows as his eyes slowly narrowed. This ring did not seem to be an ordinary storage ring. Chapter 855. With doubts in his heart, Xiaoyan intended to pour his spiritual strength into the ring. However, just as Xiaoyan's spiritual strength neared the ring, it suddenly emitted a bright golden light. Those mysterious symbols suddenly sparkled, and the circle of invisible golden light that wrapped around the outer layer of the ring also suddenly emitted a powerful aura. It actually repelled Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. Moreover, what was different from an ordinary storage ring was that the rebounding force of this ring actually possessed a portion of destructive power. If Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was not strong enough, it was likely that he would have been injured. Sensing this point, Xiaoyan could not help but gently raise his eyebrows. A surprised expression appeared on his face. He did not expect that this ring actually possessed such a domineering ability. It was indeed worthy of being the work of a formation master. This kind of ability was something that an alchemist did not possess. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiaoyan lifted his eyes and once again landed on the milky white ring in front of him. From the rebounding force of this ring, it was not difficult to tell that there should be some kind of extremely valuable item within this ring. In order to open this ring, a special method was required. Unfortunately, following Su Songming's death, the method used to open this ring naturally did not exist. Now, if Xiaoyan wanted to open this ring, the best method was to forcefully break the formation that wrapped around the outer layer of the ring. As he thought of this, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily curled into a cold smile. Although the defense of this formation was not bad, with the powerful spiritual strength of a rank 3 alchemist, Xiaoyan was still unable to block Xiaoyan. On this point, Xiaoyan had absolute confidence. Based on Xiaoyan's guess, with just this formation alone, he would only need 2 or 3 spiritual collisions to forcefully break it open. At that time, everything within this ring would naturally appear in front of Xiaoyan. Narrowing his eyes, a fierce glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Immediately after, Xiaoyan spread out his palm and placed the milky white ring in the empty space in front of him. With a thought, the sole pearl between his eyebrows suddenly trembled violently. Immediately, a huge amount of spiritual strength rapidly gushed out from his mind like a storm. The invisible energy wrapped around the ring in front of him. Under the powerful spiritual strength undulations, the invisible space immediately surged. The huge amount of spiritual strength crazily condensed under Xiaoyan's control. The originally invisible spiritual strength also gradually solidified under this crazy condensation. In the end, It turned into 3 substantial drills that followed Xiaoyan's thoughts and fiercely struck the ring from 3 different directions. Buzz. Immediately, a buzzing sound that caused one's soul to feel a piercing pain spread out. In an instant the entire room that Xiaoyan was in shook. If not for Xiaoyan stopping it, it was likely that the buzzing sound alone would have caused quite a number of people in the Fang clan to suffer injuries that would be difficult to recover from. However, under this huge commotion, the originally sparkling golden light on the surface of the milky white ring suddenly dimmed by quite a bit. Just as Xiaoyan had expected, this ring was still unable to easily withstand the spiritual strength attack of a rank 3 alchemist. The smile on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth became even denser when he saw this scene. At the same time the expression on his face became even sharper. A thought passed through his heart and the 3 spiritual drills once again heavily smashed into the ring. Buzz. The collision once again caused the ring to suddenly tremble. The formation that was agglomerated on the exterior of the ring also swiftly dimmed. Before the buzzing sound disappeared, Xiaoyan once again controlled the 3 drill bits and heavily smashed them onto the surface of the ring, which was trembling intensely. Bang! The dim array instantly exploded, and the distorted golden talismans on the ring also dimmed. After doing this, Xiaoyan once again smiled. Without any hesitation, a portion of his spiritual strength also poured into the milky white ring in front of him as the 3 spiritual drills scattered. As the scene in front of Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly changed, Xiaoyan's mind also entered the space within the ring. The first thing that entered his eyes was a dazzling golden light. Under this golden light, Xiaoyan's eyes subconsciously narrowed. A few breaths later, he finally slowly lifted his eyes and looked at the space in front of him. The entire space was much narrower than Xiaoyan had expected. At the very most, it was similar to the storage space of a middle-grade storage ring. A storage ring of this size was basically useless to the current Xiaoyan. However, since this ring was carried around by Su Songming, Xiaoyan believed that it was not as useless as it looked. Sure enough, just as Xiaoyan's eyes scanned the interior of this space, the space in front of Xiaoyan began to distort without any warning. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's face did not reveal any panic. He calmly waited for the change in the space in front of him. After a short few breaths, the distorted space in front of Xiaoyan finally gradually stabilized. At this moment, the thing that appeared in front of Xiaoyan was not an actual object. Instead, it was a palm-sized illusory image. The illusory image was extremely solid. Other than the fact that it did not emit any aura, it looked just like an actual object. If it was not for the fact that one could not detect its aura, it was likely that one would have mistaken it for an actual object. Looking at the image in front of him, Xiaoyan's face was filled with suspicion as he frowned. His eyes stared intently at the object in front of him. His heart was filled with shock and astonishment. He really did not expect that there would actually be such an object on this continent. At this moment, what appeared in front of Xiaoyan was a flower with 6 petals. The entire flower was wrapped in a pure snow-white color. The whiteness was so pure that one could not bear to touch it. It was as though one was afraid of tarnishing it. Only at the core of the flower were there thumb-sized purple dots that decorated the entire flower. It was like adding flowers to brocade, causing it to appear even more pure and pleasant. The 6 petals were like trumpets that opened outwards. It seemed as though it wanted to embrace the entire world, yet it also seemed as though it wanted to embrace the entire world. It looked rather majestic. Just from the appearance of this flower was definitely an extraordinary object. Of course, with Xiaoyan's experience, even though he had never seen it with his own eyes, Xiaoyan had some understanding of this flower from countless ancient books. However, the only thing that Xiaoyan did not dare to confirm at this moment was why this flower had 6 petals. Fusang flower? Xiaoyan solemnly stared at the flower in front of him. His brows were tightly knitted together. It was only after a long time that he spoke with a somewhat uncertain tone. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 856. Fusang flower. It is really unexpected that there is actually a Fusang flower in this world. Don't tell me. Xiaoyan's body was stunned as he stood in the same spot within the space of the ring. Both of his eyes stared at the image of the 6-petal flower in the empty space in front of him. A great storm had formed in his heart. Xiaoyan had never expected that he would actually see the Fusang flower in this place. The Fusang flower. If this was placed on the Douqi continent, it was something that had already disappeared for an unknown number of years. It had already been called extinct and was a divine object that could no longer be found in this world. Yet now, this thing that could be called extinct had actually appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Even though this was merely an image, it still caused one to have difficulty hiding the shock and excitement in one's heart. The Fusang flower grew from the Fusang ancient spirit tree. It was one of the rare treasures in this world. The appearance of this flower would definitely cause an uproar in the continent. Of course, this was unless the news could truly spread. Normally speaking, this kind of situation was completely impossible. This was because the moment the Fusang flower appeared, the Fusang flower would be fought over by everyone within a short period of time. Before the news could spread, the Fusang flower would have already fallen into someone's hands and disappeared. The Fusang ancient spirit tree, along with the Bodhisattva ancient tree and the blood parasol tree, were called the three great divine trees in this world. Even the ginseng ancient tree could not compare with them. In the past, Xiaoyan had seen information related to the Fusang ancient spirit tree in many ancient books. All of the ancient books clearly stated that the Fusang flower had 5 petals. However, the Fusang flower that had appeared in front of Xiaoyan at this moment was very different from what Xiaoyan knew. It was a 6-petal Fusang flower. This was also one of the reasons why Xiaoyan did not dare to confirm the identity of this flower for a long time. Why would the Fusang flower appear in this ring? After recovering, Xiaoyan once again placed his attention on the most important point. Why would the image of the Fusang flower appear in this ring? Why would it allow Su Songming to carry this ring around with him? Could it be the location of the hibiscus flower is hidden in this ring? Xiaoyan seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His pair of pitch-black eyes suddenly lit up, and the surprise in his heart could not be any greater. If that was the case, then as long as he followed the guidance of the ring and obtained the hibiscus flower, wouldn't he have picked up a great opportunity for nothing? The ancient Fusang spirit tree was as famous as the Bodhi ancient tree, or even surpassed it. Naturally, it had its own advantages. Unlike the Bodhi ancient tree's ability to help people make breakthroughs, the greatest characteristic of the ancient Fusang spirit tree was that it contained an extremely large amount of spiritual strength. This kind of spiritual strength was accumulated over countless years. The Fusang flower and the ancient Fusang spirit tree naturally contained an extremely pure and large amount of spiritual strength. Therefore, the Fusang flower was undoubtedly the most precious treasure to alchemists and formation masters. As long as one could obtain a Fusang flower, it would mean that one's spiritual strength would soar. At that time, not only would it bring about an increase in one's strength, but even one's status would also rise qualitatively. At that time, countless powerful factions would be moved. Powerful sects and factions would also extend an olive branch or even lower themselves to invite one. Of course, if one was able to join the Pill Tower, it would undoubtedly bring about even greater glory. Everyone would have to be courteous when they walked the continent in the name of the Pill Tower. To an ordinary alchemist, this represented supreme glory. Of course, this did not attract Xiaoyan. After taking in a deep breath, Xiaoyan focused his attention. His gaze once again looked at the image of the Fusang flower in front of him. His heart was filled with surprise. Other than that, he was even more curious. If it was just an image, it would not allow Xiaoyan to find the Fusang flower. Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly when he thought of this. Just as Xiaoyan's heart was filled with suspicion, the Fusang flower in front of him once again began to distort. Xiaoyan's eyes focused. He frowned and stared intently at the Fusang flower that was gradually distorting. His throat rolled slightly and he could not help but become nervous. He hoped that the Fusang flower in front of him would live up to his expectations. Following the gradual distortion of space, the original 6-petal flower, the pure beauty of the hibiscus flower, had already become deformed in the blink of an eye. Not only had it lost its original appearance, but even the shadow of a flower could not be seen. However, Xiaoyan became even more focused during this short and anxious wait. His gaze stared intently at the distorted space in front of him. Without realizing it, Xiaoyan seemed to have seen some pattern following the direction in which the flower was distorted. Perhaps it could be said that it was some other object. This time it was not an illusion but a real entity. After a dozen breaths, Xiaoyan wiped the sweat that had gushed out from his forehead. The space that was constantly distorting in front of him stabilized again. This time, what appeared in front of Xiaoyan was a special name card that was the size of a palm. The overall structure of the name card looked similar to Xiaoyan's alchemist president's name card. They were both made of special metal. The only difference was that there were many talismans engraved on this name card. That was the symbol of an array master. On the back of this name card, the words "Glorious Gold" were written clearly and deeply. Glorious Gold? Xiaoyan muttered softly. He seemed to have seen these 2 words somewhere before. Immediately after, Xiaoyan seemed to have thought of something. He flipped his palm and a leather map appeared in his hand. After a quick check, Xiaoyan immediately found the place related to the words "Glorious Gold." Glorious Gold City? Xiao Yan frowned slightly, feeling a little surprised in his heart. Glorious Gold City was the gathering place of array masters in the western region. Judging from this name card, would the Fusang flower appear there? Alchemists had their own alchemist guild, and array masters naturally had their own territory. It was just that it was not as large as the alchemists. This Glorious Gold City happened to be the gathering place of array masters in the western region. Suddenly, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan once again became distorted while his heart was feeling surprised at the location of the hibiscus flower. Xiao Yan hurriedly grabbed the name card in front of him as a precaution. After which, he focused his attention and looked at it. However, the result that Xiao Yan saw caused the longing in his heart to swiftly reduce by over half. The space in front of him was distorted. After a long while, the result was a row of words. The general content had already explained that the Fusang flower was in Jianghu City. However, if he wanted to obtain it, he would have to obtain it by auction at the Jianghu City auction that would be held 3 months later. Chapter 857. In the end, Xiao Yan helplessly withdrew his spiritual strength from the ring. At the same time, he also took out the name card. That could be considered the most useful and also the most useless thing that Xiao Yan had obtained this time. Although he had found the Fusang flower, it might not be his in the end. Although he knew its location, he could not touch it. It was likely that there was nothing more unbearable than this. However, having news was better than nothing. Everything was still early. No one knew who the Fusang flower would belong to until the very last moment. With a little hope in his heart, Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath and smiled slightly. Immediately his body moved, leaped off the bed and walked out of the door. Since Xiao Yan's matter was temporarily over, there was no need to rush to the ancient tomb of Jianghu. There was no harm in going to Jianghu City to give it a try. After all, it was a place where the experts of the western region gathered. Regardless of whether it was for Xiao Yan's own experience or strength, it would more or less be of some help. He would naturally not easily miss it. After exiting the door, Xiao Yan had just closed the door and turned around. However, in the next moment, his body suddenly jumped and he involuntarily took half a step back. He raised his eyes and saw that Fang Rian was standing in front of him. Until just now, Xiao Yan had been wholeheartedly thinking about the Fusang flower and did not notice that there was actually someone outside the door. The sudden appearance of the young lady had almost caused Xiao Yan to activate the Do Qi in his body. Once that happened, Xiao Yan could not help but be a little worried about the consequences. When Fang Rian saw that Xiao Yan was startled, a panicked expression involuntarily surged onto her face. She was just about to open her mouth to inquire when Xiao Yan's gaze shot over, causing her to involuntarily lower her head. At the same time, Xiao Yan also recovered from the fright from the previous moment. He helplessly curled his lips and his heart palpitated as he swept his gaze over the slightly rising and falling chest of the young lady. At such a close distance, Xiao Yan was just a little taller than Xiao Yan. Hence, the moment Xiao Yan raised his head, the young lady's chest was completely reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes. Immediately, Xiao Yan's old face could not help but turn red. He habitually rubbed his nose with his hand and coughed twice. Only then did Xiao Yan ask, "Miss Fang, is there something that you are looking for me?" Rian does not dare. "It is my father who asked me to invite you to attend a family banquet in our family." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Fang Rian hurriedly and respectfully bowed. The words from her mouth appeared to be unusually respectful. If it was before Xiao Yan killed those few elite Do Di, Fang Rian would still dare to be angry with him. Now that she had witnessed Xiao Yan's strength, she would definitely not dare to mess around with Xiao Yan even if she was given a lot of courage. Otherwise, once the latter was angered, it was likely that she would not be the only one to suffer a calamity. "Oh, a family banquet, huh? It seems a little illogical for me to attend such a banquet." Xiao Yan frowned slightly. A family banquet was a banquet that only members of the same family could attend. This kind of banquet was especially valued within a family. Anyone who was not from the family would not be allowed to attend, much less be invited. What was the purpose of Fang Cheng's actions? "Sir, there is no need to be so polite. You have saved our entire Fang family. Father and the few elders have long treated you as one of our family. Moreover, my father has also said that if Sir Xiao Yan is not present today, the family banquet will definitely not begin." Appearing to be afraid that Xiao Yan would reject, Fang Rian said quite a bit in one breath. These words caused Xiao Yan to be somewhat speechless. Putting it this way, he did not even have a reason to reject. It seemed that this family banquet was not prepared for the members of the Fang family. Instead, it was a hongmen banquet for him. Thinking of this in his heart, a glint immediately flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. However, he parted his mouth and smiled immediately. All right then. Since the head of the Fang family has invited me so graciously, it would be somewhat impolite if I did not go. Let's go. Xiaoyan laughed out loud. His body moved. Under the guidance of his spiritual strength, he took the lead and walked toward the place where everyone from the Fang family was gathered. Fang Rian followed behind him. That's right. Just as he took his first step before his second step landed, Xiaoyan suddenly turned around. This gave the young lady behind him a fright. She took 2 steps back. Then Xiaoyan smiled and said, "It's better if you don't call me Lord. It's quite awkward to hear you call me that. Just call me by my name." After speaking without waiting for the young lady to regain her senses, Xiaoyan took the lead and quickly walked toward the place where the members of the Fang family were gathered. Behind him, the young lady's cheeks were red as she muttered Xiaoyan's name. Then she hurriedly followed behind. After a short period of time, Xiaoyan and Fang Rian arrived at the place where the members of the Fang family were gathered. This was the usual drill ground of the Fang family. However, today it was the place where the family banquet was held. When everyone present saw the late Xiaoyan, everyone immediately stood up and faced Xiaoyan. Even Fang Cheng and the elders of the Fang family at the front of the crowd stood up and faced Xiaoyan. Then, everyone respectfully greeted Xiaoyan in unison. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but be shocked. The actions of these people really made him feel overwhelmed. After returning the greetings one by one, Xiaoyan took large strides forward with Fang Rian behind him. Together they arrived at Fang Cheng's side. At this place, seats had already been prepared for the two of them. They just so happened to be on the left and right of Fang Cheng. After Xiaoyan sat down, the one on the left was Yuan Qing. It was only after Xiaoyan sat down that the other people present also took their seats one after another. Haha, Sir Xiaoyan, this banquet should have been prepared long ago. However, Sir Xiaoyan has been in seclusion for half a month. We were also afraid of disturbing Sir, so we never started. Now that Sir Xiaoyan has arrived, we can be considered to be all present. Sitting beside Xiaoyan, Fang Qing smiled as he faced Xiaoyan. At the same time, he raised his wine cup and faced Xiaoyan and downed it in a single gulp as an apology. After that, Yuan Qing and the few elders of the Fang family and even Fang Rian were unable to avoid it. Very quickly, Xiaoyan and the few people beside him began to chat together. This was especially true for Fang Qing. His 3 sentences did not leave Xiaoyan, while his 2 sentences were like that of Rian. His words always jumped between Xiaoyan and Rian, causing one to not know if he was truly drunk or if he was doing it on purpose. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with suspicion as he listened. During this time, he continuously frowned and his gaze would occasionally look towards Yuan Qing. Seeing this, the latter awkwardly smiled but did not say anything. At this moment, even Fang Rian's pretty face had turned completely red from what Xiaoyan had said. It was unknown whether it was because she had drunk wine or because of some other reason. However, the pair of pretty eyes which she used to look at Xiaoyan involuntarily revealed an autumn feeling. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 858. Haha, little friend Xiaoyan, I have to thank little friend Xiaoyan for saving my daughter in Wuxia City last time. That's why my daughter was able to come back alive. Fang Qing seemed to be really drunk. His face was flushed and his face was filled with a blurry smile. His expression was blurry. He put one hand on Xiaoyan's shoulder and raised the wine cup in his other hand, sending it to Xiaoyan's mouth. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. That day's matter was just something I did in passing. Patriarch Fang doesn't need to be polite. Xiaoyan looked at the latter with a calm expression. Then he suddenly smiled, took the wine from the latter's hand, and drank it all in one gulp. Good. Little friend Xiaoyan has guts. Seeing this, the smile on Fang Cheng's face suddenly became a little thicker. He directly hugged Xiaoyan's shoulder, and took advantage of his drunkenness to laugh loudly. Little friend Xiaoyan should also know that I, Fang Qing, only have this one precious daughter. I'm afraid she'll fall in my hands and I'm afraid she'll melt in my mouth. I've always carefully taken care of her, afraid that something will happen to this girl. These years this girl has grown up. This clan won't be able to hold her back sooner or later. The little guy who could only survive under Old Eagle's protection is now able to stand on his own. Speaking until here, Fang Cheng's face couldn't help but reveal a gratified expression. Logically speaking, this time the clan has encountered a great disaster. I don't want her to come back. I don't want this girl to enter the tiger's den. Just like what I'm worried about, if it wasn't for little friend Xiaoyan from Wuxia City's Jianghu, I'm afraid that not only would something happen to my daughter, but even the current Fang clan would no longer exist. When he spoke until this point, Fang Qing appeared to have instantly become much more clear-headed. The expression on his face became somewhat melancholy. Soon after, he hugged Xiao Yan's shoulders and began to laugh out loud in a muddle-headed manner. His topic also continued to revolve around Xiao Yan and Fang Rian. Haha, I wonder what little friend Xiao Yan thinks about my daughter's cultivation? Suddenly, Fang Qing seemed to inadvertently ask about Fang Rian's cultivation. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was slightly startled. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, "Young Miss Fang is able to reach the cultivation of a 7-star half-martial emperor at such a young age. Even in the continent, this is rarely seen. It can be said that young Miss Fang's cultivation speed is extremely astonishing. If she were to be placed in the Shilin region, she would be able to protect a region." Words of praise were spat out, and the smile on Fang Cheng's face became even more pronounced. After Fang Rian, who was beside him, heard Xiao Yan's words, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. "Haha, for my daughter to be able to win such praise from little friend Xiao Yan, it's truly a great fortune." Ah! Several people laughed heartily. Xiao Yan also followed suit. However, he was somewhat suspicious in his heart. What was the purpose of Fang Cheng's words? "Little friend Xiao Yan, you've saved my Fang clan from calamity, and even saved my daughter's life. My Fang clan is unable to repay such a great kindness. However, if it's possible, I don't mind letting my daughter follow by little friend Xiao Yan's side and take care of you. This can be considered. Clan head Fang, you've said so much. It can't be just for this sentence, right?" However, just as Fang Qing drunkenly hugged Xiao Yan's shoulders and spoke with a mouthful of words, Xiao Yan suddenly stood up. His expression was slightly ugly as he pushed away Fang Qing, who was pressing down on him. A hint of coldness emerged on his originally calm face at this moment. When Xiao Yan's words came out, not only Fang Qing, but even the bodies of the other people present suddenly shook. An indescribable chill swiftly rose from the bottom of everyone's hearts. Numerous gazes also looked towards Xiao Yan in succession. To one side, Yuan Qing also stood up at this moment with an ugly expression. His old face carried a helpless expression. Originally, he wanted to open his mouth to say something. However, in the end, he let out a deep sigh, lowered his head and shut his mouth without saying anything. At this instant, Fang Qing, who originally appeared to be drunk and hazy, also instantly returned to sobriety. The redness on his face swiftly faded away, and the state of his entire person also recovered its usual calmness. However, at this moment, the gaze he used to look at Xiao Yan was somewhat evasive. Perhaps, everything he had said just now did not come from the bottom of his heart. However, for the clan he had no choice but to say it. If he was able to connect the clan behind him to this young man in front of him, the Fang clan would definitely not be limited to this small Helan city in the future. However, he did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually reject in such a decisive manner. Moreover, from the looks of it, Xiao Yan's attitude was abnormally firm. From the looks of it, his Fang clan had been too rash in today's matter. He could only blame himself for such an outcome. He had only thought of the clan behind him and did not consider the thoughts of the black-robed young man in front of him. Who knew what thoughts Xiao Yan had in his heart? Huff! After letting out a long breath, Xiao Yan shot a glance at Yuan Qing beside him. His body moved and he silently left this place. After that, everyone present was completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone held their breaths tightly as they sent off Xiao Yan with their gazes. Everyone's hearts were especially nervous, afraid of angering this lord. At the same time, when they looked at their own clan head again, their eyes involuntarily revealed bewilderment. Just what had Fang Qing done to make Xiao Yan's attitude change so abruptly? In an instant, the atmosphere became heavy. It was as if there was a huge rock pressing down on everyone's heart. The formless aura that gushed out from Xiao Yan's body caused them to be unable to breathe. When everyone had relaxed, Fang Cheng's body softened. He sat back on the chair with a heart full of regret. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the wine cup in front of him. His heart was filled with deep regret. His actions just now might have pushed this future expert of the western region far away. Seeing Xiao Yan leave, Yuan Qing hesitated for a moment before standing up. He found Fang Qing and patted the latter's shoulder with his palm as a form of consolation. After giving some instructions, he left to find Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan quietly stood at the side of a pond. A thick willow tree grew beside him. Its soft willow branches fell into the pond and swayed with the wind, creating circles of ripples on the surface of the water. Xiao Yan watched the pool water in front of him. The dark blue sky was reflected within it. A few white clouds danced under the ripples, appearing like a young lady dancing gracefully, causing one's imagination to run wild. Mr. Xiaoyan, Fang Qing didn't do it on purpose just now. He's just drunk. You and I both know in our hearts whether or not he's drunk. Actually, I don't care. I didn't call you here to talk about this matter. It's only because I'm leaving. Xiaoyan's gaze still didn't leave the water surface as he slowly spoke. Suddenly, he saw a leaf slowly fall from the willow branch on the water surface. It floated in the water and gradually flowed away with the ripples. Mr. Xiaoyan is leaving? Where are you going? Yuan Qing furrowed his brows. His forward step involuntarily paused. He had come to the western region in order to find Xiaoyan. However, the latter had come and left in a hurry. After a short reunion, the two had to part again. Jianghu City. An auction will be held there in 3 months. I must go. Seeing the willow leaf fall to the bottom of the pond, Xiaoyan turned around and looked at Yuan Qing behind him as he slowly spoke. Then your actions just now, Yuan Qing was flabbergasted. Although Fang Qing's words were somewhat rash, with Xiaoyan's temperament, he shouldn't have done so. However, if it was said that Xiaoyan did it on purpose, it might make some sense. After all, the Fang clan is an individual. I can't always stay in the Fang clan. They also can't rely on others. I can't help them with anything. The only thing I can do is perhaps to leave. Only in this way can they truly realize what they need, and not always think of borrowing the strength of others. The things obtained from the Wang clan's treasury are enough for the Fang clan to greatly increase their strength in a short period of time. It's more than enough to expand their influence. As for me, it's time to do what I want to do. Chapter 859. On the same day, Xiaoyan left Helan City. Yuan Qing personally watched as Xiaoyan left. Yuan Qing didn't plan to travel with Xiaoyan for the rest of the journey. With the strength of a 4-star Do Di, it was likely that he would only become a burden if he followed beside Xiaoyan. After all, others might not be aware, but he was aware that those people from the ghost hall, who were neither human nor ghost, were constantly watching Xiaoyan. In the evening, Yuan Qing returned to the Fang clan and met Fang Qing in the clan's conference hall. When the two brothers met, the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Mr. Xiaoyan, he left. He said he had other things to do, so he had to leave. Could it be because of me? It's not because of you, and it's not because of the Fang clan. It's just that he really needs to leave. What he did during the day was actually just to make you feel afraid. Only by doing this, perhaps the Fang clan will understand that outsiders can't be relied on. If you want to be strong, you can only rely on your own strength. Fang Cheng's expression froze. He couldn't help but feel astonished. This is what Xiaoyan said. It's also the only thing he can help you with. Fang Qing tightly knitted his brows, his expression extremely gloomy. Indeed, the moment Xiaoyan stood up, he felt an incomparable pressure. That kind of strength was really hard for him to bear. Even the entire Fang clan couldn't compare. Once Xiaoyan was truly angry, there was absolutely no one in the Fang clan who could stop him. At that moment, everyone in the Fang clan felt alarmed. They had no choice but to gather together to resist that power. At this moment, they clearly realized their own insignificance, and also clearly understood the cohesion of a clan. Xiaoyan's actions might turn him into an evil person, but at the very least he had already done his best to help the Fang clan. Sometimes what a clan needed wasn't endless resources, but their desire to become stronger, as well as the trust and support between the clan members. While the two of them were conversing, they did not notice that outside the meeting hall, Fang Rian was gently biting her red lips. A complicated expression surfaced in her beautiful eyes. It was a long while later before she quietly left. At the same time, Xiaoyan was on his way to Jianghu City. The night was long. Xiaoyan headed west and followed the directions on the map. It was likely that he would be able to reach the location of Jianghu City in half a month's time. Additionally, according to the map, the location of the Tianju ancient tomb was located in an even deeper part of the western wasteland region. Xiaoyan's direction could not be considered going in the opposite direction. The journey would take half a month. Therefore, Xiaoyan was not in a hurry. Instead, he diverted a portion of his attention to the 9 incarnations. From the 7 storage rings, Xiaoyan also obtained a lot of medium spirit stones, which were undoubtedly of great benefit to the improvement of the cultivation of the 9 incarnations. As for the 10 medium spirit stones that Xiaoyan had obtained earlier, they had already been used up. As the strength of the incarnations increased, Xiaoyan also discovered to his surprise that the energy requirement of the incarnations was increasing. Even the medium spirit stones could no longer satisfy the cultivation of the incarnations. Now in Xiaoyan's storage ring, there were a total of 54 medium spirit stones. Except for the 14 that Xiaoyan kept as backup, the remaining 40 were used by Xiaoyan to improve the cultivation of the incarnations. Of course, under such a crazy devouring, the results obtained by the 9 incarnations also made Xiaoyan quite satisfied. At night, the resplendent Milky Way washed the pitch-black night sky, and the fluorescence emitted by the endless starlight intertwined and condensed, illuminating the dark ground below. Coupled with the huge silver moon, it was like the sun at night, driving away the darkness of this land. At the peak of the mountain, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged. Powerful soul power continuously flowed out from between his eyebrows and entered the bodies of the 9 incarnations around him. At this moment, the 9 incarnations were also crazily devouring and refining a spirit stone in their arms. Judging from the energy contained in the spirit stones, these spirit stones were actually medium spirit stones. After nearly half a month of hurrying and training, 18 of the 40 spirit stones had already been used up. Now, the radiance on these 9 spirit stones were rapidly dimming. It was likely that before today these 9 medial-grade spirit stones would turn into nothing. In less than half a month, 27 medium spirit stones had been consumed. This was equivalent to half of the total number of medium spirit stones that Xiaoyan possessed. Under this crazy refining, the cultivations of the 9 incarnations had broken through to the middle level of the 4-star Do D class. Currently they were advancing toward the advanced level of the 4-star Do D class. However, it was unknown whether the cultivations of the 9 incarnations would be able to reach the advanced level of the 4-star Do D class before the 9 spirit stones were completely consumed. Xiaoyan became even crazier as he carried the longing in his heart. The spiritual strength within the soul bead in his mind surged out and controlled the 9 incarnations to wildly refine the spirit stones at an even faster speed. Time flowed by bit by bit. A paleness involuntarily surfaced on Xiaoyan's face. Threads of perspiration rolled down from his forehead. Time also rolled further and further away. Unknowingly, the eastern sky gradually brightened. The silver moon consciously hid its body. The bright Milky Way had long since disappeared. A night had passed. At this moment, the weak light on the 9 spirit stones in the 9 incarnations' hands had completely disappeared. The last thread of energy was absorbed into the bodies of the incarnations. Damn it, it is still not enough. Even until now, the cultivations of the 9 incarnations had yet to break through to the advanced level of the 4-star Do D class. This involuntarily caused Xiaoyan to curse in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and he attempted to withdraw the 9 incarnations. However, it was at this moment that, buzz 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 buzz, a white light suddenly flickered within the bodies of the 9 incarnations. Soon after, the auras within the bodies of the 9 incarnations suddenly rose. In the blink of an eye, the middle level of the 4-star Do D class had all broken through to the advanced level of the 4-star Do D class. The last thread of energy within the spirit stones had caused the cultivation of the 9 incarnations to successfully reach the advanced level of the 4-star Do D class. At this moment, a pleasantly surprised smile finally appeared on Xiaoyan's face. After confirming that the cultivation of the 9 incarnations was correct, a thought passed through his mind and he withdrew the 9 incarnations into his body. Almost at the same time, Xiaoyan's pale face rapidly recovered. After a slight adjustment, Xiaoyan finally stood up from his cross-legged position. He looked toward the west and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. At this moment, on the horizon to the west of Xiaoyan, there was a majestic ancient city covered in golden light standing proudly on the vast land. That was the destination of Xiaoyan's trip. Jianghu City? Chapter 860. Jianghu City was located in the southwest region of the Western Wasteland region. Although the area was barren, it was precisely because of the environment that the people who lived here were usually more powerful. At a glance, the weakest person in the entire city had already reached the level of a 5-star half-emperor. Compared to some of the cities in the Shilin region, Jianghu City was undoubtedly much more powerful. The most eye-catching thing about Jianghu City wasn't that the cultivations of the people here were generally powerful. Instead, it was because this was the world of formation masters. In the Yuanwu continent, alchemists weren't the only occupation that relied on powerful spiritual strength. Other than that, the existence of formation masters was also extremely frightening. Although the influence of formation masters wasn't as large as that of alchemists, which could be found all over the continent and even become the strongest superpower in the entire Yuanwu continent, the uniqueness of formation masters made them a powerful occupation in the cultivation world. If alchemists were known for their ability to save lives, then formation masters were known for their ruthlessness and dominance. Apart from the forces of heaven and earth, their offensive power could be said to be the strongest among all humans and magical beasts. Therefore, although there seemed to be a large number of half-emperors in Jianghu City, in front of some powerful formation masters, Even a Dou-Di might not be able to fight them. On the horizon, Xiao Yan's figure quickly approached the city that was covered in golden light. In just a short moment, Xiao Yan had already landed in front of the majestic city gate. At a glance, the city wall in front of Xiao Yan was covered in mysterious talismans that densely covered the entire city wall. The golden light that covered the sky above Jianghu city was emitted from the countless golden talismans. As he approached the city, even though he hadn't personally arrived at the foot of the city wall, Xiao Yan could already feel an extremely powerful pressure coming toward him. The invisible pressure caused his footsteps to involuntarily stop. It was as if there was an invisible wall in front of him that forcefully stopped him. What a powerful formation! The spot where Xiao Yan's feet landed on the ground involuntarily caved in and formed an inch-deep footprint. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. A formation that could cause a 5-star Dou-Di to feel pressured. This Jianghu city was indeed worthy of being the gathering place of formation masters. Xiao Yan's body shook slightly. The black robe on the surface of his body also trembled. The originally black-colored long robe appeared to have become even purer at this moment. At the same time, the pressure on Xiao Yan's shoulder also suddenly disappeared at this moment. The moment his body became light, Xiao Yan's forward footsteps naturally became much faster. On the other hand, those people around Xiao Yan all stood in their original spots with heavy expressions under this pressure. From the looks of it, if they did not get used to it within a short period of time, it was likely that they would have difficulty taking the next step. Ignoring the surprised gazes around him, Xiao Yan's footsteps slowly walked forward in a relaxed manner. Very quickly he arrived at the foot of the city gate. At this place the surrounding crowd had also increased. At the city gate, there were a couple of middle-aged men wearing golden robes. In each of their hands there was a palm-sized formation plate. Every time a person walked in front of them, they would extend the formation plate. The pedestrians entering the city would also consciously take out 10 spirit stones from their storage rings. After a flash on the formation plate, the spirit stones were all absorbed into it. Is it the entrance fee again? Xiao Yan gently raised his eyebrows. A strange expression involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. However, he understood after thinking about it in his heart. This Jianghu city was protected by a formation all year round. The operation of the formation would definitely require the support of a large number of spirit stones. The amount of spirit stones that would be exhausted in a year was definitely not a small amount. The source of such a large amount of spirit stones would definitely be the most important question. Collecting a fee to enter the city was undoubtedly the best method. After thinking about this point in his heart, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. In this way, this Jianghu city was undoubtedly much more humane than Jianghu and Wuxia city. However, just as the front line was about to reach Xiao Yan, a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe among the crowd at the back rudely pushed back the passers-by around him and rushed straight to the front of the line. If you want to enter the city, get out of my way. A rude and unreasonable reprimand was emitted from the middle-aged man's mouth. The passers-by around him also furrowed their brows and unwillingly made way. Some of the hot-tempered fellows, who had just revealed an angry expression, swiftly withdrew when they saw the golden-colored long robe that this fellow was wearing. Moreover, a fearful expression surged as they retreated hatefully. In the blink of an eye, the path in front of the middle-aged man was quickly cleared to allow only one person to pass through. Even the people who were standing in front of Xiao Yan at this moment also moved away. Turning his head, Xiao Yan glanced at the man in the golden robe who was rushing over quickly. He frowned in his heart, hesitated for a moment, then moved his feet and was about to make way. Where did this little bastard come from? Dare to block my way, get out of my way. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to dodge, the middle-aged man had already arrived behind him. Seeing that Xiao Yan actually did not make way, the man in the golden robe immediately let out a disdainful snort. At the same time he waved his sleeve and a surge of Dou-Chi instantly shot out from his sleeve. It turned into a sharp Dou-Chi pillar that instantly tore through the empty space in front of him and ruthlessly cut towards Xiao Yan's head. Such a sharp attack caused the expressions of the surrounding passers-by to change drastically. Although this fellow was overbearing, it must be said that he had the capital to be overbearing. Just from this powerful aura, the cultivation of this man in the golden robe had likely reached the level of a 2-star Dou-Di. Although this kind of strength could not be considered the strongest in Jianghu city, there were very few people who could compare with him. However, just as the man in the golden robe was about to attack Xiao Yan, the latter's body, which was originally about to dodge, was firmly fixed on the spot. His feet, which were just half an inch from the ground, once again landed. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. His expression was somewhat gloomy. It was fine if this fellow only had a rotten mouth, but such a vicious method caused Xiaoyan to feel ashamed in his heart. Who could easily endure being treated in such a manner for no reason? Faced with such an attack, it was likely that an ordinary person would have difficulty surviving. The sharp Do Qi pillar was swiftly magnified in Xiaoyan's eyes. On the other hand, Xiaoyan unhurriedly raised his hand and gently received the attack. The most shocking thing was that he did not even use a trace of Do Qi. However, just as everyone was looking at Xiaoyan with pitiful gazes, the Do Qi pillar violently collided with Xiaoyan's palm in the next instant. Bang! Chapter 861. Under the pitiful gazes of the surrounding crowd, that sharp Do Qi pillar collided heavily with Xiaoyan's palm. You overestimate yourself. Seeing this scene, the golden-robed man's face could not help but reveal a mocking and disdainful cold smile. His body suddenly charged forward, seemingly intending to send Xiaoyan's body flying. However, the moment the golden-robed person charged forward, he clearly saw that the Do Qi pillar, which should have penetrated Xiaoyan's hand along with his head, had instantly burst apart in Xiaoyan's hand. The strength that was created by the explosion did not even leave a superficial wound on Xiaoyan's hand. The golden-robed man's attack was actually so weak in Xiaoyan's hands. At this moment, even the faces of the surrounding passers-by revealed stunned expressions. Their gazes were filled with shock when they looked at Xiaoyan. Quickly following this, before everyone could recover, Xiaoyan's completely uninjured hand suddenly extended forward. A thought passed through his mind and a suction force wildly surged from his palm. It was like a storm that went against the flow. The strong suction force forcefully pulled the golden-robed man's body over. It was only at this moment that a feeling of fear suddenly surged into the golden-robed man's heart. No matter what, he did not expect that this seemingly young black-robed man would actually possess such a frightening strength. Xiaoyan's 5 fingers curled slightly and grabbed the latter's neck. A force gathered in his palm. As long as he was willing, Xiaoyan could easily crush the neck of the person in front of him. A mere 2-star Do Di was not enough for Xiaoyan to take to heart. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to make his move, his gaze landed on the badge on the chest of the golden-robed man. The badge was circular and silver in color. There were many complicated talismans outlined on it, faintly forming the word formation. Formation Master? Sensing this, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. After all, this Jianghu city was the territory of formation masters. He also knew that formation masters and alchemists did not get along well. Hence, he did not want to cause trouble here. Hence, when he faced the golden-robed man earlier, his first reaction was to avoid him. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan did not expect that the golden-robed man was actually a formation master. From the looks of it, his original intention had been unintentionally violated. Seeing Xiaoyan frown, the golden-robed man, whose face was currently red, seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. He violently clenched his teeth and roared with difficulty, "Brat, I am a member of Jianghu City's Formation Master Association. If you dare to touch me, the association will definitely—" "Did I allow you to speak?" Xiaoyan's expression became fierce. A sternness surged in his eyes as he stared at the golden-robed person. The latter's words that had yet to be uttered were instantly stopped upon seeing this. Both of his eyes revealed a deep terror. His gaze stared intently at the black-robed young man in front of him and did not dare to utter even the slightest word. "Mr." At this moment, the few golden-robed formation masters at the entrance of the city also noticed the situation on this side. Immediately, a middle-aged man who was the leader of the group hurriedly took a couple of steps forward and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. The first thing he did was to respectfully greet the latter. "What's the matter?" Xiaoyan's eyes flickered slightly. He naturally knew the reason why this guy came forward. "Mister, I apologize for his rude behavior just now. However, this is Jianghu City. The rules of the Formation Master Association do not allow any Formation Master to be hurt here. Hence, I hope you can be magnanimous and let him go." The middle-aged man looked at Xiaoyan fearlessly. When he spoke, he deliberately mentioned the Formation Master Association as if he hoped to use this to suppress the person in front of him. However, Xiaoyan, who was frowning slightly when he heard the middle-aged man's words, smirked coldly when he heard the middle-aged man's words. "Haha, the rules of your Formation Master Association are a little overbearing. However, you have to see clearly that I am not within the boundaries of Jianghu City. Once I leave this city gate, whether this guy lives or dies has nothing to do with the Formation Master Association." The golden-robed man frowned and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. He did not expect that the person in front of him would still be so stubborn even after he mentioned the Formation Master Association. "Mister, please, In other words, even if I kill all of you now, the Formation Master Association still has nothing to do with me. The hand that Xiao Yan used to grab the neck of the person in his hand tightened slightly. The latter's originally flushed face became unusually flushed with blood. His pair of eyeballs rolled outwards. At the same time, Xiao Yan took half a step forward. An invisible pressure immediately spread out from his body. The golden-robed man in front of him was the first to bear the brunt of this pressure. He was forced to continuously retreat by this strong pressure. At the same time, the expression on the latter's face was unusually serious. What do you want to do? The golden-robed man's face was slightly pale as he stared at Xiao Yan. He looked as if he was gnashing his teeth and had completely lost the scholarly attitude from before. I disdain killing a 2-star Dodi. Since you want to save him, I'll return him to you. Xiao Yan let out a cold cry. The hand that was strangling the golden-robed man suddenly loosened. At the same time, he flipped his hand and slammed his palm on the golden-robed man's chest. Immediately, the latter's body flew back uncontrollably. Finally, he collided with the Formation Master. After finishing off these two people with one blow, Xiao Yan did not bother about them. He took a step forward and walked toward Jianghu City. Stop. You have injured the Formation Master of Jianghu City. Jianghu City does not welcome you. What a joke. It's just a city. Do you really think that you have the final say on who can enter or not? Hearing the orders of the Formation Master, Xiao Yan coldly laughed. He took a big step forward and arrived directly below the main gate. He lifted his foot and walked into the city without stopping. In the next moment, the few surrounding Formation Masters emitted a stern cry in unison. A thought passed through their hearts and powerful spiritual strengths immediately surged out of their bodies. They intertwined with each other and agglomerated into an invisible sharp blade in the empty air that violently fell toward Xiao Yan. Spiritual strength, huh? Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he sensed the spiritual strength that surged out from the bodies of the few people around him. He immediately let out a cold smile. A thought passed through his mind and an even more frightening spiritual storm suddenly swept out from between his brows when the sharp spiritual blade was about to land on Xiao Yan's head. Buzz. The invisible spiritual storm was just like a gust of wild wind that instantly forced everyone around back. At the same time, the powerful storm instantly tore apart the spiritual blade that was formed by the combined efforts of a couple of Formation Masters with an unstoppable force.